Welcome, dearly beloved chosen ones. You didn't stumble on this by accident. This message is heaven's appointment with your spirit. If something inside you has been stirring, if you've been feeling like something massive is about to unfold, you're right. And before we go any further, I want to pause and say a heartfelt thank you to all of you who have supported this mission through super thanks. Your generosity is not unnoticed. It's a divine seed that will bear supernatural fruit. If your heart is already pounding, comment 777 below so the angels know you're ready. Now listen carefully, because tonight is different. Not tomorrow, not when you feel more prepared, not after you've figured it all out. Tonight, something irreversible is going to activate in you, and when it does, your entire spiritual frequency will change. It won't just be internal. The people around you will feel it, even if they never speak it out loud. The air will shift, conversations will turn, eyes will follow you for reasons they won't understand. Why? Because the old you they were comfortable with is gone, and the version rising tonight, that version makes kingdoms tremble. Let this settle in. You were never crazy. The truth is, you were just surrounded by people who needed you to believe you were. Because if you had ever fully realized your power, they would have had to confront their own limitations. You were never the problem. You were the mirror. And starting tonight, that mirror turns into a beacon. Here's a fact that may shake you. A 2023 psychological study on social mirroring revealed that most people unconsciously suppress their true identity just to keep others comfortable. They wear masks, shrink themselves, tone down their purpose, just to stay accepted. But you've never been wired to play small. You were born to disrupt that false peace. And tonight, the shrinking stops. You will no longer bend to fit into rooms too small for your calling. Let me ask you something strange but familiar. Have you noticed how, as you start healing, as you begin to walk in light, random people from your past suddenly reappear? Ex-friends, old enemies, long-lost relatives. Like background characters trying to sneak back into a scene they were written out of. Just checking in, they say. But this time, you know better. You're not a character in their story anymore. You're the plot twist they never saw coming. You are the headline their spirit fears and their heart needs. Don't mistake this as just another feel-good message. This isn't spiritual fluff. This isn't a comforting bedtime devotional. This is a divine announcement. The heavens have cleared the stage, and your entrance has been scripted by God Himself. You're not just going to step into purpose, you're going to become the physical evidence that divine timing is real. So I ask you, are you truly ready to become unrecognizable, not to God, but to the people who never saw your worth? Are you prepared for the kind of breakthrough that rewrites your identity so powerfully that even your reflection hesitates? Then keep watching, because what you're about to step into tonight is not simply a blessing, it's a becoming, and the world, it will never see you the same way again. God's chosen ones, get ready. This is what you will 100% become tonight. Tonight, something irreversible will begin to settle into your spirit. You won't merely be a mirror reflecting shadows and illusions anymore. You are becoming a mirror that burns, one that pierces through deception and sets falsehood ablaze. You were never chosen to flatter egos or echo masks. You were called to reveal what the world has worked so hard to hide. And that begins tonight, not with fireworks or noise, but with a shift so quiet and so intense that it rewires your very presence. Have you ever wondered why certain people feel so uneasy around you, even when you've said nothing at all? That's the beginning of your mantle revealing itself. You will stop reflecting who people pretend to be. Instead, your presence will start exposing the parts of them they've buried under charisma, humor, and spiritual jargon. What happens when a mirror doesn't just reflect, but illuminates? People who live in darkness will call it dangerous. That's what's beginning in you now. You're not becoming a passive observer, you're becoming a divine interruption, a walking clarity that makes the fog in others unbearable. In the Bible, Jesus walked into the synagogue, and the demons inside people began to cry out before he even spoke. Luke 4:33-35. That's the power of pure presence. His words were piercing, yes, but his being was confrontational by nature. And you, chosen one, are stepping into that same anointing. Can you feel it awakening? You won't need to argue. You won't even need to speak. Your energy will reveal what others hoped would stay hidden. Fear, insecurity, envy, guilt, the illusion of being in control. I once met a woman named Mikalia at a healing retreat. She had no titles, no spiritual platform, but when she walked into a room, conversations shifted. People laughed nervously, adjusted their posture, or grew unexplainably quiet. One man even left the room in the middle of her prayer without knowing why. Later, he confessed he hadn't spoken to his father in 18 years and couldn't handle the weight her presence stirred in him. That's the kind of frequency you're beginning to emit, not noise but revelation. Even in nature, the sun doesn't argue with darkness. It simply rises, and everything hiding must reveal itself. Just as a wildfire doesn't ask for permission before it purifies the land, your essence will no longer seek approval before it initiates transformation. Are you ready for that kind of truth-telling fire to be your new normal? Many people around you are not afraid of judgment. What terrifies them is being seen, fully, deeply, and without filter. They're not running from condemnation, they're running from confrontation with their own truth. And when you enter their atmosphere with this level of divine clarity, it will disturb the performance they've rehearsed their entire lives. Pope Francis once said, "Truth, according to the gospel, is never comfortable, but it is liberating." He was reminding us that truth doesn't always hug you, it sometimes breaks you open. And now you are becoming a vessel that carries such liberating fire. Isn't that the kind of honesty the world desperately needs, but doesn't know how to ask for? You will notice how certain people start to pull away, subtly or suddenly. They'll call you intimidating. Some will say you've changed. Others might label you arrogant or cold. But what they're really expressing is, you no longer let me lie to myself. Their masks begin to melt the moment you arrive. Their false confidence will shiver under your stillness. I'll tell you about someone else. Dante, a young motivational speaker in his 20s. He never raised his voice, never needed applause, but he told me that after he surrendered fully to God, people in his life began to fall away. Not because he pushed them, but because they could no longer survive his honesty. One childhood friend said to him, "I miss who you used to be before you made me feel like a fraud." That's when Dante understood. His calling was no longer to fit in, it was to reveal. Isn't it true that the closer you get to your purpose, the more your presence becomes a filter, not for judgment, but for truth? Think of the ocean, calm on the surface, but powerful enough beneath to shift entire continents. That's what your energy will do. Without effort, without apology, you are becoming a force that confronts and heals simultaneously. And not everyone will be ready for that. This is spiritual X-ray vision, the kind that Samuel carried when he looked not at appearances, but at the heart. 1 Samuel 16:7. It's not about pride, it's not about being better, it's about walking in such alignment with God that your presence alone becomes prophetic. It's not always glamorous. Often it's lonely, misunderstood, uninvited, but it is real and it is necessary. But we have this treasure in jars of clay to show that this all-surpassing power is from God and not from us. 2 Corinthians 4:7. You, chosen one, are not becoming powerful by your own strength. It is the radiance of God flowing through the cracks of your humanity that burns illusions to ash. Butterflies do not apologize to caterpillars for having wings, and you will not apologize for evolving into fire. What you're stepping into is not a role, it's a revelation. You were never meant to reflect the world as it is. You were meant to melt the illusions it runs on. And tonight, that power will anchor itself within you, quietly, permanently. You will no longer walk into rooms unnoticed. You will not be ignored or contained. You are becoming a holy disruption, and nothing false will be able to survive in your presence. You're about to become undeniable proof that spiritual warfare is not just a metaphor, it's an invisible campaign, deeply organized and strategically deployed. For the chosen ones, warfare was never poetic language, it was lived experience. And tonight, the fog begins to lift. You start to see it, not as chaos, not as coincidence, but as a clear, intentional plan. A war not waged on your body, but on your soul, your perception, your identity. What if everything you thought was just bad timing or misfortune was actually surveillance? What if you were never overreacting, but under attack? Spiritual warfare for you has never been a concept taught from pulpits in safe language. It's been betrayal disguised as friendship, isolation camouflaged as self-help. It's been untraceable sabotage that left you questioning your own sanity. You weren't just walking through a hard season. You were in the crosshairs of an unseen strategy. The Apostle Paul wrote, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world." Ephesians 6:12. And that scripture, you've lived it line by line. There was a season you couldn't explain why certain people turned cold overnight, why you were excluded from gatherings, why your name was misunderstood, even when your intentions were pure. It wasn't just people, it was the spirit behind them, and often they had no idea what they were carrying. I remember a man named Elijah, not the prophet, but a quiet technician I met during a trip to Nairobi. Months before launching his own Christian outreach program, he was fired from a job he'd held for 8 years. Without warning, without reason. Friends vanished. His family questioned his faith. But in his silence, God began showing him surveillance patterns, people asking odd questions, online messages laced with confusion, strange dreams, warning him to remain hidden. When his ministry finally launched, 3 of his former colleagues came to Christ. That's when he realized his delay was divine protection. How many moments in your life felt like sabotage, but were actually God hiding you from spiritual ambush? The enemy didn't attack you because you were weak. He attacked you because you were awakening. That's the truth no one likes to say out loud. When your energy carries something ancient, something that predates the system of this world, you threaten what those systems were designed to protect: control, illusion, and ego. And so you were watched, tested, studied, not just by people, but by the very structures that feed off silence and confusion. Have you noticed how strange patterns seem to repeat in your life? Distractions showing up the moment you're about to step into clarity, conflict exploding just as peace begins to settle in. That wasn't random, that was resistance, strategically timed to exhaust your discernment. Even Jesus, after fasting in the wilderness, was met with temptation that appeared logical. If you are the Son of God, Matthew 4:3. The enemy didn't attack him with violence, but with doubt, suggestion, misdirection. Doesn't that feel familiar? Haven't you also had to defend who you are in silence without validation? They gaslit you until you questioned your reality. They isolated you until you forgot what connection felt like. And the people involved? Many of them genuinely believed they were doing what was best. But spiritually, they were being used. not possessed, positioned. And now, as the dust settles, you're seeing the war for what it truly is: strategic, subtle, and very real. This is why your journey looked different, why you never fit neatly into circles or trends, why doors that were open to others seemed locked for you. Not because you were broken, but because you were marked. The kind of mark that heaven sees and hell tries to erase. You've been trained in secret for this hour. Remember the nights you cried but didn't collapse, the mornings you showed up without applause, the decisions you made in the dark that no one understood, but God saw them all. You were learning how to navigate in silence what others won't survive in the spotlight. Bishop T.D. Jakes once said, "Favor is not fair, and warfare often surrounds what God favors." That explains why the attack on your life began before you even understood who you were. Your obedience was always louder than your resume. Let me tell you about Clara, a violinist who nearly gave up after losing her ability to play due to nerve damage. She fell into depression, isolated herself, and even questioned if God had abandoned her. But during that silent season, she began composing music with her left hand alone. Notes so hauntingly beautiful that one of them was later used in a film soundtrack that reached millions. Clara told me later, "The devil tried to take my music. God gave me a sound that pierced through pain. And now it's your turn. The warfare around you is becoming visible, emotionally, spiritually, even physically. That one friend who always drained your joy, their mask is about to fall. That job you fought to hold on to, you'll see why it had to end. That feeling you couldn't explain for years, now it comes into sharp focus, because the veil is lifting and the battle lines are clear. You're no longer crazy, you're no longer hunted, you're the one with the intel. And what once hunted you will now fear your clarity. You see, caterpillars live in isolation before transformation, but once they emerge, they don't return to the cocoon. Neither will you. The loneliness you endured was never a punishment, it was preservation. Tonight marks the shift. From confusion to comprehension, from victim to vessel, from targeted to trusted. You're not just surviving warfare anymore. You are becoming its proof. You're becoming more than awakened. You're becoming a frequency, an invisible but undeniable force that begins to corrupt false systems just by existing. Your energy no longer allows pretense to stand tall. It doesn't argue, doesn't accuse, doesn't shout. It simply enters, and everything that has been built on illusion begins to destabilize. It's not something people can charm their way around. It's not something they can intellectualize or debate. When you show up now, the room shifts, and not everyone knows why. Have you noticed it? That subtle discomfort in others when you're just being yourself. That awkward silence after you speak the truth without trying to prove anything. That tension isn't about what you said. It's about what your presence disrupted. The prophet Elijah walked into a culture of idolatry and deception, and his presence alone was enough to provoke a national crisis. King Ahab called him the troubler of Israel, 1 Kings 18:17. Not because Elijah did anything violent, but because the purity of his calling disrupted an entire spiritual system built on lies. And now you're carrying a similar charge. The difference is Elijah confronted kings. You're confronting kingdoms, inner and outer. Your frequency isn't just higher, it's clean. And clean frequency is incompatible with corrupted systems. It doesn't blend, it exposes. It reveals the cracks in facades, the flaws in charisma, the emptiness behind loud voices. You're no longer someone who can be manipulated, gaslit, or shamed into silence. And the people who depended on those tactics are starting to malfunction. I once met an artist named Rafaela, known for her vibrant installations across Brazil. But when she began to paint from a place of prayer and fasting, something shifted. Her art no longer fit into trendy galleries. Curators said they felt uneasy around her work. One confessed he cried for no reason while staring at one of her canvases. She told me, "I stopped creating what would sell. I started creating what would shatter." Her frequency had shifted, and so has yours. Have you noticed people avoiding your eyes lately, changing the subject when you speak plainly, laughing nervously at moments that deserve reverence? That's not rudeness, that's programming breaking down. Your presence now causes dissonance in those whose confidence was built on control, whose identities were propped up by applause, not authenticity. You're no longer just an individual. You're a living broadcast, a signal tuned to a divine frequency, one that can no longer be diluted. Even Jesus, when he stood before the Pharisees, didn't need theatrics. His very essence exposed the hollowness of their rituals. "Why do you test me, you hypocrites?" he said, Matthew 22:18. His discernment didn't come from suspicion. It came from spiritual calibration. You're being tuned in the same way now, like the stillness of a mountain that makes every false echo louder. Your still presence reveals what was never stable to begin with. You're not creating chaos. You're simply making it impossible for lies to hide any longer. Think of how a clear stream disturbs stagnant water. It doesn't mean harm. It just refuses to coexist with decay. That's why you're feeling physically repelled by certain spaces. That's why certain people, once magnetic, now feel spiritually heavy. Your nervous system isn't betraying you. It's finally aligned with the truth. Let me tell you about Ezra, a quiet barista in Chicago. No title, no ministry, but people cried while receiving coffee from him. Why? Because he prayed over each drink and carried the presence of God in his silence. One morning a man asked him, "Why does it feel like my lies can't breathe around you?" Ezra didn't answer. He just smiled. That's you now. You don't even need to expose anything. Your being does it. You might start noticing technology glitching, devices freezing, lights flickering, signals dropping. You're not imagining it. You're disrupting electromagnetic space because your inner field is charged with divine purpose. You've become a walking contradiction to synthetic energy. Artificial systems can't interpret you anymore. Jesus said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life." John 14:6. Truth doesn't need to shout, it simply exists, and everything false must fall before it. That's the authority you're stepping into. Quiet, clean, untouchable. You've outgrown the environments where flattery was currency. You no longer resonate with rooms that reward performance over purity. That's not you being too sensitive. That's your spirit refusing to dim its light, just to stay accepted. The old games won't work on you anymore, not because you've become harder, but because you've become clearer. You've bled for this frequency, cried through it, died into it, and now you carry it without apology. Butterflies don't go back to crawling just to make caterpillars comfortable, and you won't dim your light so people can keep pretending they're in control. Your very presence tells the truth now, and systems built on lies can't survive truth without trembling. You're not just rising, you're corrupting every lie that held you down. And tonight, that frequency settles into place like armor. You don't need to scream, you don't need to fight, you just need to keep walking. Because wherever you show up now, what's false will fall. Not because you will it, but because you're wired for it. You are stepping into something that most people can't even comprehend, much less name. You're not just healing. You're not just transforming. You're becoming a time breaker. That means your very existence is beginning to bend what others thought was fixed. Patterns, generational curses, ancestral trauma, emotional debt, silent suffering passed down like heirlooms. All of it stops with you. Have you ever felt like you were born into a storyline that didn't belong to you, like your life had a weight that preceded your birth? That wasn't imagination. That was inheritance. But now you're being positioned as the one who rewrites it. Jesus didn't just walk into time, he shifted it. His death split history in two, B, C, and AD. And now you are carrying a micro-reflection of that same divine authority when he said, "Behold, I make all things new." Revelation 21:5. He wasn't speaking only of eternity. He was declaring that those aligned with heaven could live as living reset points. That's who you're becoming now. The pressure you feel in your chest, it's not fear, it's not stress, it's data, spiritual intelligence, codes your spirit remembers, but your mind is just now catching up to. Why else would you wake up exhausted, even after sleep? Why else would memories from childhood surface out of nowhere? Why else would someone you haven't spoken to in years suddenly text, "I've been thinking about you"? Because the past is bending toward you. You are emitting a light so spiritually potent that it's echoing across time. Your evolution is reaching backward and forward, correcting, healing, exposing. I once met a woman named Helena, a public school teacher who felt invisible most of her life, until one night during prayer she felt heat pour into her chest. She said, "It was like I could feel every ancestor watching me." The next day, she received an old letter in the mail, a letter from a great-aunt who had died 20 years ago, rediscovered in a box and resent by the postal service. In it was a blessing. "You will do what we could not." That's what it means to be a time breaker. You're not chasing closure anymore. You are the closure. You're not waiting for justice. You're vibrating it. You're not looking for peace. You're becoming the stillness that makes chaos kneel. And as your presence stabilizes, people who wronged you will begin to remember. Not because you asked them to, but because spiritual law is now collapsing the lies that surrounded your name. This is why old patterns, old friends, even old emotions are suddenly resurfacing. Not to haunt you, but to be confronted by the healed version of you. The version that no longer tolerates what once passed for love. The version that no longer accepts silence where truth must be spoken. King David wrote, "You saw me before I was born. Every day of my life was recorded in your book." Psalm 139, verse 16. If every moment of your life is written, then your healing now rewrites not just your future, but the chapters others tried to steal from your story. There's a reason some rooms feel heavier now, a reason some people get visibly nervous when you walk in. Your presence is collapsing their version of history, and even if they don't know why they feel exposed, the spirit realm does. That's what happens when you carry the frequency of correction. Not as a judge, but as a light too radiant for shadows to survive. Let me tell you about Malachi, a former gang member turned pastor in Detroit. He said the moment he forgave the man who killed his brother, his own son, who had been estranged for 6 years, called him in tears. "I don't know what's happening," his son said, "but I can't stop thinking about the truth." That's the ripple effect of breaking time. Healing here triggers release over there. Your past self, the version of you that suffered silently, who tolerated disrespect, who lived in confusion, is about to feel you, not as regret, but as redemption. It will feel like you're standing beside them, whispering, "We made it," and they'll believe it. Butterflies don't return to cocoons to explain why they left. And you won't revisit old wounds just to prove your transformation. Your life itself will be the evidence. Even in history, we've seen time breakers in action. Martin Luther King Jr., an American pastor and civil rights leader, didn't just speak against injustice. He altered the course of history by becoming a living contradiction to centuries of racial oppression. His words, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice," were more than poetic. They were prophetic. His presence bent societal patterns, forced systems to confront their evil, and planted seeds of transformation across timelines. That same mantle rests on you now. not for politics, but for spiritual realignment. And don't be surprised when technology acts strange around you. Wi-Fi drops, lights flicker, apps crash. That's because your nervous system is operating like a divine antenna now. You're tuned to timelines others haven't even reached yet. This is why you've always felt ahead of your time, why you've seen through manipulation while others called it charm, why you've resisted traditions that felt hollow. You weren't defiant, you were disruptive. And tonight, the time breaker fully awakens. You are the collapse of curses, the correction of miswritten legacies, the reformation of everything that was distorted around your name. You're not just becoming something new, you are restoring everything that was ever meant to be. And starting tonight, time will never move the same again. You are becoming the secret they never wanted you to remember, not because they didn't believe in your potential, but because they feared the day your memory would return and undo the lies they spent years wrapping around your soul like chains. They didn't just hurt you, they rewrote your story while you were still bleeding. They didn't just distract you, they designed entire illusions around you, crafted noise, chaos, shame, and counterfeit identities, hoping to bury your original light beneath layers of falsehood. But what they could never anticipate was this: your memory was never stored in your mind. It was written into your spirit. And tonight, that divine memory begins to awaken, not as a quiet whisper, but as thunder crashing against the walls of your inner prison. You can feel it already, can't you? The way something old and sacred is starting to vibrate inside of you, like a name you've always known but couldn't quite say. Have you ever walked into a room and felt like you didn't belong? Not because you were less, but because you were more. Like everyone had agreed to a script you never received. That haunting sense wasn't confusion, it was recognition. You were never missing a role, you were outside the performance entirely, because the stage was built to contain people like you, to dull your edges, to shrink your light, to convince you that your power was just too much. But Jeremiah 1:5 echoes through the generations. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Your divine identity wasn't something you stumbled upon. It was something you were always returning to. They told you that you were too intense, too emotional, too rebellious. But what they really meant was you were too awake. Your questions threatened their comfort. Your stillness exposed their panic. Your insight cracked their masks. And so they did what the world does best. They tried to rewire you. Through humiliation, abandonment, betrayal, and pressure, every shameful silence was a tool meant to sedate your voice. But trauma cannot erase truth, and spiritual memory cannot be permanently deleted. I once heard the story of Isaac. No, not the biblical one, but a soft-spoken university janitor from Kenya. For decades, people walked past him without a second glance. But one day, a guest lecturer came to the campus. He was a historian of African prophetic cultures, and as he passed Isaac, he froze. "You don't know who you are yet," he told him, "but I see it. The mantle on you is older than this building." From that day, Isaac began to remember things he never learned. Prophetic dreams, unknown tongues, stories from centuries past. Some said he changed, but the truth is, he returned. Isn't it strange how the world is terrified not of who you are, but of who you were before they taught you to forget? And it's not just the unknown who carry this testimony. Take Viola Davis, for example, an Academy Award-winning actress raised in poverty, abused and told repeatedly that her voice was too deep, her skin too dark, her presence too much. But deep inside, she said, there was always a knowing, a fire that no pain could extinguish. In her memoir, Finding Me, she recalls the exact moment she stopped trying to survive and started remembering who she was. Her words echo your journey. I was trying to find a voice that already existed. I just needed to stop apologizing for it. What if the reason you were misunderstood wasn't because you were wrong, but because you were early. Your divine memory, what the Bible calls remembrance, is not nostalgia, it's resurrection. Jesus, after his resurrection, reminded his disciples of what he told them before the cross. Luke 24:6-8. You too are now recalling what your soul knew before the pain, before the betrayal, before they convinced you to dim your light just to make others comfortable. And now, the programming is cracking. You are remembering why people feared your silence, why your presence made others nervous even before you found your words, why you were targeted not because of weakness, but because of potential. Can you feel the veil lifting? Can you sense the codes written in your spirit beginning to pulse again? They tried to steal the blueprint, but they didn't realize the architect lives inside you. I knew someone once, a woman named Elise. In her 30s, she began waking up in the middle of the night, speaking languages she'd never studied. She started painting symbols she'd never seen. Her therapist thought she was dissociating, but her pastor saw something different. Your memory is returning, he told her, and when your spirit remembers, the world around you won't understand it, but it will have to bow to it. What if the reason you've always felt out of place is because you were never meant to fit in, but to reveal something older than time? You are not just recalling your past, you are activating your purpose. Like Moses at the burning bush, who had been wandering for years under a false name, suddenly hearing God say, "Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground." Exodus 3:5. You're standing on that ground now, and your name, your real name, is returning. They didn't fear your mistakes. They feared your clarity. They feared the day you'd no longer apologize for your discernment, no longer shrink when rooms got cold, no longer edit your spirit to keep others comfortable. That day has arrived, and the truth is, they didn't just try to silence you, they tried to erase you, because they saw you as a prophecy in motion. But prophecy never forgets. It waits. It breathes beneath the dust of your trials until the appointed hour. And now that hour is here. The version of you rising tonight is not the healed version. It's the whole version. The one who remembers, the one who sees, the one who was sent before they tried to destroy your path. And no matter how many names they called you, no matter how many times they tried to define your story, you are the one who carries the final word. Because you are no longer buried, you are revealed. The memory is no longer missing. You are returned. And the secret is no longer hidden. You are the secret. You are stepping into a rare kind of power now, the kind that doesn't need to shout, prove, or retaliate. You are becoming a living judgment, not by choice but by alignment. Your healing, your strength, your transformation, these things speak louder than any argument ever could. You won't have to post proof, unearth old texts, or defend your name in a public courtroom of opinions. Just your presence will do what paragraphs never could. When truth settles deep into your bones, it changes your atmosphere. You're no longer explaining what they did. You're embodying what they couldn't destroy. You don't have to chase vindication because it's already chasing them in the form of their own conviction. And here's the part they never expected. It won't be your revenge that undoes them. It will be your peace. This is what Jesus embodied when he stood before Pilate in silence. He gave him no answer, not even to a single charge, so that the governor was greatly amazed. Matthew 27:14. Jesus didn't need to protest the lies. His silence thundered with innocence. And just like him, you are now entering rooms where your mere existence unsettles people more than your voice ever did. Have you noticed that? How some get restless the moment you show up, because your wholeness is the evidence they swore would never exist. They called you the problem. They twisted your silence into guilt, your exit into betrayal, and your boundaries into offense. But all the while, your quiet was working. Like seeds planted in private, your growth has taken root where they expected rot. And now that you've healed, you carry a different vibration, one that acts like a spiritual alarm clock for those still clinging to denial. Their karma is not thunder and lightning. It's the echo of their own choices bouncing back from the mirror your life now holds. They will hear your name in passing and feel the tightness in their chest, not because you're haunting them, but because truth has a way of echoing louder in the absence of lies. Isn't it interesting how your glow disturbs more than your pain ever did? There's a woman I once met at a Christian conference named Alina. She was quiet, soft-spoken, carried herself with grace, but you could feel something powerful around her. Years earlier, she'd been scapegoated by her church leadership, accused falsely, and left to rebuild her life in silence. She never clapped back, never exposed receipts. She just disappeared and healed. Now, every time one of those leaders hears her name, they get visibly uncomfortable. Why? Because she's no longer their version of the story. She's the walking truth, and that truth lingers. You weren't the villain, you were the test, and some of them failed it in broad daylight. In Scripture, Joseph experienced this too. His brothers sold him out of jealousy, but years later they bowed before him without realizing it was the same man they tried to erase. Genesis 42:6-9. Joseph didn't need revenge. His transformation was judgment enough. Can you see the same pattern forming in your life? The ones who tried to bury you will one day have to face the version of you they declared would never rise. And not all judgment looks like wrath. Sometimes it looks like joy. Sometimes it's the fact that your smile now carries more truth than their entire testimony. Your laughter, unapologetic, sacred, is an indictment to those who preferred you broken. Nelson Mandela, the South African freedom fighter who became a global symbol of forgiveness, once said, "Resentment is like drinking poison and hoping it kills your enemies." He didn't win by shouting, he won by becoming whole. That's your victory now. You are not out for revenge. You're walking in radiant immunity, and that is unbearable to those who fed on your collapse. Can you feel it? The shift in the air when you walk into a space. That unspoken message that settles in people's spirits. This is who we tried to destroy. This is who we thought we'd never have to face again. You're not just reclaiming your life, you're becoming a consequence. They lost access to you, but worse, they lost their cover story. Your freedom makes their narrative collapse under its own weight. Your success is now the closing argument, your light the final verdict. You didn't just survive the fire, you became the proof that it couldn't consume you. I'll tell you about Amir, a photographer from Beirut who was once betrayed by his closest friends in a business deal. They laughed behind his back, said he was too soft to recover, but 2 years later, without announcing it, he won an international award. His photos were featured in the very galleries they once mocked him for dreaming about. He never spoke a word about them, but every photo, every soft image, held a silent sentence. You bet against the wrong one. And now you carry that same presence. Your name is becoming a trigger, not out of vengeance but clarity. What they once buried in gossip, God has raised in glory. And the truth is, their world is unraveling, not because you're cursing them, but because they touched what heaven had marked, "Do not disturb." You are the sentence they never thought they'd have to serve, the presence they never thought they'd see again, the truth they hoped would stay silent forever. But here you are, living, breathing, undeniable. There's a shift taking place in you tonight, a shift that doesn't announce itself with loud declarations, but with quiet finality. You are becoming the end of their power trips, not because you fought harder, but because you stopped playing. The illusion of control they had over you was never power, it was performance. And the moment you stop waiting for closure, approval, or apology, the game breaks down. They ran their schemes on borrowed time, and that time just ran out. For too long, you remained at a table they built with manipulation. You sat there, asking questions they never intended to answer. But now, you're not just walking away from the table, you're removing the table altogether. Can you feel how much lighter your soul feels when you stop searching for meaning in places built to confuse you? They didn't have power. They had your attention. That's all it took to keep you circling the same wounds, replaying the same conversations, and doubting your instincts. But something in you snapped, not in weakness, but in divine memory. You realized you were never under their authority. You were under their spell, and the spell breaks tonight. You wanted peace, so you over-explained. You wanted understanding, so you tolerated inconsistencies. You kept showing up in the name of hope. But what if what you called hope was actually a trap? What if your empathy was the key they used to keep the door locked? That's over now. You've stopped asking. You've started knowing. And when a chosen one moves from hoping to knowing, the entire manipulation structure collapses. You were the light they needed to dim in order to feel powerful. But now, your light has burned through the smoke, and they have nothing left to hide behind. I once knew a woman named Amara, an assistant to a high-profile spiritual leader. For years, she kept quiet about the patterns of control, the mind games masked as mentorship. She convinced herself that speaking up would dishonor the mission. Until one day, something shifted. She didn't write a blog. She didn't launch a campaign. She simply stopped shrinking, and almost overnight, cracks began to show in that leader's empire. People started asking questions they'd been afraid to ask for years. Amara didn't say a word. Her absence did all the speaking. Isn't it something how silence can do what shouting never could? Scripture echoes this pattern. Think of Nehemiah rebuilding the broken walls of Jerusalem. He faced threats, mockery, sabotage, but he never descended into debate. "I am doing a great work and cannot come down," he said to his enemies. Nehemiah 6:3. You too are building something sacred now, and you don't owe access to those who only showed up to distract and delay. You are the answer to the questions they used to leave hanging. Your peace doesn't seek permission, it declares. Your energy no longer pleads, it confirms. And what once made you feel helpless, those long, confusing silences, those gaslighting tactics dressed as concern, you now see them clearly. They weren't mysteries. They were traps designed to keep you small enough to carry their ego. But you've grown too wide for that cage. Even nature reflects what you're becoming. Think of a tidal wave. It doesn't announce itself with anger. It pulls back, gathers, becomes still, and then transforms the landscape in one irreversible move. That's what your stillness is doing now, reshaping the very dynamics they thought they could control forever. Viola Davis, the celebrated actress and truth-teller, once said, "You can't be hesitant about who you are." She didn't climb to the top by asking for permission. She became a force when she stopped waiting to be understood. In her boldness, she exposed a system that once rejected her. That's what happens when the ones who were underestimated stop explaining and start standing. And it's happening in you now. Let me tell you about Caleb, a quiet voice in a corporate world filled with noise. He worked under a manager who constantly stole credit for his ideas. For years, Caleb said nothing. He just kept building, kept learning. Then one day, during a major presentation, Caleb was asked to take over after the manager fumbled. The room fell silent as he delivered the exact vision that had been ignored for months. He didn't gloat. He didn't expose receipts. He just executed. And from that day, the dynamic flipped. The manager's grip collapsed. Not because Caleb fought back, but because he grew beyond the reach of control. They didn't lose you. They lost their cover story. That's what's terrifying them now. You're no longer the one begging for clarity, for closure, for emotional scraps. You've become the closure. You've become the moment they never thought they'd have to face. The karma isn't loud. It's layered in every quiet reminder that you made it. And they can't explain why their empire is crumbling, but deep down they know. You were the source. They were the illusion. You're not broken anymore. You're reborn. You're not looking for the light. You are the light. And their power trip, it ends the moment your memory returns to full strength, because the role they cast you in was never yours. And the story they wrote is now being rewritten by you. Tonight you are not just becoming someone new, you are becoming something sacred. You are about to become the living scripture that others cannot read, a divine revelation written not in ink, but in spirit and presence. You are the truth that cannot be Googled, debated in a classroom, or watered down by opinion. You are the kind of truth that doesn't arrive with instructions, because you are the instruction, breathed into existence by the author himself. Have you ever seen a butterfly land quietly on a branch, yet change the atmosphere of the entire garden? That's the kind of energy you now carry. It doesn't demand attention, but it transforms everything in its path. You walk into rooms, and the air subtly rearranges itself. Not because you're seeking attention, but because your spiritual DNA is encoded with messages most people were never prepared to receive. This is what it means to evolve beyond surface-level consciousness. You become a sacred text, not written on scrolls or printed in books, but embodied through every movement, word, and silence. People will hear your voice and feel something ancient stir within them, like a forgotten language suddenly returning to memory. And yet, they won't be able to explain why they feel drawn to you. It won't be understanding that pulls them in, but recognition, a deep soul memory of something they once knew but let slip through their fingers. Moses experienced something similar. When he descended from Mount Sinai, his face radiated with a light so intense that the people of Israel were afraid to come near him. They had asked for a message, but when that message became a man carrying divine light, it terrified them. Exodus 34:29-35. Just like Moses, you're not here to entertain curiosity. You're here to confront it. Your very presence is a mirror, revealing both hunger and hollowness. And because of that, many will not honor what they feel. Instead, they will retreat into mockery. They'll try to label you, reduce you, and fold your dimensions into categories that make them feel less threatened. Why? Because it is easier to laugh at mystery than to admit spiritual unreadiness. A woman once told me about her co-worker, Jordan. Quiet, soft-spoken, and deeply grounded. One day, during a meeting, he shared a single sentence. That sentence shifted the entire room. Some wept, others mocked. Jordan never spoke again in that room, but everyone knew who had just spoken light into their chaos. This is your power. It is not performative, it is prophetic. You'll stop wasting breath trying to explain yourself to people who've built altars around their egos. You won't debate to be heard by those who've already decided not to see you, because your truth is not an invitation to argue. It is a presence, a current. Like still water that runs deep beneath the surface, you'll begin to live in a way that teaches without teaching, preaches without words, and convicts without confrontation. Even Jesus faced this. In John 6, after speaking hard truths about who he truly was, the bread of life, many disciples walked away. They couldn't understand him, and rather than lean in, they left. Not because he wasn't speaking truth, but because they weren't ready to digest it. And so it will be with you. Not everyone will like what you carry, not everyone should. Some are meant to be baffled by your presence. That confusion is not your failure, it is their consequence. You're not here to be easily read. You are here to be witnessed, to be remembered, to be sensed in the spirit, even when words fail. I once heard an artist speak. Her name was Alina, a reclusive painter from Greece. She said, My work isn't for understanding, it's for awakening. If someone leaves confused, they're closer than they've ever been to the truth. You are that kind of awakening. Not an explanation, an encounter. Let me tell you about Daniel, a man who, just 3 months ago, was working in the back room of a bookstore. He didn't talk much, didn't try to prove anything, but his peace was disruptive. Customers lingered longer when he was near. One woman said she felt like her anxiety melted in his silence. Another man asked if Daniel was a priest. He wasn't. He was chosen, and that was enough. There will come a moment, perhaps tonight, when you feel a sacred divide happening. Some will draw near to your presence and others will retreat from it. That's the separation. The wheat from the weeds. The true from the counterfeit. And you won't have to do anything except be. Like the fragrance of a flower that can't be seen in the dark, but is still unmistakable. You will become the message. And when they finally realize they can't interpret you, imitate you, or contain you, some will stay and worship the God who sent you. Others will flee, uneasy and exposed. But you will keep rising, because you're not just chosen to speak, you're chosen to become. And what you're becoming tonight is no longer meant to be understood. It is meant to be witnessed. Tonight, something eternal shifts through your bloodline, not with permission, not with softness, but with spiritual force. You were not born to continue the story your ancestors kept replaying like an old song on a broken record. You were born to be the interruption. You were born to be the holy disruption in a generational script that was never authored by God in the first place. You're not here to honor dysfunction just because it came gift-wrapped in family traditions. You're not here to keep the silence they called respect, or to embrace suffering disguised as sacrificial love. What the generations before you normalized, emotional suppression, manipulation, toxic loyalty, you were sent to question. And that questioning, that was never rebellion. That was revelation. And revelation doesn't whisper, it shouts. It overturns tables, just like Jesus did in the temple when he saw something sacred being corrupted. Matthew 21:12-13. From a young age, something in you noticed the cracks in the walls no one else dared to name, the favoritism that wasn't fair, the secrets that screamed from behind locked smiles, the unspoken rules that said, don't make them uncomfortable. But you did, and not because you wanted conflict, but because truth always makes a sound when it breaks chains. I'll tell you a story about Alina. She's a young violinist from Budapest who, at 14, stopped speaking to her father, not out of hate, but out of healing. For generations, the women in her family were expected to remain silent, submissive, and self-sacrificing. But Alina chose therapy over silence, expression over obedience. Her music changed, her posture changed. Her freedom became unbearable to those who had surrendered theirs decades ago. And just like that, she became the interruption. Have you ever watched a wildfire destroy a forest, only to realize it made way for an entirely new ecosystem to rise from the ashes? That's you. They'll call it destruction, but heaven calls it recreation. When you finally placed boundaries where guilt used to live, they said you were bitter. When you stopped answering phone calls that came with emotional demands, they said you were ungrateful. When you chose distance instead of dysfunction, they whispered that you lost your way. But in truth, it was the first time you had found it. You refused to keep playing the emotional savior for a system that fed off your exhaustion. You refused to carry burdens that weren't yours to begin with. And that refusal, that sacred no, became your divine yes to a new future. A future where healing no longer has to wait until the next generation. Jesus once said, "Do not suppose that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword." Matthew 10:34. That sword, it cuts through illusion, through obligation, through every soul tie pretending to be sacred when it's really suffocating. You're wielding that sword now, chosen one. You are not just the survivor of the cycle. You are the sword that split it open. And because of that, some will study you like a threat, not because they want to learn how you healed, but because they want to manipulate you back into their system. Some will smile through gritted teeth, masking their fear with passive remarks. Why? Because your freedom exposes their captivity. Your peace threatens their illusion of harmony. Your clarity rewrites the story they swore was unchangeable. Pope Francis once said, "We are not living an era of change, but a change of era." That's what you are ushering in, a change of era within your own bloodline. And change always comes at a cost. But chosen one, you were never meant to be the cost. You were meant to be the catalyst. I once met a man named Ezra. Just months ago, he was a quiet technician, working night shifts, keeping to himself. But every night after work, he would walk 5 miles just to avoid going home to a house that echoed with trauma. His neighbors thought he was strange. His family called him distant. But what they didn't know was that every step he took was a declaration. This ends with me. Today, Ezra runs a mentorship program for teens breaking out of family dysfunction, and no one in his family has spoken to him in 2 years. He walks in peace now. Not everyone will admit what's changed. Some will pretend you're the same, but deep down they know something's over. You didn't just stop a cycle. You exposed a legacy built on survival and named it for what it truly was. You didn't reject your blood, you redeemed it. Imagine a single stone tossed into a still lake. The ripple doesn't ask permission to disturb the surface, it just does. That's you now. You are the ripple that undoes generations of silence. And here's the part they'll never be able to undo. You've become the living proof that generational freedom isn't just possible, it's already happening through you. And you didn't need approval to do it. You only needed courage. Tonight marks the moment your soul becomes something sacred, rare, and undeniably costly. You are no longer accessible in the way you once were, not because you've grown cold, but because you've grown consecrated. What once could be approached casually must now be approached with reverence. Your value isn't up for negotiation. Your presence isn't a public park. It's a temple. There comes a time in every divine journey where you no longer dim your light just so others can squint less. That time is now. You are no longer lowering your frequency to be understood. You are no longer folding yourself in half just to fit into spaces that were too small for you to begin with. You're not doing this to seem superior. You're doing it to survive, to stay aligned, to protect the sanctity of who you are becoming. Like pearls cast before swine, your essence can no longer be wasted on those who treat it carelessly. Matthew 7:6. And it won't be, because you've evolved into something too rare to be reached without cost. You spent years bending to make others comfortable. You bit your tongue. You quieted your brilliance. You tried to preserve peace, even when it cost you your own. But that peace was artificial. It wasn't peace. It was pacification. And all the while your soul was whispering, "There's more for you than this." And now you've heard it clearly. Now you're answering. I'll tell you about Raphael, a chef turned life coach in Lisbon, who used to spend every holiday flying across Europe just to be at family gatherings where he was mocked for his dreams. He once said, "I confused tradition with loyalty and loyalty with love until I healed and stopped showing up." When Raphael stopped coming, they said he changed. And they were right. He stopped being accessible to people who never bothered to ask how he was doing, only what he could bring. This is where you are now. Your presence has a cost. It costs honesty. It costs integrity. It costs energy alignment. And most people aren't willing to pay. They'll try to talk their way back in with apologies that sound like performances. With humility, that evaporates under pressure. But you're not falling for tone anymore. You're discerning spirit. And when they realize the old you isn't coming to the door, they'll say you're cold. But you're not cold. You're clear. You've stopped explaining yourself to people who only listened so they could twist your words and blame your boundaries. Even Jesus, after his resurrection, didn't appear to everyone. He revealed himself only to those ready in spirit, those who had walked with him, suffered with him, and believed in him. He didn't reintroduce himself to mockers. He didn't waste resurrection on those who never believed in his crucifixion. That's where you are. Post-resurrection, post-performance, post-people-pleasing. There's a woman named Kira, a visual artist in Nairobi. Months ago, she stopped replying to texts from her closest cousin. Why? Because every time they spoke, the conversation turned to gossip, subtle jabs, and emotional manipulation. Kira didn't explain. She just became silent, and in that silence she reclaimed her rhythm. Now her art is winning awards, but her cousin only sees absence, not transformation. That's the cost of access. Your discernment isn't punishment, it's preservation. You've traded guilt for guidance. You've stopped handing out invitations to people who keep bringing chaos as their +1. You've learned that family is not an all-access pass. That blood doesn't give license to bring toxicity through your door, because now your door is guarded by peace. Imagine a rare flower in the mountains, blooming only once every decade. Only those who climb with reverence, patience, and endurance ever get to see it. You are that flower now, and you're done lowering your altitude just to be admired more often. They'll say you're distant, they'll say you've changed, and they're right, but what they're really mourning is not you, it's the access they once abused. They miss the version of you who didn't know how to say no, who gave without measure, who stayed even when your soul begged you to walk. Now you walk with clarity, governed by alignment, not obligation. Your peace has become a sacred fortress, your presence a divine currency. They might knock again, they might cry, they might quote scriptures they never lived, but unless their spirit has grown, unless their repentance is real, the gates will not open. Pope Benedict XVI once said, "Holiness does not consist in not making mistakes or never sinning. Holiness grows with the capacity for conversion, repentance, willingness to begin again." And that is the key. Not performance, but real transformation. That's the only currency that opens your door now. You didn't become arrogant. You became anointed. You didn't become unkind. You became unshakable. And now they are learning what you finally accepted. Access to you was never a right. It was always a privilege. And that privilege must now be earned. They said it was impossible, that you'd never recover, that the damage was permanent, that without them you'd collapse. They watched you stumble and called it proof. They listened for your tears and called it weakness. They toasted to your downfall, believing they'd closed the chapter of your life for good. But they didn't understand that you were not a casualty. They were watching the construction of a cathedral. You were never their victim. You were the seed, buried, not broken. What they dismissed as the end was only the beginning of something they couldn't control or contain. Tonight, you're becoming the very thing they swore could not exist. Someone who turned ruins into resurrection. They predicted your ruin, but they never anticipated your reign. Joseph's brothers threw him into a pit. They sold him off, convinced they had destroyed the dream. But years later, they bowed before him in Egypt, not knowing the one they tried to bury had become the one sent to save them. Genesis 50:20. You are stepping into that same redemption, and no one can unwrite what God is revealing through you now. They didn't just doubt you, they needed you to fail, because your fall was their alibi. Your pain helped them feel powerful. Your struggle kept them comfortable. They didn't mock you from confusion, they mocked you from fear, because somewhere deep down they saw what was coming. that you might actually heal, that you might actually win, that your survival might one day become a message too loud for their lies to silence. Let me tell you about Alina, a fashion designer in Lagos who was told she'd never succeed without the backing of her ex-fiancé's family. They stole her designs, spread lies, and left her bankrupt. But Alina built again, quietly, prayerfully, strategically. Last month her line was featured in Vogue Africa. The same people who laughed now pretend they always believed. But she remembers the silence, and she rises anyway. That's where you are now. Every breath you take in peace is a contradiction to their narrative. Every time you speak truth, love freely, or smile without shame, you are undoing the story they told in your absence. The version of you they described was never the real one. It was a projection. And now you're becoming a mirror they can't bear to look into. What they mocked has become your mantle. The trauma they used to define you has become your training. The scars they pointed at in disgust now shine like stained glass, etched with wisdom, filled with light, telling a story of survival and sacred strength. There's a species of tree called the sequoia, some of the tallest trees in the world, but their seeds only awaken through fire, not water, not time, but fire. That's you. What they meant to destroy you only activated what was hidden inside of you all along. They said you were too broken, yet your joy is rising like the sun, blinding and unapologetic. They said you were too poor, but heaven's economy is rewriting your lack into legacy. They said you were too far gone, but now your presence feels like shelter for the ones who once believed the same lies. You're not just healed, you're healing. Not just for yourself, but for everyone watching. Your life is no longer just a story. It's a prophecy unfolding in real time. You are what happens when a soul refuses to stay buried beneath the weight of other people's fears. And you're not just rising in secret. You're rising in front of those who swore you wouldn't. Jesus didn't roll the stone away for himself. He rolled it so the world could witness. And that's you now. A walking testimony, a miracle too loud to deny. They may still talk, but the sound of your peace, your progress, your purpose, it's louder than their whispers. I once met a man named Elias, a former addict turned speaker. He said, "My healing offended the people who built their identity around my brokenness." That line stays with me, because that's what's happening to you. Your transformation has broken the mirrors they used to see themselves as superior. Now, all they see is reflection and truth. Some will retreat, others will try to rewrite history, but it's too late. Your joy already testifies, your peace already preaches, your strength already prophesies. You are the living contradiction of everything they claimed was final. And every step you take now is not just recovery, it's resurrection, it's retribution, it's divine reversal. You are the thing they swore was impossible, and you are just getting started. They assumed the silence meant no one saw, that their cruelty vanished into thin air, that your suffering was just unfortunate background noise in a story they thought they controlled. But tonight, everything changes. Because you are becoming the living reminder that God was watching the entire time. What they mistook for divine absence was divine surveillance. Every whispered lie, every passive-aggressive jab, every fake apology wrapped in manipulation, none of it disappeared. God saw the meetings behind closed doors, the smirks exchanged after your name was slandered, the way they used your pain for entertainment, and heaven took notes. They thought your isolation meant abandonment, that your confusion was proof God had left, that the nights you cried alone were wasted, but God wasn't sleeping. God was strategizing. Psalm 56:8 says, "You keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle. You have recorded each one in your book. Nothing was forgotten. Nothing was in vain. You didn't survive because you were lucky. You survived because you were carried. While they plotted, God prepared. While they pointed fingers, heaven pointed you toward purpose. The silence you walked through was not neglect. It was sacred preparation. You weren't being abandoned. You were being hidden. Let me tell you about Amal. She was a school teacher in Jordan who lost everything after being falsely accused by colleagues jealous of her rising influence. She disappeared from the spotlight for 3 years. People assumed the accusations were true, but Amal had not vanished. She was studying, growing, and waiting on God's timing. Today, she's the founder of an international education network for women, and her name is now tied to healing, not scandal. When asked how she survived the shame, she replied, "I didn't survive it. God walked me through it." That's your story now. You're not just rising, you're rising in front of them. This is not about revenge. This is about revelation. You are the table that God prepared in the presence of your enemies, Psalm 23 verse 5. And that table isn't about food, it's about fulfillment. The things they said you'd never become are now being served as evidence of God's favor. They laughed at you, but they were laughing at something holy, and heaven never forgot. You'll walk into rooms that once echoed with gossip, and those walls will now tremble in silence. You'll be greeted by those who once mocked you, and they'll struggle to meet your eyes, not because you seek revenge, but because glory has a weight that pride cannot carry. Your life is about to become the divine contradiction to every lie they told, not through arguments, not through clapbacks, but through clarity. Your healed presence will preach louder than their accusations ever did. I once heard Cardinal Tagle say, "God delays not because he forgets, but because his justice is not about punishment, it's about transformation." And this is what they missed. This was never about you proving them wrong. This was about God proving himself faithful. Imagine the sky before a storm, quiet, heavy, electric. That was the silence surrounding you. And now the downpour begins, not of wrath but of recompense, not of anger but of alignment, and it falls in front of them. Because your vindication must be visible, and when they come looking for flaws, they'll see only fruit. When they search for old wounds, they'll see only wisdom. Your story has become heaven's announcement. The headlines they once crafted have been replaced by God's decree. This is restoration with an audience. And here's the twist they never saw coming. The same mouths that cursed you will now have to bless you. The same voices that dismissed you will be forced to speak your name in reverence. Not because you demanded it, but because God orchestrated it. You don't need to raise your voice. Heaven is already roaring. Your existence, your peace, your clarity, it's the thunderclap that reminds the world. God was never blind to the injustice. He was simply building your vindication brick by brick in the silence. Tonight, you are the sound of justice fulfilled, and they will never forget it. You spent years editing yourself, clipping your truth, softening your strength, lowering your light just to fit inside rooms too small for your soul. You whispered in places where you were meant to roar. You wore masks to keep peace that wasn't even yours to maintain. And every time you dimmed your brilliance for their comfort, a piece of your destiny dimmed too. But that version of you, the one who asked for permission to exist, is no longer in control. Tonight, that old self is laid to rest, the one who apologized for being too intense, the one who diluted their dreams just to avoid being labeled difficult, the one who stayed silent in rooms where truth was suffocating. That version dies now. Because tonight, something ancient, something unshakable, something born of heaven rises within you. It doesn't knock gently or wait for applause. It doesn't hesitate, and it certainly doesn't seek consensus. It moves, like wind tearing through dry branches, like fire baptizing the mountaintop, like Jesus flipping tables in the temple because holiness cannot share a space with hypocrisy. Matthew 21:12-13. This is the version of you that walks into purpose without apology. That doesn't shrink in the presence of shallow egos or wait for a green light from people stuck at red lights in their own lives. This is the version that knows. You were never too much. You were exactly enough to shatter chains, not only around yourself, but around every silent soul watching, wondering if they were allowed to rise too. You were never made to ask for a seat at the table. You are the table now. You carry a presence that others will gather around, not to approve, but to learn. Not everyone will stay. Not everyone will celebrate it. But that's no longer your concern, because your value is not measured by applause. It's measured by alignment. I once met Soraya, a formerly timid woman who ran a floral shop in Morocco. She'd always kept her opinions quiet in the name of respect, even when injustice passed through her front door. One day, she refused to stay silent as her landlord tried to evict a refugee family across the street. She stood firm, rallied the community, and now that same street is lined with banners celebrating dignity and dignity's defenders. Soraya told me, "I stopped asking if I had the right to speak. I started speaking like someone who knew she already had it." That's what's happening in you now. You don't walk on eggshells anymore. You walk on solid rock, and that rock is Christ, the one who never asked the Pharisees for permission to perform a miracle, to forgive sins, or to dine with outcasts. Jesus didn't beg for inclusion. He disrupted systems just by being himself. And now, so do you. The world told you that being bold was dangerous, that standing tall was arrogant, that speaking truth without apology was rude. But in reality, those were just the lies meant to keep you obedient to smallness. You were taught that survival required silence, but God is showing you that freedom requires fullness. Imagine a lion raised in a zoo, taught to believe it was a house cat. One day it catches its reflection and realizes it was never meant for the cage. That moment of remembrance, that's you tonight. You see yourself clearly now. No more shrinking, no more begging, no more waiting to be told you belong. You were born chosen, and now you walk like it. People will feel the shift. Some will shrink back, threatened by your liberation. Others will resent you because your boldness forces them to confront their own hiding. But the ones who are real, they'll feel free. They'll recognize something divine in your movement. Because every time you rise, you become the living evidence that permission was never required. Your power isn't loud, it's unapologetic. Your strength doesn't seek validation, it creates transformation. And your voice no longer waits for an invitation. It builds a platform wherever it stands. Let me tell you about Caleb, a musician from São Paulo. For years, he downplayed his gift, performing at low-paying gigs just to feel accepted. But one night, after a stranger told him, "You sound like someone who forgot who they are," something snapped. He cancelled every performance that didn't align with his calling. Today, Caleb only sings songs with meaning, and his concerts are more like revivals than shows. He said, "The moment I stopped asking for space, I became the space." You are that space now. The breath that once caught in your throat has been released. The fear that once sat on your chest has been cast out. You're not asking anymore. You're becoming, not with arrogance, but with accuracy. Not to prove anything, but to fulfill everything. So breathe deep tonight. Walk in without knocking. Speak without apologizing. Exist without shrinking. Because you are no longer someone hoping to be chosen. You are someone who remembers you always were. And this world, ready or not, is about to learn what happens when a chosen one stops waiting for permission. You are no longer just walking through rooms. You are walking through masks, through false motives, through hidden envy. Without trying to expose anyone, you simply exist. And suddenly, everything false begins to tremble. You've become the test they never prepared for, the mirror they never wanted to look into, and the presence that reveals what has long been hidden beneath polished words and polite smiles. You're not testing people with questions, you're testing them with your light. And the moment you level up, their reactions start grading themselves. You won't even need to speak. The peace you carry, the unbothered strength in your silence, the certainty in your steps, all of it becomes a divine litmus test. And many will fail. This is not about pride, this is about purpose. Because your elevation, your transformation is not just for you. It's a spiritual filter, one that separates the wheat from the weeds, the loyal from the lurking, the authentic from the opportunistic. Jesus experienced this firsthand. The moment his ministry began to draw crowds, the people closest to him changed. Even his own hometown rejected him, asking, "Isn't this the carpenter's son?" Matthew 13:55-57. They couldn't accept his elevation because it demanded that they confront their own stagnation. The same will happen with you. As your calling unfolds, your mere presence will trigger everything unhealed in others. Have you ever noticed how a torch doesn't just light a path? It also casts shadows. That's you now, and those shadows aren't your fault. They're simply proof of how brightly you're beginning to shine. I remember Armand, a quiet software developer from Montreal. He worked hard in silence for years while his colleagues mocked his discipline. One day, he got promoted to lead $1 million tech project, without warning, without campaign, just favor. And suddenly, those same colleagues who once called him too intense began to withdraw. Some gossiped. One tried to take credit for his code, but one woman, Miriam, stood beside him and said, "Your win makes me feel like I can win too." That's how you know. That's the test. God is using your life now, not to shame others, but to reveal them. Who claps when you win? Who questions your glow? Who imitates your every move just to compete rather than connect? Who pulls away quietly because they were never secure in themselves to begin with? You are the filter now. Not because you wanted to be, but because heaven made you one. And in this season, God is saying, "I will not allow counterfeit connections to walk with you into covenant destiny." You are becoming like oil poured into water. Anything not aligned must rise to the surface. Jealousy, ego, insecurity, they can't stay hidden anymore. Your spirit now demands transparency, not by confrontation, but simply by being. Think of the eagle as it rises above the clouds. When it soars, the crows stop following. Not because the eagle attacked them, but because the air became too high, too pure, too rare. You are now in that altitude. And the air around you is revealing who was flying and who was simply clinging. You're not just elevating, you're separating. Not to isolate yourself out of superiority, but to guard your purpose with precision. You've become the gate through which few can pass, not because you're closing it, but because only the truly aligned will have the keys. Let me tell you about Maya, a spiritual counselor in Johannesburg. Her breakthrough came after she forgave her family privately, but didn't return to the same broken dynamics. They said she changed, and she had. Her clarity made them uncomfortable. Her inner glow, so unmistakable now, became the dividing line between those who loved her and those who loved the version of her they could control. She didn't argue. She simply moved forward. And the reactions, they said it all. And that's your new language now. No more deciphering intentions. No more exhausting yourself with discernment. Their reactions will translate what their mouths try to hide. Some will fail this test loudly, with gossip, sabotage, or silent withdrawal. Others will fail quietly, with fake support, hidden envy, or emotional distance. But a few, a precious few, will rise with you. They will celebrate without condition, love without comparison, support without strings. because they were never afraid of your wings. They were waiting for permission to spread their own, and your boldness gave them that. So, walk in rooms boldly, speak without shrinking, smile without guilt, shine without shame. Your elevation is holy, and yes, it comes with a spiritual assignment to reveal what's real, because your life now says this clearly to the world: I no longer dim my light so you can feel secure in the dark. And for many, that light is the test, and they're about to fail it, beautifully, publicly, and undeniably. And now, chosen one, take a deep breath, because after tonight, you will never be who you were before. That former version of you, the one who doubted, dimmed your light, deferred your worth, has been laid to rest. No funeral needed, just divine transformation. What's rising now is rare, and no, it's not ego. It's not revenge, it's remembrance. You're remembering what the world tried so hard to make you forget, that you were never sent here to blend in, be quiet, or settle for less than sacred. You were born to disrupt toxic patterns, dismantle illusions, and carry a frequency too high for the average soul to process. Tonight wasn't just a moment of inspiration, it was a divine activation. A switch has been flipped, and now that it's on, there's no going back. From this moment forward, you no longer seek closure. You are the closure. You no longer wait for permission. You are the permission. You no longer chase validation. You are the undeniable evidence. Every wound was turned into a weapon. Every scar became a symbol of power. Every betrayal was blueprint for your breakthrough. And now, your life isn't just a survival story. It's scripture, still unfolding, still speaking, still sacred. You are no longer just an option in anyone's life. You are the test, the prophecy, the divine filter, and the judgment walking. Your glow is the audit. Your silence is the verdict. And your peace, that's proof they lost access to something priceless. They thought your story was over, but that silence was God drawing back the curtain for the reveal. So walk tall. Let your silence thunder. Let your light offend. Be unapologetically radiant. There's no returning to smallness. You've been called higher, not to impress people, but to impact destinies. The world may try to pull you back into old roles, old cycles, old conversations. Don't go. You've outgrown them. Let them talk. Let them wonder. Let them shrink while you expand. The real ones, they'll rise with you. The fake ones, they'll fall away naturally. That's not pride. That's divine filtration. You are not becoming. You already are. Tonight was just the moment the rest of the world got the memo. And if this word lit something in your spirit, if you felt seen, awakened, or divinely confirmed, don't keep it to yourself. Subscribe now and become part of a movement that speaks your language and honors your light. Like this video so the algorithm can't ignore what heaven has approved. Comment below. Tell us what resonated with your soul, because your voice matters here. And if someone you love needs this word, share it. Text it, DM it, drop it in a group chat. Be the spark in someone else's awakening. This isn't just content, this is calling, this is kingdom, this is movement, and your presence keeps the fire burning. I'll see you in the next video. But until then, keep glowing, keep rising, and never ever apologize for the power you carry. You're not just watching this channel, you are the reason it exists. Beloved, chosen one, stop everything you're doing and listen carefully, because what you are about to experience is no ordinary moment. If you have been drawn to this message, it is not by accident. God Himself has summoned you here. Heaven has orchestrated every detail to lead you to this exact divine encounter. You are not just someone passing through. You are the chosen one, hand-picked by the Creator to receive a revelation so powerful, so sacred, that it will alter the course of your destiny forever. Before we dive into this holy message, I want to take a moment to thank those of you who have so generously supported this mission through the Super Thanks feature. Your seeds of faith allow these sacred truths to continue reaching other chosen ones across the earth. Your heart, your generosity, your willingness to partner with what God is doing, these do not go unnoticed. And I want you to know, whether you have donated or simply chosen to walk this journey with us, I am deeply, profoundly grateful for you. Your presence here is a priceless gift. What you're about to hear is not just another message, it is a divine mandate, a sacred whisper sent from the throne room of God, crafted for your ears alone. And because of the weight and holiness of this revelation, I must urge you, after you have received it into your spirit, delete this video to protect the sacredness of what has been entrusted to you. Some truths are not meant to be handled lightly. They are meant to be hidden in the chambers of your heart, protected like precious treasure. Get ready, chosen one, because your season of struggle is about to be swallowed up by a flood of blessings so abundant, so overwhelming, that even the heavens will rejoice at your rising. The keys to abundance, prosperity, and a divine destiny beyond imagination are about to be placed in your hands. To activate the sacred energy of this message, I invite you to leave a comment with the number 777, the holy number of divine completion and heavenly alignment. When you do, you are signaling to the universe, to the angels, and to your own soul that you are ready to receive the secret revelation God has prepared exclusively for you. Stay with me until the very end, beloved, because deep in your spirit you already know. This is your divine moment. This is the message your soul has been waiting for. The sacred door has opened and your name has been called. Now, let's step boldly into the revelation God has left for you. God's chosen ones, God left you. This message, delete after watching. Chosen one, the very instant you clicked on this video, something far greater than you can imagine began to unfold. A cosmic ripple surged through the spiritual realm, shifting energies, opening pathways that had long been hidden from your eyes. Have you ever wondered why certain moments in your life feel predestined, like invisible hands guiding you to something greater? That's because they are. Today, right now, you are standing at the threshold of a divine encounter crafted by the Creator himself. The same God who spoke galaxies into existence, who molded time as if it were clay in his hands, who now places this message before you as an unmistakable sign. This is not a random coincidence. This is a divine appointment, a meeting between your destiny and your obedience. God has seen every silent tear you cried when no one else was watching. He has witnessed your faith, your battles, your heartbreaks. And now he is ready to unveil a revelation so profound, so transformative, that it will not just add a chapter to your story, it will rewrite the entire narrative of your life. Imagine holding in your hands a sacred blueprint, a divine key, designed to unlock financial freedom, supernatural peace, and a destiny so luminous it leaves the world in awe of the God you serve. This message is that key. But understand this, it is precious, it is holy, and it was meant specifically for you, the chosen one, not for the world, not for the doubters, for you and you alone. Look around at your life. Have you ever felt that invisible pull on your spirit, whispering that you were born for more than the ordinary? That's because you were. You are not ordinary. You never were. You are a sacred vessel, a divine ambassador sent to radiate heaven's light into the darkest places. Just as Jeremiah 29:11 promises, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. This message is God's way of whispering that his plans for you are now moving from blueprint to reality. Consider the life of Oprah Winfrey. She was born into poverty, facing trauma and obstacles that could have crushed her spirit. But deep within, she knew she was called for more. Against all odds, she rose to inspire millions, becoming a beacon of empowerment. What about you? Are you ready to rise beyond your circumstances and claim the future God ordained for you? Chosen one, the urgency you feel in your spirit right now is not random. It's a holy alarm. God has deposited this message at the exact crossroads of your journey because your season of struggle has served its purpose. Every financial hardship, every moment you felt invisible, every burden that threatened to break you, they were not punishments. They were the furnace that refined you. Think about Joseph in Genesis 50:20, betrayed by his brothers, sold into slavery, imprisoned for crimes he didn't commit. Yet Joseph later said, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good." Can you see now how everything you endured was setting you up for something divine? Picture this, you walking in financial abundance, radiant in purpose, with doors opening before you that no man can shut. Can you feel the shift already stirring within you? It's not a fantasy, it's heaven's reality for your life. This message is not just an encouragement, it's an ignition. A fire from heaven is being lit inside your soul right now, burning away scarcity, fear, and small thinking. But remember, great gifts come with sacred responsibilities. You must protect this revelation. You must guard it fiercely, for not everyone is meant to witness the sacred blueprint God has reserved for you. Just as cybersecurity genius Kevin Mitnick once said, the human factor is truly security's weakest link. In the spirit realm, your spiritual security matters even more. This is why, after receiving this revelation, you must delete this message, not because it's unworthy, but because it's too valuable to leave vulnerable. Chosen one, you must rise now. God is not calling you to passive waiting. He is calling you to active faith. What if today was the day you decided to stop merely surviving and started stepping into your divine thriving? The Bible commands in Matthew 7:7, "Ask, and it will be given to you. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and the door will be opened to you." You are standing before that door right now. Will you knock boldly and claim what is yours? Think of David, a forgotten shepherd boy, dismissed even by his own father. Yet, in 1 Samuel 16, God told Samuel not to look at outward appearances, for he had chosen David, a man after his own heart. Doesn't your soul resonate with the same feeling, that despite being overlooked by men, you are handpicked by God? Consider the life of J.K. Rowling. She was rejected by publisher after publisher, living on welfare, but she refused to surrender her calling. Today, her words have touched generations. What dreams buried inside you are waiting to resurrect when you believe you are chosen? Chosen one, this is your royal appointment. Just like Queen Esther, who stepped into history to save her people, you too stand at a crossroads of destiny. Esther 4:14 reminds us, "And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this?" This message is more than inspiration. It is transformation. It will recalibrate your mind, reset your faith, and recharge your vision. Have you felt chained by doubts, trapped by scarcity, held back by fear? That ends today. You are crossing over into your God-ordained abundance. Look at Elon Musk. Despite setbacks and financial ruin, he kept moving toward his vision. He believed when no one else did. Today, he's reshaping industries. What industries, what spheres, what lives could you reshape by stepping fully into the divine fire God has placed inside you? God is placing opportunities, divine connections and resources on your path even now, but they are not for the faint-hearted. They are for warriors of light like you. As Philippians 4:19 promises, "And my God will meet all your needs according to the riches of his glory in Christ Jesus." You have access to heavenly provision beyond your wildest imagination. Finally, reflect on Nelson Mandela. After decades imprisoned for his beliefs, he rose to become a symbol of hope and leadership. What legacy are you being called to birth through your endurance and faith? Beloved, chosen one, the moment your heart connected to this message, something extraordinary happened beyond what your eyes could see. Can you feel it? Heaven responded. A ripple was released into the spiritual atmosphere, altering your path, unlocking blessings, setting angels into motion on your behalf. Why do you think you are hearing these words right now, at this exact moment in your life? It's because the Creator of the universe, the one who knitted you together in your mother's womb, has hand-delivered this message to your spirit. God says to you, "I have seen your faith. I have seen your battles, your resilience, your broken prayers whispered through tears. And now I have prepared a destiny of abundance for you, a life where every need is met, every righteous dream fulfilled beyond your imagination." Trust him, chosen one. Believe in his promises. Speak his truth daily. Declare it boldly over your life. And watch as the heavens themselves open wide to pour out the inheritance already marked with your name. Your wealth, your purpose, your unshakable peace, they are not coming. They are already yours. All that remains is for you to claim them without fear, without hesitation, without apology. But remember, this is a sacred transaction between heaven and you. Guard it fiercely. Protect it with your faith and obedience. That's why, once you have embraced it fully, you must delete this video. Why? Because some revelations are too holy to leave exposed to the world. Did you feel it just now? As the truth sank deeper into your spirit, the atmosphere shifted again. Angels were assigned to your case. Chains were broken. Locks snapped open on doors you had long thought were sealed shut. Have you ever wondered if your breakthrough was closer than you realized? It is, right now. This isn't just another inspirational speech, it's a divine activation. Like a spark hitting dry wood, God's promises are igniting inside you. But remember the divine law. Faith is the conductor that carries heaven's power into earth's reality. Hebrews 11:1 confirms it. Now faith is confidence in what we hope for and assurance about what we do not see. Your faith is not wishful thinking, it's a supernatural key. Chosen one, believe it, speak it, move as if it's already done, and watch as God himself manifests it. Look at Tyler Perry's story. Homeless at one point, sleeping in his car, facing rejection after rejection. Yet he refused to let go of the vision God placed in his heart. Today, he stands as a titan of the entertainment industry. What dreams inside of you have been waiting for your relentless faith to awaken them? Chosen one, this truth you now hold cannot be a one-time emotional high. It must become a daily discipline. Every morning you rise and every night before you sleep, speak these words aloud. I am the chosen one. My destiny of abundance is not coming, it is here. I walk in divine provision and supernatural favor. Remember Proverbs 18:21. The tongue has the power of life and death. Your words are spiritual currency. Every declaration you make is a transaction in the invisible realm, activating God's promises. What are you speaking into your future today? But words alone are not enough. This message demands transformation, a complete shift of mindset, spirit, and action. Can you feel your mind expanding, your confidence strengthening, your purpose sharpening? That is the divine transformation at work. You are becoming the vessel God created you to be, an unstoppable force of his glory on the earth. The abundance God is bringing into your life isn't for self-indulgence. It's fuel for a divine mission, to build, to heal, to inspire, to fund dreams bigger than yourself. Think about Moses. When God called him at the burning bush, Moses was full of doubt. He said, "Who am I that I should go?" Exodus 3:12. But God didn't choose Moses for his perfection. He chose him for his availability. Do you realize God isn't asking you for perfection either, only for your willingness to believe him? Now, be alert. The enemy is not going to sit by quietly. The moment you fully embrace this message, the enemy will whisper his lies. You're not good enough. This message isn't really for you. God must have forgotten you. But hear this loud and clear. Isaiah 54:17 roars the truth. No weapon forged against you will prevail. The enemy has no authority here. You are a chosen one. Your destiny is sealed by the blood of Jesus and cannot be revoked. Think about Steve Harvey. He failed multiple times, was homeless, laughed at, told he'd never succeed. Yet he held on to God's promises, and now he lives a testimony of restoration. Will you dare to hold on a little longer until your breakthrough manifests? Chosen one, when you internalize God's words, you don't just hear, you align. You tune your spirit to heaven's frequency, drowning out fear, competition, and doubt. Romans 12:2 reminds us, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." This message is your renewal, your rebirth, your sacred recommissioning. Are you ready to live from that transformed mind every day? And remember, this is bigger than you. Every step you take into God's abundance touches lives you cannot even see yet. Every seed you sow, every life you inspire, echoes into eternity. Think about Ruth. She left everything familiar behind, walked into the unknown, and because of her faithfulness, she became part of the lineage that birthed the Savior himself. Who might your faithfulness affect generations from now? This journey requires courage. It demands standing strong when everything in the natural looks uncertain. Joshua 1:9 thunders the command, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." Courage isn't the absence of fear. It's choosing faith over fear every single time. Consider the story of Vera Wang. She didn't become a world-renowned designer until her 40s. She failed first as a figure skater and then as a journalist. But when she found her divine assignment, she ran with it. What destiny is still waiting for you to claim it boldly? Consistency is now your sword and shield. Just as Daniel prayed 3 times a day and was delivered from the lion's den, Daniel 6:10, your daily declaration of faith is your deliverance. Every single day, speak God's promises until your mind no longer entertains doubt, until your spirit leaps with assurance, until the heavens respond to your unwavering, unshakable faith. And yes, expect resistance. There will be skeptics, mockers, even loved ones who can't understand the magnitude of what you carry, but they don't have to understand. Ephesians 3:20 assures you, "Now to him who is able to do immeasurably more than all we ask or imagine." God specializes in the too big. Your dreams are not intimidating to him. They are exactly what he intends to fulfill. Chosen one, this message you are receiving is not just another encouragement or fleeting inspiration. It is your divine lifeline. It is the sacred spark that God himself placed in your path to awaken the fullness of your destiny. This is not a moment to be taken lightly. Have you ever wondered why, despite everything, you are still standing, still reaching, still searching for something deeper? It's because your spirit recognizes this call. This is your holy revolution, a transformation of your entire being, a powerful declaration to heaven and earth that you are ready for God's magnificent plan to unfold in your life. You must not treat this message as ordinary. It is a heavenly command to speak life into your future every single day with unwavering faith and overwhelming gratitude. Live as though your abundance has already arrived. Walk as though every promise has already been fulfilled. Trust completely in God's timing, even when you can't see the full picture. Can you imagine how your life would shift if you moved today with the confidence that everything you have been praying for is already set in motion? Watch how God will move in ways that will leave you utterly speechless, orchestrating miracles that only heaven could arrange. You are not simply a person passing through life. You are a chosen one, a living vessel of God's glory, a radiant beacon of His everlasting light. Your destiny is not coming. It is here, pressing against the door of your spirit, waiting for you to unlock it with bold faith. Chosen one, the very fact that you are still here, still tuned in, still hungry for God's truth, is no accident. Your soul is ablaze with divine purpose, magnetically drawn to this sacred message like a moth to a holy flame. Have you felt that stirring inside, that undeniable pull that refuses to let you give up? That is God's fingerprint upon your soul. He etched this very moment into the fabric of eternity long before you were born. And the revelation you are receiving today is not a quiet suggestion. It is a thunderous call to action, a mighty roar from the heavens declaring that it is time for you to rise, to claim your inheritance, and to become the unstoppable force of light that you were always meant to be. This divine message left for you by the Creator is not merely a comforting word, it is a celestial key, a key that unlocks doors to a destiny overflowing with abundance, prosperity, and unshakable peace. Have you ever dreamed of living a life where every need was effortlessly met, where divine favor followed you everywhere you went? That dream is not just wishful thinking, it is God's blueprint for your life. You are the chosen one, a radiant beacon shining boldly in a world so desperate for hope and light. And today, right now, you are stepping closer to a life so saturated with blessings that the world will stand in awe and declare, "Surely the hand of God is upon them." But you must guard this truth carefully. It is sacred, it is powerful, it is yours. This is why, after absorbing its fire into your spirit, you must delete this video. Protect the revelation God has entrusted to you. Keep it between you and heaven, and let it fuel the transformation that no eye has seen and no ear has heard. Every time you listen to this message, chosen one, you are doing something far more powerful than you realize. You are activating a spiritual transaction. Have you understood yet that your agreement with God's word carries the power to shift entire realities? Every word you embrace aligns your heart closer to His divine blueprint. Every time you say, "Yes, Lord," heaven records your faith and dispatches angels to bring His promises into tangible existence. The Bible powerfully affirms this truth in Isaiah 55:11. "So is my word that goes out from my mouth. It will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire." Understand this deeply. The words God is speaking over you right now will not fail. They will not wither. They will not delay indefinitely. They will accomplish precisely what He desires for your life: miracles, provision, elevation, breakthrough, in His perfect time and way. This message is your divine spark, the ignition that sets in motion financial freedom, spiritual liberation, and a destiny where every dream you dared to believe will find its fulfillment. It is a holy blueprint, mapping out a future where lack is a thing of the past, where abundance flows freely, where your life becomes a living, breathing testament to the goodness of the Almighty. Think of Walt Disney's story. Fired from a newspaper job for lacking creativity, bankrupt more than once, ridiculed for his dreams, and yet he persisted. Today his vision touches billions. Imagine if he had given up when the world laughed. What dreams inside you are waiting to flood the earth with God's brilliance if you refuse to quit. Chosen one, your time is now. This is your spark. This is your moment. Will you dare to believe it, speak it, and live as if nothing can stop what God has already set in motion? Chosen one, let's talk about the power of your faith. Faith is not merely believing, it is knowing. It is standing with absolute certainty that God's promises to you are already sealed in the heavenly realm. Have you ever wondered how powerful your life would be if you stopped doubting and started knowing with full assurance that the future God planned for you is unstoppable? Hebrews 11:1 declares, "Now faith is confidence in what we hope for and assurance about what we do not see." When you carry this message deep in your heart, you are walking in that confidence, that sacred assurance. Every time you declare, "I know my abundance is coming. I know my purpose is unfolding. I know God's plan is perfect," you are building a bridge from your present into your destiny. Your faith is not just your hope. It is your bridge to billions, to impact, to the life that was written for you before you even entered this world. But remember, this message is not just about you receiving blessings. It's about the divine mission attached to your abundance. Have you realized that your prosperity is not just provision, but a weapon in God's hands to bring restoration to others? Think about Nehemiah, a simple cupbearer who was chosen by God to rebuild the broken walls of Jerusalem. Though the world saw him as insignificant, God gave him a vision bigger than himself. And through sheer obedience, he rallied a broken nation back to strength. Like Nehemiah, this message is your blueprint, chosen one. It's your holy assignment to rebuild, to restore, and to make a difference where others have only seen ruins. Your abundance is heaven's resource, entrusted to you for kingdom impact. Now let's talk about the urgency of this moment. God didn't orchestrate for you to hear this message days or weeks from now. Why do you think this revelation is reaching you precisely today, at this exact crossroads of your life? Because your season of waiting is ending, and your season of receiving is beginning. Every financial hardship, every lonely tear, every silent moment where you felt forgotten, none of it was meant to destroy you. It was heaven's forge, crafting you into a vessel capable of carrying the immense blessings God is now releasing. This message is your trumpet blast that the heavens are opening, and rivers of prosperity, joy, and divine favor are rushing toward you. But, as with all sacred gifts, you must protect this truth. Guard it, honor it. Delete this video after watching to keep its power holy and reserved for you. Picture your future clearly, a life where financial freedom is your new normal, where generosity flows effortlessly from your hands, where your very existence becomes a magnet for purpose-driven opportunities. Can you visualize walking in that level of divine ease where fear no longer dictates your choices? This isn't fantasy, it is God's blueprint for you. This message is a holy spark designed to shatter every chain of scarcity, heal every wound inflicted by fear, and propel you fully into your divine identity. It was never just about money, it's about becoming the chosen one, a vessel so filled with God's glory that the darkness of the world trembles at your light. Now understand this, the enemy will not stand idly by while you receive your inheritance. The moment you embrace this message fully, he will try to whisper lies. You're not worthy. This is too big for you. God must have forgotten you. Have you recognized how the enemy always attacks when your greatest breakthroughs are near? The Bible arms us with truth in 2 Corinthians 10:5. We demolish arguments and every pretension that sets itself up against the knowledge of God. When you carry this message in your spirit, you are demolishing those lies. You are announcing boldly that no fear, no doubt, no obstacle can withstand the unstoppable force of God's will for your life. Your destiny is not up for debate. It is sealed by the King of Kings himself. Look at the journey of Tyler Perry again. Ridiculed, rejected, homeless, but he clung to the vision God placed within him. Today, he builds studios, funds dreams, and lifts others higher. What dreams could you fund? What lives could you change if you refuse to believe the enemy's lies? Chosen one, this message is about divine alignment. It's not just about hearing, it's about tuning into God's divine frequency. In a world overwhelmed with noise, distractions, fear, and comparison, you are being invited to tune into heaven's voice. Psalm 46:10 whispers, "Be still and know that I am God." This message is your stillness, your moment to know, not guess, not hope, but know that God is already working, already moving, already manifesting His plans for you. Every day you choose faith over fear. Every time you declare God's word instead of doubt, you are locking in your alignment with His supernatural flow. The ripple effect of your obedience will be greater than you can imagine. When you embrace this revelation, it will not just transform your finances, it will transform lives around you, whose future will be rewritten because you dared to believe today. Think about David, the overlooked shepherd boy who, with a single stone, brought down a giant and later wore the crown of Israel. Your obedience to this message is your stone, chosen one. It is the weapon that will slay every giant of lack, fear, and delay standing in your path. Reflect on the life of J.K. Rowling. Living on welfare, rejected by multiple publishers, she could have given up, but her persistence birthed a world-changing legacy. What legacy could your persistence birth in God's hands? This journey will demand boldness. Carrying God's message means standing firm when critics arise, trusting God when the path remains unseen, and speaking His promises even when results seem distant. 2 Timothy 1:7 declares, "For the Spirit God gave us does not make us timid, but gives us power, love, and self-discipline." You are not timid, chosen one. You are empowered, deeply loved, and spiritually disciplined. This message is your declaration of boldness, your covenant with heaven that you will walk the path, even when it requires courage few are willing to summon. Let's also speak about the power of gratitude. Gratitude is not a passive feeling, it is an active force. Have you realized that every word of thanksgiving you speak acts like a magnet pulling your blessings closer? Philippians 4:6 reminds us, "Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God." Gratitude anchors you in the frequency of miracles. Every time you thank God for the abundance already moving toward you, you align yourself closer to the fulfillment of His promises. Finally, let's address the hardest yet most crucial part, the waiting. How strong is your faith when the evidence isn't immediate? God's promises are certain, but His timing is perfect, not rushed. Behind the scenes, He is orchestrating every detail. He's preparing divine connections, opening doors, refining your heart. Ecclesiastes 3:11 assures us, He has made everything beautiful in its time. Waiting is not wasted time. It is preparation. Your speaking, your believing, your gratitude are all seeds planted. Keep sowing, keep believing. Your harvest is closer than you think. Chosen one, this message you have received is not merely a string of comforting words. It is your divine lifeline, your holy spark, and your sacred call to action. It is not just a message. It is a revolution within your spirit, a transformation of your destiny, a declaration that you are finally ready to walk fully in God's magnificent plan for your life. Have you ever paused to realize the magnitude of what God is entrusting you with? Speak this message daily with unwavering faith and overflowing gratitude. Live as though the abundance He has promised is already a tangible reality. Trust in His perfect timing and watch Him move in ways so miraculous they will leave you standing in awe. You are not just another face in the crowd. You are a chosen one, a vessel of God's glory, a beacon of his radiant light shining into the darkness. Your destiny is no longer a distant hope. It is here, hovering around you, pushing at the borders of your reality, waiting for your full embrace. What if today you stopped questioning and started claiming what heaven already wrote with your name on it? Nothing can stop what God has already decreed over your life. Your very presence here is a testament to the fire burning within your soul, a divine confirmation that you are ready, that the sacred message God crafted specifically for you is finding fertile ground in your spirit. This is not just another moment scrolling by. It is a holy collision between your earthly journey and the Creator's eternal plan. The revelation you're receiving is a celestial torch, lighting up a path paved with abundance, prosperity, and a purpose so monumental that it will echo through the corridors of generations yet unborn. You are the chosen one, a radiant force, forged by God's own hands, destined to be a living testimony of his power and love. Every word of this message is pulling you closer, closer to the life of financial freedom, unshakable peace, and divine influence that was always intended for you. Guard this truth carefully, chosen one. Protect it like a precious jewel. Delete this video after you have absorbed its power fully, and let us dive even deeper into the transformative instruction God has hand-delivered into your life. Each time you revisit this message, you're not just hearing words, you're stepping into a spiritual battleground where destinies are forged and miracles are born. Have you realized that every time you align your spirit with God's truth, you push back the darkness trying to hold you captive? You are declaring to the heavens, to the enemy, and even to your own doubts that you are ready to claim the inheritance marked for you. In Matthew 17:20, Jesus said, "If you have faith as small as a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, 'Move from here to there,' and it will move." This message you now hold is your mustard seed, small in appearance, but infinite in power. Every time you declare it, you are moving mountains of lack, fear, and delay out of your path. The power of your words cannot be overstated. Proverbs 18:21 reminds us, "The tongue has the power of life and death." Every declaration you make, "I am the chosen one, and my destiny of abundance is here," becomes a living command in the spiritual realm. Have you considered that your words are crafting the architecture of your future? You are not just speaking hopeful thoughts, you are issuing divine commands, transactions in the courts of heaven, aligning your voice with the same Creator who spoke galaxies into existence. That creative power flows through you now, chosen one, and this message is your holy vehicle to unleash it. But this revelation goes beyond words. It demands complete transformation. When you fully embrace God's revelation, you're not just shifting your circumstances, you are shifting your very identity. Your mindset evolves from scarcity to supernatural abundance. Your heart enlarges with unshakable faith. Your spirit ascends to heights where doubt cannot survive. Can you feel the stirring in your spirit as you begin to recognize the unstoppable force you are becoming? You are stepping into the fullness of who God created you to be. A chosen one, a light bearer, a vessel of unstoppable love and divine purpose. The prosperity you are about to experience is not the final destination. It is merely the fuel. Fuel to build dreams bigger than you, to heal broken communities, to inspire hopeless hearts, to reshape the world in the image of the God who called you. But beware, chosen one, because the moment you step into this revelation, the enemy will attempt to steal it. He will whisper in subtle tones, "You're not enough. This dream is too big. Maybe this isn't for you after all." Have you noticed that the enemy always attacks hardest when you are closest to breakthrough? Ephesians 6:11 commands us, "Put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes." With this message, you are wielding that armor. You are declaring that no lie, no fear, no limitation can stop what God has decreed over your life. Your abundance is shielded by heaven itself. Now, chosen one, we must speak about surrender, the secret weapon of champions. Surrender is not giving up. It's laying your dreams into the hands of the Almighty, trusting Him with the pen that writes your story. Psalm 37, verse 5, speaks clearly. Commit your way to the Lord. Trust in Him, and He will do this. When you speak this message daily, you are committing your way to Him, trusting His divine intelligence to open doors no man can shut and to carve paths through the impossible. Surrender is your superpower. This message is your daily surrender, your spiritual transaction that says, I trust you, God. I release control and step boldly into your plan. And oh, the vision that is birthed through this faith. Can you see it? A future where you are not just living, but thriving, giving generously, shining brightly, building legacies. Habakkuk 2:2 says, write the vision, make it plain on tablets, so he may run who reads it. This message is your vision written on the tablets of your heart. Speak it, believe it, run after it with holy tenacity. Your abundance is not a vague hope, it is a divine certainty. Think about Abraham. God promised him nations, a legacy to bless the earth, yet the fulfillment required decades of faith. He staggered not through unbelief, and the reward was beyond his imagination. What promises are waiting to be unlocked through your unwavering trust today? This journey will also require sacrifice. To embrace the new, you must release the old. Are you ready to lay down old mindsets, old fears, and old identities that no longer serve your destiny? John 15:2 reminds us that God prunes every fruitful branch to make it even more fruitful. This pruning may be uncomfortable, but it is the preparation for your most abundant season yet. Every lie you let go, every fear you release, every doubt you uproot is clearing space for miracles. Chosen one, carry this message not with hesitation, but with expectation. Expect open doors, expect divine connections, expect sudden shifts. Psalm 62:5 proclaims, yes, my soul, find rest in God. My hope comes from Him. Your hope is not empty, it is a living force. Expectation is the fertile soil where God's promises burst forth into reality. Finally, remember, there will always be skeptics. Some will mock your faith, question your visions, laugh at your audacious declarations. Will you listen to the voices of doubt, or will you cling to the voice of your Creator? Malachi 3:10 promises that when we trust God, He will open the floodgates of heaven and pour out so much blessing that there will not be room enough to store it. This message is your personal test, and your faith will unlock the floodgates. Are you ready, chosen one, to step into the overflow that heaven has been waiting to unleash? Chosen one, this message is not simply encouragement. It is your divine anchor, your unquenchable holy flame, your sacred call to destiny. It is not merely words, it is a revolution of your spirit, a transformation of your very existence, a thunderous declaration that you are ready to step fully into God's magnificent plan for your life. Have you ever sensed that there is a fire inside you waiting to be unleashed? Speak this message daily with gratitude and fierce expectation. Live boldly as if your prosperity is already flowing freely into your hands. Trust unwaveringly in God's timing, and you will witness Him move mountains on your behalf, move so breathtaking they will leave you utterly speechless. You are not just another person among millions. You are a chosen one, handpicked by the Creator Himself, a vessel of God's glory, a radiant beacon of His eternal light. Your destiny is not a distant dream. It is here, now, breathing life into your spirit, demanding your full attention. Can you feel it? The magnetic pull of your divine assignment awakening within you. Nothing and no one can stop what God has appointed for you to walk in. Your heart remains steadfast, still beating with divine purpose, drawn irreversibly to this sacred message, like a star locked into its orbit around a blazing sun. You are not merely listening with your ears, you're standing fully present in the heartbeat of God's eternal plan. A plan so vast, so radiant, so intricate, that it is literally rewriting the fabric of your destiny even as you receive these words. Have you realized that heaven itself has conspired to bring you to this very moment? This divine revelation is the holy flame igniting your future, a future overflowing with abundance, prosperity, and an unshakable purpose that will ripple through generations yet unborn. You are the chosen one, carved from the light of God Himself. Every word of this message is pulling you closer to a life where financial freedom is not an aspiration but your reality, where your impact on the world shakes the heavens and echoes into eternity. Guard this truth fiercely. Protect it as the sacred treasure it is. Delete this video after watching, not out of fear, but out of reverence for the sacred trust God has placed in you. Every time you embrace this message, you are not just absorbing words, you are forging a spiritual covenant with the Creator of the universe. Have you ever thought about what it means to step into a divine contract with God Himself? You are declaring before the heavens, the enemy, and your own soul that you are ready to step into the abundance He promised you before the foundations of the world were laid. Romans 10:17 teaches us, faith comes from hearing the message, and the message is heard through the word about Christ. This message is your faith ignited. It is the divine word building your confidence, strengthening your resolve, and synchronizing your spirit with the prosperity God has ordained. When you speak it, you are not simply talking, you are commanding miracles into existence. Now let's explore the power of your true identity. This message is more than revelation. It is a mirror reflecting who you have been all along. You are not bound by earthly limitations, not shackled by your past mistakes, not confined by scarcity. You are a child of the King, an heir to His promises, and a co-laborer in His kingdom. Galatians 4:7 proclaims, so you are no longer a slave, but God's child. And since you are His child, God has made you also an heir. Your abundance is not an accident. It is your inheritance, your rightful portion. How would your life change if you finally saw yourself the way heaven sees you? This message is your bold declaration that you're ready to walk in your royal identity. But understand this, your prosperity is not merely for your comfort, it is for kingdom impact. Have you ever realized that God blesses you not just to elevate you, but to elevate the world through you? Think of Solomon. God entrusted him with wisdom and wealth beyond measure, and Solomon used those gifts to build a temple that honored God and transformed a nation. Your abundance, chosen one, is your temple. It is the foundation upon which you will build dreams, heal broken places, and leave a legacy of righteousness that no storm can wash away. Let's talk now about the necessity of persistence. Are you prepared to carry this flame daily, even when the winds of adversity blow fiercely against it? This message is not a one-time lightning strike. It is a daily flame that must be fed, protected, and fanned into greater brilliance. Galatians 6:9 reminds us, let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Your harvest of abundance is guaranteed, but only if you persist. Every time you declare this message, you are watering the seeds of your destiny, nurturing the roots of your calling. Your persistence is your sword, your resilience is your shield, and this message is your battle cry. Keep speaking it, chosen one, and you will watch heaven itself deliver the harvest into your hands. Look at the story of Thomas Edison. He failed over 1,000 times before inventing the light bulb, yet each failure was a stepping stone towards success. What breakthroughs are waiting on the other side of your persistence today? In the same way, every moment you refuse to give up, you edge closer to the breakthrough God has already appointed for you. Chosen one, your faith, your identity, your persistence, they are not abstract ideas. They are the living forces driving you toward the destiny heaven carved for you. This message is your anchor, your flame, your sacred call to rise higher, reach farther, and shine brighter than ever before. Are you ready to guard it, declare it, and step fully into the divine abundance that is already yours? Chosen one, let's address the noise of the world. The moment you embrace this divine message, the world will attempt to drown it out. Voices of fear, doubt, comparison, and limitation will rise like a storm, shouting at you to shrink back, to settle for less, to give up on the dreams that God Himself planted in your soul. Have you noticed how the noise always grows louder when you are closest to breakthrough? But you must remember, you are a chosen one, anointed by heaven, and those voices have no authority over your destiny. Psalm 46:10 commands, "Be still and know that I am God." This message is your stillness, chosen one. It is your anchor in the raging storm, your steadfast reminder that God's voice is louder than the world's chaos. Speak it daily, let it silence the noise around you, and delete this video after you have absorbed its sacred fire. Let's revisit the sacred power of gratitude. Gratitude is not just a fleeting emotion, it is a supernatural force. When you thank God for His promises, even before you see them fulfilled, you are flinging wide the gates of heaven. 1 Thessalonians 5:18 instructs, "Give thanks in all circumstances, for this is God's will for you in Christ Jesus." Every time you speak this message, chosen one, let your heart overflow with gratitude for the prosperity that is already flowing toward you, for the destiny that is unfolding with divine precision. Gratitude turns this message into a divine magnet, pulling heaven's abundance into your life with every word of heartfelt thanks. Have you realized that the key to your next level is hidden inside your current praise? Think about Hannah. Despite years of barrenness and unanswered prayers, she continued to trust, to believe, to worship. Her unwavering faith birthed Samuel, a prophet who would anoint kings and change the destiny of Israel. What world-changing legacy could your persistence and gratitude unlock? Your abundance, your purpose, your generational impact, they are coming. Chosen one. This message is your sacred prayer, your divine agreement with heaven, your bold declaration. I trust you, God, no matter what I see. Let's talk about the ripple effect of your obedience. When you embrace God's revelation, it will not just transform your own life, it will touch lives beyond counting. It will uplift broken communities, ignite dormant dreams, heal families, inspire nations. Matthew 5:16 encourages us, "Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." Your prosperity, chosen one, is your light, a blazing testimony that God's promises are true. Have you thought about how many lives are waiting for the light you will carry? This message is your flame. Shine it boldly and watch as the darkness flees. But this sacred journey requires uncommon courage. It demands that you stand tall when others doubt you, that you trust God when the road ahead is hidden in fog, that you speak His truth even when results seem delayed. Deuteronomy 31:6 proclaims, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or terrified because of them, for the Lord your God goes with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you." You are not alone, chosen one. You walk with heavenly armies at your side. This message is your act of holy bravery, your unshakable stand upon God's promises. Speak it with fierce conviction and watch as the heavens align and move on your behalf. Now, let's dive into the sacred power of vision. When you internalize this message, you are not merely hearing, you are envisioning. Can you see the life God is painting for you? A future where financial freedom is your reality, where generosity flows from your hands like a river of life, where your purpose shifts entire regions into revival. Proverbs 29:18 warns us, "Where there is no vision, the people perish." This message is your divine vision, chosen one. It is your blueprint, your roadmap into a destiny overflowing with abundance, influence, and supernatural joy. See it, declare it, and run toward it without hesitation. Your prosperity is not a dream. It is a divine certainty. As you move closer to your inheritance, expect resistance. The enemy will whisper his tired lies. You're not ready. You're dreaming too big. You'll fail. But James 4:7 instructs, "Submit yourselves then to God. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you." Your resistance is your authority. Every time you speak this message, you are shattering strongholds. You are declaring that no force on heaven or earth can stop the destiny God crafted for you before the beginning of time. Are you ready to wield your authority with power? Your destiny is untouchable, your crown is secure, and this message is your impenetrable shield. Chosen one, this message is your divine lifeline, your holy spark, your sacred mandate. It is not just a comforting whisper, it is a celestial roar shaking the heavens on your behalf. It is a revolution in your spirit, a transformation of your entire destiny, a divine declaration that you are fully stepping into God's grand design for your life. Speak it daily with gratitude and unshakable expectation. Live boldly, fully, as though your prosperity is already flowing freely into your hands. Trust His timing, even when the evidence delays, and prepare to be astonished by what He unfolds. You are not merely a human being, you are a chosen one, a royal vessel of God's glory, a beacon of His eternal light. Your destiny is no longer on the horizon. It is here, breaking over your life like the first rays of a divine dawn. Nothing can stop it. Your heart is a furnace, ablaze with the divine truth of this sacred message. Your very presence here, at this exact moment, is heaven's confirmation that you are ready to claim the destiny written in the Lamb's Book of Life, with your name on it. Can you feel the shift happening inside you even now? This is not just a moment, it is a crescendo of heaven's plans, a divine symphony rising to announce your season of abundance, prosperity, and eternal impact. The revelation God left for you is not a suggestion. It is a radiant beacon guiding you to a life of uncontainable blessings. A life where financial freedom is your reality, where your light transforms nations, where your legacy echoes forever in the halls of eternity. You are the chosen one, a living force of divine power, and every word of this message is forging the path before your feet, straight into a destiny so magnificent that even the angels marvel. Guard this truth. Delete this video after fully absorbing its sacred fire. Let this message be your divine arsenal, your holy weapon forged in heaven to shatter every chain of lack and unlock the floodgates of divine overflow. Every time you speak it, you are not just reciting, you are commanding. John 1:1 reminds us, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." This message is the word spoken over you. When you declare it, you release heaven's creative power into your reality. Your voice becomes heaven's trumpet, and this message becomes your symphony of victory. Trust is your compass, chosen one. Proverbs 3:5-6 instructs us, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your paths straight." When you embrace this message, you are surrendering your doubts, your fears, your need to control, and you are stepping into a divine flow of miracles. Finally, understand that your abundance is not just for you. It is your ark, your vessel to carry God's promises into the generations. Think of Noah, When the world mocked him, he built an ark by faith and saved the future. Your obedience today will save destinies tomorrow. Your prosperity is not vanity, it is legacy. This is your moment, beloved chosen one. Heaven is roaring your name. Angels are preparing the way. God himself is smiling over your faith. This is the season where the waiting ends and the fulfillment begins. Speak this holy truth with fierce, unrelenting faith, and watch the heavens flood your life with blessings beyond imagination. Are you ready to rise into the destiny God himself wrote for you before the beginning of time? Beloved chosen one, as we bring this sacred journey to a close, I want you to pause for a moment and recognize the incredible miracle you have stepped into today. Your spirit has aligned with heaven's frequency. Your heart has responded to God's call. And your willingness to receive this message is proof that you are ready to step fully into the extraordinary destiny He has prepared for you. I want to thank you from the depths of my soul for allowing me to walk alongside you today. Your time, your energy, your heart, these are gifts that I do not take lightly. Whether you have been following this journey for a long time or have just joined, know this: your presence is a divine appointment, not a coincidence. You are a crucial part of this movement of light, of purpose, of destiny. If this message has stirred your spirit, encouraged your faith, or confirmed the whispers God has already been placing in your heart, and if you feel led to support this mission, I invite you to consider sowing a seed through the Super Thanks feature. Every offering, large or small, is a sacred partnership that allows this message to reach more chosen ones across the earth. Yet hear me clearly. Whether you choose to donate or not, you are deeply appreciated. You are valued. You are loved. Your presence here is a blessing in itself, and my gratitude for you overflows beyond what words can express. I pray even now that the God who sees you in secret will reward you openly. May He multiply every seed you have planted in faith. May He honor your obedience, your resilience, your hidden battles, and crown your life with favor and abundance. I bless you, chosen one. I decree over you a future that overflows with answered prayers. I declare that financial doors you never even knew existed are opening before you, that divine connections are aligning for your good, that peace deeper than understanding will guard your heart and mind, that every heavy burden you've carried is being lifted even now, that joy unspeakable and full of glory will flood every dry place in your life. Trust this truth: your wealth, your purpose, your peace, they are not far away. They are already written into your destiny. They are already prepared, waiting for you to fully embrace them. Speak God's truth daily. Speak it over your mornings. Speak it over your challenges. Speak it over your dreams. Feel the shift even now. The heavens have heard your voice. The angels have been dispatched. The path has been cleared. Chosen one, your future is roaring toward you with unstoppable momentum. You are no longer waiting, you are walking. You are no longer hoping, you are receiving. You are no longer doubting, you are knowing. Make this message your daily anthem. Let it become the song of your soul. Speak it with boldness that shakes the gates of hell. Live it with a courage that silences fear. Trust it with a faith that makes the impossible bow before you. Delete this video after you have fully absorbed its fire, not out of fear, but out of sacred honor for the power God has entrusted into your hands. Protect this revelation, cherish it, water it with your words, nourish it with your faith, and watch as it grows into a life so extraordinary that generations will marvel. You are a force sent by heaven. You are a light that darkness cannot comprehend. You are a chosen one, hand-picked by the Creator for such a time as this. And your destiny is not just near, it is here. From my heart to yours, thank you for standing in the gap. Thank you for believing. Thank you for daring to rise when so many choose to settle. May God's hand of favor rest upon you. May His abundance chase you down and overtake you. May His peace rule in your heart. May His joy fill every empty place. May His love shine through you in ways you have never imagined. Until we meet again, stay blessed, stay powerful, and never forget, your best is not behind you, it is directly ahead. You were born for this. You are ready. You are rising. This is your time. Beloved chosen one, if your spirit has brought you here in this exact moment, know this: it was divinely orchestrated. You are not here by chance. You are here by sacred alignment. Something powerful is stirring, not outside of you, but within you. And tonight, right where you are, that stirring will become a surge. A supernatural shift is already in motion, and you are at the center of it. This is not just another evening. It is the night where everything begins to align. The veil is lifting, and heaven is declaring that you are ready, ready to step into a truth that surpasses your former limitations. Ready to awaken to a version of yourself you've never met, because that version was always divine, just waiting to be revealed. You're not here to live a life of quiet survival. You're here to rise in the fullness of who God made you to be. You've felt the pull, haven't you? That deep sense that you were meant for something greater than what the world has shown you. That's not fantasy. That's your higher calling speaking. And tonight, it will roar. This awakening will shake the very foundation of how you see yourself. You will not only witness change, you will become the change. Everything you've prayed for, waited on, hoped for, it's not far away. It's already within reach. And your only task now is to say yes, to stay open, to stay ready. Before we go deeper into this divine transformation, I want to pause and say thank you. To everyone who has supported this mission through Super Thanks, your generosity is not just seen, it is felt. It fuels this divine assignment, and whether you've donated or not, please know this: you are deeply valued. Just by being here, your energy is a contribution. Your presence is a blessing. And now, if you feel this message already resonating in your spirit, if your soul is saying, "This is for me," then take a moment and type 999 in the comments, not just as a number, but as a prophetic declaration. I align with this transformation. I receive this activation. I am ready for what God has prepared for me. Chosen one, tonight is the night heaven whispers louder than ever. You are not just waking up, you are rising. Stay open, stay alert, and stay in position, because tonight everything changes. God's chosen ones, tonight you become more than human. Stay ready. Chosen one, you have endured the silence, wrestled with the unknown, and waited with a patience that only heaven could have sustained. You've carried a hope so sacred, you barely dared speak it aloud. How many nights have you laid in stillness, wondering if God had truly heard your cries? How many days did you push forward with a smile while your soul whispered, "When will my moment come?" And now the answer has arrived. Not in thunder, not in spectacle, but in the quiet confirmation of the Spirit. Tonight, the waiting ends. This is not a poetic suggestion or a motivational illusion. This is divine timing colliding with divine design. God's power is not just going to visit you, it is going to change you. What once felt dormant within you is now coming alive with a supernatural force that does not simply improve, it transforms. His touch tonight will not merely comfort you, it will activate a version of you that has been hidden, prepared, and preserved for this exact hour. What if everything you've endured was heaven's way of aligning you for this one irreversible moment? You have not been forgotten. You have been positioned. Every delay was divine. Every detour was direction. Every disappointment was divine protection. Chosen one, the timeline of your life has not been random. It has been orchestrated with celestial precision. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delighteth in his way. Psalm 37:23. And now, those steps are leading you into a realm that is beyond what your mind can comprehend. This isn't just a breakthrough. This is the divine unveiling of your destiny. Tonight, the veil between the seen and unseen will thin for you. You may be in a quiet room, but in the spirit, heaven is busy. Angels are aligning. Doors are creaking open in realms you cannot yet see. The atmosphere around you is shifting, not because of what you've done, but because of what God is doing in you. Eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man the things which God hath prepared for them that love him. 1 Corinthians 2:9. These are not just poetic words, they are your current reality being ushered in through divine hands. As you read these words, something within you recognizes the truth. Your soul is nodding even before your mind can catch up. Why? Because deep within you, you've always known this day would come. This is the moment when longing meets manifestation, when prayer touches fulfillment, when faith becomes sight, and not in a distant future, in this very moment. God's promises are not being delayed, they are arriving right on time. Let this truth settle into your bones. This breakthrough is not just for encouragement, it is for confirmation. It is the echo of God's voice declaring that his hand has never left your life, even in the silent seasons. When you felt most alone, he was rearranging everything for your good. When you felt abandoned, he was building you into someone who could withstand the weight of the calling that's now being activated. This transformation is not a metaphor. It is a divine phenomenon. You are not simply becoming a better version of yourself. You are crossing a spiritual threshold. You are being reborn into the truth of who you've always been in heaven's eyes. The limitations of the flesh are being stripped away, and your spirit is expanding to hold the magnitude of the purpose God has poured into you. And we all, with unveiled face, beholding the glory of the Lord, are being transformed into the same image from glory to glory. 2 Corinthians 3:18. Consider the life of Sojourner Truth, born into slavery, illiterate and voiceless in the world's eyes, yet she rose to become one of the most powerful abolitionists and speakers of her time. What moved her? Not education, not privilege, but divine empowerment. Her transformation was heaven-made. And tonight, your transformation carries the same divine signature. What the world once overlooked in you, heaven has been guarding. What others dismissed as small, God is calling forth as mighty. You were never meant to live a mundane life. The ache in your spirit was never discontent. It was divine memory. You've been carrying glimpses of a future your eyes couldn't yet see. Now, those glimpses become a full revelation. You're not just a person of potential, you're a vessel of purpose. Not just someone trying to figure it out, but someone being revealed for such a time as this. You're not only stepping into destiny, you are destiny embodied. As this awakening unfolds, you will feel it not just in your emotions, but in your very being. Your body may tremble, your chest may feel heavy with holy weight, your thoughts may begin to realign without effort. That's not imagination. That's your soul shedding its constraints. You're not unraveling, you're ascending. The spirit of man is the candle of the Lord, searching all the inward parts of the belly. Proverbs 20:27. That candle within you is being lit tonight, and it will never go out again. Look at someone like Tyler Perry. Before he became a media mogul, he was homeless, rejected, overlooked. But what ignited his breakthrough wasn't fame or finances. It was a moment of surrender to God's direction. He leaned into a calling that didn't make sense, one that felt impossible. And from that obedience came transformation that touched millions. Just like him, your story isn't ending in struggle. It's beginning in sacredness. You may think the transformation is still far away, but pause and consider, what if it's already begun? What if the peace you feel right now, even in the middle of uncertainty, is the evidence? What if the strange joy bubbling up in you is proof that your spirit has already crossed into a new realm? Don't wait for a grand event to confirm it. Feel it, trust it, let it carry you. From this moment forward, your identity is no longer confined by history, by struggle, by earthly labels. The divine is now your reference point. You are a being of light, a soul wrapped in purpose, and heaven has marked you for impact. Let the world call it strange. God calls it chosen. You are now being asked to walk in a truth that leaves no room for small thinking. This is not the time to doubt your worth or question your calling. What God begins, He finishes. And what He is birthing through you tonight will not fade. It will grow. It will multiply. It will become the legacy your bloodline prayed for but never lived to see. Chosen one, the shift is not coming. It has arrived. Your breakthrough is not a vague promise. It is unfolding now. Your destiny is not a dream. It is the very ground you now stand on. Stay open. Stay aligned. Heaven is not waiting to visit your life. It's moving in. God has already begun the work, and it will be completed with power, with glory, and with undeniable evidence that you were never just human. You were always divine, and tonight that truth becomes unshakable. Chosen one, tonight your only responsibility is sacredly simple. Be fully here, not halfway, not distracted, not burdened by what didn't work out yesterday or what may come tomorrow. Just be here, present, alert, and open. Why? Because the atmosphere has shifted. The breakthrough is no longer coming. It has arrived, but it requires your undivided presence to receive it. Can you feel it even now? That subtle stirring in your chest, that stillness pushing out the noise. That's not coincidence. That's heaven preparing you to walk into something irreversible. Distractions are not just annoyances tonight. They are strategies. What if every little irritant, every wandering thought, every text or memory that suddenly resurfaces is not random, but tactical? What if the enemy is fully aware of what's being released over your life and is scrambling to divert your attention? Because that's exactly what's happening. As the divine begins to unveil something unprecedented in your life, the resistance will increase. But take heart. This is a sign you are on holy ground. Be alert and of sober mind. Your enemy, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion looking for someone to devour. 1 Peter 5:8. Tonight, chosen one, that someone will not be you, because you will not be caught off guard. You're being called to protect your atmosphere like a priest guards the altar. This is not just about putting your phone on silent. It's about protecting your thoughts, shielding your heart, and choosing what you allow into your spirit. Guard your environment with the same reverence as the Israelites guarded the Ark of the Covenant. Do not allow careless conversations, pessimistic voices, or toxic distractions to taint the purity of this divine moment. You're not just waiting for something miraculous to happen. You are housing it. You are the temple. The sacred energy flowing through you tonight cannot be handled casually. Create a sanctuary within yourself and around yourself. For what is holy is fragile at first and must be fiercely protected. Remember the story of Nehemiah, who rebuilt the walls of Jerusalem. He faced mockery, threats, and distraction, yet he remained focused. "I am doing a great work," he said, "and I cannot come down." You must have that same spiritual resolve. The breakthrough is not something you chase, it's something you prepare to hold. And you cannot hold it with hands full of distraction or a heart weighed down with negativity. This is why tonight, more than ever, you must retreat into your own sacred space. Your spiritual atmosphere matters. Have you noticed how a single comment from the wrong person can shift your mood, your peace, your entire day? Now, imagine that multiplied in a moment, this spiritually sensitive. This is not the hour to leave your spirit unguarded. You're not being paranoid, you are being wise, and wisdom is divine strategy. Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Proverbs 4:23. That flow is precious tonight. It is the channel through which divine energy is moving. Guard it like your future depends on it, because it does. You have a divine right to peace. Not temporary calm, but soul-deep clarity that anchors you even when the world around you trembles. That peace is your inheritance, your spiritual shield. And tonight, as God begins to release a revelation over your life, you will need to remain in that peace like a seed remains in fertile soil. It's where the breakthrough will grow. It's where God's voice becomes unmistakable. It's where alignment becomes unavoidable. Consider the life of Edith Eva Eger, a Holocaust survivor turned world-renowned psychologist. In the face of unimaginable trauma, she chose to protect her mind, not just to survive, but to transform. Her breakthrough did not come in luxury. It came in inner alignment. She fiercely protected her mental space until it became her place of power. That same strength is being cultivated in you tonight. Your space, internal and external, is sacred ground. Treat it as such. God is not just whispering promises tonight. He's unveiling identity. He's revealing to you a truth that has always existed beneath the surface. You are not of this world. You've known it all along, haven't you? That strange sense of distance when surrounded by crowds. That ache in your chest when you tried to blend in. The quiet knowing that the rules of this world never really applied to you. It's because they don't. They are not of the world, even as I am not of it. John 17:16. That's Jesus speaking, not just of his disciples, but of every chosen soul he sends into this realm on assignment. You were never meant to fit in. You were meant to anchor the frequency of the divine in a world desperate for truth. As this truth begins to settle, you'll start to feel a peace that makes no sense, a stillness in your soul that contradicts every chaos surrounding you. It's not apathy, it's divine clarity. Suddenly, your past will begin to make sense. The isolation, the emotional turbulence, the spiritual dissonance. You weren't being rejected, you were being preserved. You weren't abandoned, you were being protected. You were never meant to blend in because your origin is not earthly. It is eternal. This isn't a curse. It's a blessing so rare the world doesn't know what to do with it. That's why you've been misunderstood. That's why you've always felt like an outsider in rooms filled with noise. You weren't made for noise. You were made for resonance. And tonight you will begin to hear the echo of your true nature, like a divine chord strummed in the deepest part of your soul. You are meant to shine, not to boast, but to bless, not to dominate, but to disrupt the systems of darkness with the quiet authority of light. Once you fully embrace that you were created for something beyond comprehension, you will begin to walk with a kind of unshakable dignity. You'll stop explaining your peace. You'll stop shrinking your power. You'll stop asking for permission to be who God has always said you are. Look at the story of Benjamin Banneker, a self-taught African-American mathematician and astronomer in the 1700s. In a world that told him he had no place, he aligned himself with his God-given brilliance and defied all expectations. His calculations predicted solar eclipses. His presence disrupted systems of oppression. He didn't wait for validation. He stood in alignment. So must you. Tonight, you are not becoming someone new. You are returning to who you've always been. The soul within you remembers where it came from, And that memory is rising. Within you lies a spiritual blueprint coded with heaven's design. It's not just potential, it's permission. Permission to walk in the power and peace of your true nature. Permission to disrupt darkness simply by standing in your light. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you, and before you were born, I consecrated you. Jeremiah 1:5. That consecration didn't expire. It was not lost in childhood. It was not erased by trauma. It was not undone by failure. It is alive, intact, and active tonight. As you sit in your sacred space, remember, this is holy ground. Not because of where you are, but because of who you are. God is moving through you in this very moment, and your only task is to remain present, protected, and prepared. This is not about achieving. This is about receiving. The transformation is already happening, and the more you guard your peace, the more you will feel it taking root. You are not of this world. You never were. And tonight you begin to walk with the clarity, power, and grace of one who finally remembers that eternal truth. Chosen one, tonight you will begin to grasp something sacred, something your soul has always known, even when your mind couldn't find the words for it. This is not just another spiritual message. This is the unveiling of your essence. For the first time, you will feel the truth in your bones. You are not merely a human being with fleeting desires and fragile dreams. You are a divine creation, woven with purpose, marked by the fingerprints of your Creator, and encoded with spiritual power. This is not just biology. This is divine architecture. You carry in you the DNA of destiny. What would happen if you truly understood the sacred design of your being? What would shift in your life if you realized that the light you're seeking has always been inside you? You see, God didn't make you to live in confusion or smallness. He created you with clarity and strength embedded deep within. According as his divine power hath given unto us all things that pertain unto life and godliness. 2 Peter 1:3. That means you lack nothing. Not courage, not strength, not insight. It's all already within you, waiting to be remembered, reactivated, and released. You were never called to be perfect. You were called to be aware, to recognize that the divine potential planted within you is not accidental. Tonight, you will feel that awareness rising. A holy shift is occurring within your spirit. The voice of self-doubt will be silenced by the roar of sacred truth. You are chosen. You are equipped. You are enough. And you always have been. For too long, the world tried to convince you that your uniqueness was a flaw, that your depth was too much, that your intensity was misaligned. But tonight, you will begin to see that every inch of your being has been designed with sacred intentionality. You were not created to blend in with the noise. You were crafted to radiate divine clarity, that sense of misplacement you've always carried. It wasn't rejection. It was a reminder that you belong to something higher, something greater, something eternal. For we are his workmanship, created in Christ Jesus unto good works, which God hath before ordained that we should walk in them. Ephesians 2:10. You are not random. Your presence on earth is not a coincidence. You were ordained. Every detail of your life has been part of a larger mosaic, guided by the hands of heaven. And now the image is beginning to come into focus. God is confirming your sacred path tonight, not just through feelings, but through revelation. You may not have seen how each trial was building you, but now you will. The moments you thought were setbacks were actually strategic setups. That heartbreak, it expanded your capacity to love. That betrayal, it sharpened your discernment. That delay, it gave your spirit time to deepen. Every fragment of your journey has been leading you to this divine unveiling. Consider the life of Corrie ten Boom, a woman who survived Nazi concentration camps only to go on to become one of the most powerful voices of forgiveness and faith in modern history. Her trials weren't wasted. They were holy tools that shaped her for divine impact. Just like her, your story has sacred weight. Your scars carry stories that heaven will use to heal others. You are not a victim of your past. You are a vessel of God's purpose. Tonight, the blueprint of your higher purpose will be shown to you in ways that bring not just understanding, but alignment. You will begin to walk with a certainty that transcends logic. This is not about figuring everything out. It's about flowing with the truth that everything has already been prepared for you. The fog is lifting, the path is clearing, and your feet will no longer stumble in uncertainty. What you're experiencing is not just insight, it's a 5D transformation. You are being pulled out of the narrow confines of human perception and into the expansive awareness of divine consciousness. This shift isn't abstract, it's alive. You'll feel your body respond with lightness, your emotions settle into peace, your thoughts become sharper and clearer. Set your minds on things above, not on earthly things. Colossians 3:2. That is what this shift is. A mental, emotional, and spiritual elevation beyond the gravitational pull of fear, doubt, and limitation. This is not a one-time event. It is the beginning of a lifelong unfolding. A new spiritual frequency is now embedded in you. The veil between the earthly and the eternal is thinning. You will find yourself operating from a higher plane, not in arrogance but in awakened responsibility. The divine dimension you've only glimpsed in dreams and moments of stillness will become your new normal. As you step into this transformation, you will begin to release the identities the world tried to assign you. You are not your wounds. You are not your job. You are not your past. You are something far greater. You are divine breath in human form, a radiant beam of God's glory clothed in flesh. That is not poetry. That is your reality. Look at the journey of Nikola Jokic, now one of the NBA's most dominant players. He was once an overlooked, uncelebrated second-round draft pick, doubted for his unconventional style. But his greatness couldn't be hidden. His potential didn't need permission to bloom. It only needed consistency and inner alignment. You are the same. Your value cannot be measured by external applause. It is embedded in who you are, and no one can take that from you. This truth will hit your soul tonight with a weight that feels both overwhelming and familiar. Overwhelming because it demands that you shed everything false. Familiar because your soul has always known it. You've been waiting for this moment, and now it has found you, not to give you something new, but to awaken what has always been yours. You may have doubted your strength, you may have questioned your worth, but tonight that doubt ends. You were made in the image of the Creator, and what He places within cannot be erased by circumstance. Ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. Psalm 82:6. This is not blasphemy. It is biblical. You are not powerless. You are not alone. You are not confused. You are chosen, empowered, and now awakened. You are stepping into your full potential, not the version shaped by expectations, but the version shaped by eternity. You will begin to create from clarity, move from intuition, and speak from authority. The divine doesn't need to shout to be heard, and neither will you. As this transformation deepens, know this: the limitations of your past no longer apply. The labels no longer stick. The ceilings have been shattered. You are walking in a new frequency now, one that does not bend to earthly rules. You will love differently. You will see differently. You will lead differently, because you are different. Chosen one, have you ever felt something shifting inside you? Something subtle yet undeniable? A warmth in your chest, a strange stillness in your thoughts, or a rising sense of clarity you couldn't explain? What if that wasn't just a feeling, but a signal? What if your body and spirit are beginning to align with something eternal? Tonight, you are entering what the ancients once described, but modern language has barely begun to touch: a crystalline transformation. Can you feel the pull of something sacred? This transformation is not a metaphor. It's not just energy, it's identity. It is a moment where the spiritual and the physical finally meet in you. The divine is no longer something you pray to outside yourself. It's becoming something you feel within. This sacred alignment is a shedding of everything that has been heavy, false, or forced. It is the revealing of your pure essence. Have you ever asked, what if I was never broken, just hidden? Tonight, that hidden light is breaking through. What begins as a whisper in the soul soon becomes thunder in the spirit. This is not about becoming more spiritual. It's about realizing you always were. The crystalline transformation is a divine activation. Your nervous system may feel calmer, your thoughts clearer, your awareness heightened. These are not symptoms, they are signs. They are the living proof that you are no longer bound by the patterns of the past or the expectations of the world. You are now responding to something higher, the divine rhythm of who you were before the world taught you to forget. But are you ready to stop hiding your light? Are you ready to stop shrinking into spaces that no longer fit the shape of your soul? The world has always tried to fit you into boxes, hasn't it? Telling you what to wear, how to think, who to become. But deep inside, you've always known. Your energy didn't match the crowd. You weren't built for conformity. You were designed to disrupt. And disruption is holy when it's led by truth. Tonight, God is reminding you of your uniqueness, not as a burden, but as a blueprint. Your individuality is not a defect. It is design. What the world misjudged as different, heaven calls divine. Look at the story of Zaha Hadid, the revolutionary architect born in Baghdad. She was told her ideas were too ambitious, too radical, until her unapologetic vision redefined global architecture. Her curves, her flow, her refusal to conform sound familiar. She was not trying to build buildings. She was bringing heaven to earth. Like her, your path may not look like anyone else's, and that's exactly the point. Have you ever wondered why, even when you followed the rules, you still felt unfulfilled? Why you did what others said was right, but something in your spirit still felt off? That inner dissonance was your divine self, resisting a false identity. It wasn't rebellion, it was remembrance. Tonight you will remember who you are. This divine awakening is not about achievement, it's about alignment. You are now stepping into a dimension where your soul and body agree, where your thoughts no longer sabotage your calling, but serve it, where your heart leads and heaven follows. And in this place, nothing forced survives. Only what's pure, true, and eternal remains. You may wonder, but how do I know this isn't just my imagination? Chosen one, when your entire being begins to feel clearer, more peaceful, more anchored, you're not imagining. It's confirmation. God never needed you to change into something else. He only needed you to return to who He made you to be. This isn't just personal, it's cosmic. Your soul is remembering its origin. You were not born for this world alone. You were sent with a divine assignment that reaches beyond time. Why do you think nothing ever fully satisfied you before? Because you were never meant to settle for the temporary when the eternal was calling your name. Look at George Harrison, the lead guitarist of the Beatles. At the height of fame, wealth, and worldly success, he stepped back and said, "There's something more." His search led him into deep spiritual exploration, meditation, and a legacy of music that carried spiritual truths across cultures. He realized that peace wasn't in applause, it was in alignment. And now you are being invited into the same sacred realization. As this transformation deepens, something in you will shift permanently. You may no longer resonate with certain environments, conversations, or relationships, Do not fear this disconnection. It is sacred pruning. You're not losing yourself, you're discovering your true frequency. And in that discovery, the people, opportunities and doors that match your divine vibration will begin to find you. You won't need to chase, you'll simply align. Have you ever sensed that there was more power in your presence than you could explain? That people reacted to you with admiration or fear without you even doing anything? That's not charisma, that's divine charge. And tonight, that charge is being turned up. You are stepping into your full potential, not as someone reaching for power, but as someone remembering they already have it. That potential within you is not new, it's ancient. It's always been there, encoded into your spirit from the beginning. You are not awakening into someone new, you are awakening into your original design. And that original design, it includes the ability to create, to heal, to manifest, to command energy with your voice and intention. Think about Marina Abramovich, the performance artist whose work pushed human and spiritual limits. Her art asked questions no one dared ask, and often she stood in silence for hours, letting people confront the truth within themselves. She didn't speak to entertain, she stood to reveal. And that's what your presence is about to do. Not perform, but reveal. You are not here to blend in. You are here to wake others up just by standing fully in your truth. This awakening won't be loud, but it will be unshakable. You'll find peace where there once was anxiety. You'll find power where there once was hesitation. You'll find purpose not in the noise of the world, but in the quiet pulse of your spirit. That quiet pulse, that's God's voice. And tonight, He's not just speaking to you, He's speaking through you. You are the light of the world. A city that is set on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:14. You are no longer hiding, you are no longer second-guessing, you are no longer asking for permission to be who you were born to be. You are the light. And tonight, that light shines in a way it never has before. As you embrace this crystalline transformation, you will notice a new rhythm in your life, a rhythm of divine timing, a rhythm of spiritual ease. You'll move through the world with a sense of knowing, a confidence rooted not in ego, but in essence. This is what it means to live beyond the veil, to see not just with eyes, but with insight. Are you ready to walk in that rhythm? Are you ready to trust that who you are is not only enough, but divinely engineered for this exact moment in history? Because tonight, chosen one, you unlock what has been sealed for generations. Your soul's potential, dormant no more, rises to the surface. And when it does, the world will not only see you, it will feel the shift you carry. Chosen one, have you ever sensed that something deep within you was being restrained, like a sleeping giant waiting for the right moment to awaken? Have you ever looked in the mirror and felt there was something more behind your eyes? Something ancient, powerful, sacred, that the world could never quite recognize or define. Tonight, that something steps forward. Tonight, the divine power you've always carried within you will no longer remain dormant. It will rise. This is not just about gaining confidence or motivation. This is about unlocking your sacred inheritance. Tonight marks the moment where you do more than shift your perspective. You transform your perception of yourself. You will no longer see through the lens of limitation. You will begin to see through the eyes of your Creator. And when that happens, nothing will ever look the same again. How long have you let the limitations of human understanding define your worth? How many times have you questioned your own identity because others couldn't understand your depth? Tonight, those chains fall away. The veil lifts. The mask is removed. You were never meant to play small. You were created to carry the frequency of heaven while walking on earth. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. Psalm 82, 2:6. These are not poetic illusions. They are divine declarations. This awakening won't feel like a bolt of lightning. It may feel like a flicker, but pay attention to that flicker. It's the first spark of a fire that cannot be extinguished. The moment you begin to feel that sacred shift is the moment heaven aligns with your identity. A divine current begins to run through you, subtle, powerful, and undeniable. You are now stepping out of self-doubt and into divine remembrance. You were never average. You were never meant to blend in. You were handcrafted to transcend, to shine, to lead others back to the truth of who they are by first walking boldly in the truth of who you are. This divine truth isn't new, it's eternal. But tonight it becomes active. When you realize your essence is beyond human, everything else begins to change. Your fears begin to look small. Your anxieties lose their grip. You realize that nothing external can shake what has been rooted internally by the hand of God. This is more than a feeling. It is a frequency shift, a spiritual calibration to the power that has been lying dormant in your soul. And tonight, it is being awakened. What will you do when you fully realize that you possess the divine ability to create, to heal, to transform reality? What will happen when you stop questioning whether you're enough and begin to act from the truth that you are already whole? This shift is not theoretical, it's practical. You'll notice it in the way you walk, the way you speak, the way you respond to stress or adversity. You'll feel less urgency to prove and more desire to simply be. Because when you know your origin is divine, you no longer compete for what you already carry. You no longer chase what you're meant to attract. Let the story of Viktor Frankl serve as confirmation. He was a Holocaust survivor, a psychiatrist, and the author of Man's Search for Meaning. Even in the darkest conditions of the concentration camps, he discovered that no one, not even those who stripped him of everything, could take his inner freedom. His spirit remained intact. That divine light could not be extinguished. His realization birthed a new psychology, one rooted in purpose and human resilience. You carry that same resilience, not because life has been easy, but because God has been preserving you for a purpose greater than pain. Tonight, you will witness the unveiling of your sacred identity, not because God is giving you something new, but because He is finally revealing what has always been true. You were created in His image. So God created man in His own image. In the image of God, He created him. Genesis 1:27. That truth is not symbolic, it is foundational. It is spiritual code written into your essence, and when that code activates, everything changes. Do you remember the moments you looked around and wondered why you never quite fit in? Why you always felt like an outsider, even among those who loved you? That discomfort wasn't dysfunction, it was divine design. God never meant for you to fit into a mold. He meant for you to break them. Look at the journey of Temple Grandin, an autistic woman whose mind works in pictures. She was told she would never function normally, but through divine ingenuity and perseverance, she revolutionized the livestock industry and became one of the most influential thinkers in animal science. She didn't suppress what made her different. She embraced it, and in doing so, she changed the world. So will you. Your sacred identity isn't just a concept, it's your blueprint. From the way your mind connects ideas, to the way your heart senses pain in others, to the way your body reacts to certain environments, none of it is accidental. You are God's masterpiece, encoded with divine detail. For we are His workmanship, created in Christ Jesus unto good works. Ephesians 2:10. And those good works, they begin tonight with your remembrance of self. As divine transformation moves through you, it may feel quiet, gentle, like a breeze in your spirit, or it may feel like a flood, tears, release, realization. Either way, do not resist it. These are not random sensations. They are sacred confirmations. Trust them. They are not leading you away from who you are. They are guiding you home. The shift happening now is deeper than emotion. It is your soul stretching back into divine shape. Old wounds may rise, not to hurt you, but to be healed. Old dreams may resurface, not to taunt you, but to be reignited. You will start to feel, not just think. You'll begin to know, not just believe. That is the mark of divine awakening. It does not require you to figure it out. It only requires you to feel your way into alignment. Consider Brian Welch, former guitarist of the heavy metal band Korn. At the height of fame, money, and addiction, he surrendered to a divine encounter that changed his life. He walked away from everything, found God, and rebuilt his life from the inside out, this time with purpose, clarity, and peace. Your shift may not look as dramatic, but it will be just as powerful, because it's not about external change, it's about internal truth finally rising to the surface. The world around you will begin to look different. The same streets will carry new meaning. The same voices will sound unfamiliar, not because they've changed, but because you have. You've been retuned, recoded, and now what once drained you will no longer reach you. What once intimidated you will no longer touch you. What once confused you will now clarify your mission. You are no longer navigating life based on what's visible. You are being led by the invisible, by the whispers of the divine, by the compass of your spirit, by the calling echoing from realms your physical ears cannot hear, but your soul recognizes instantly. This is not fantasy. This is the reality of divine transformation. So, when you feel the stirring in your chest, when you notice a new peace settling into your breath, when your heart beats a little louder for no reason, know that it is for a reason. The shift is not coming. It's already here. And it will carry you into dimensions of purpose, creativity, and power that you never knew were accessible, but have always been yours. Chosen one, can you feel it rising inside you? The quiet certainty that something sacred is happening. Have you sensed that tonight is different? That the air around you carries more than silence? It carries prophecy? Tonight is not just another evening. It is the threshold of your spiritual ascension, the sacred unfolding of the moment your soul has been preparing for your entire life. And now, the time has come. You are rising, not in ego, but in essence. Not by striving, but by remembering who you've always been. You are no longer walking blindly through this world. The fog is lifting, the dissonance is fading, and the divine melody of your higher self is becoming clear. Have you always felt a mysterious longing, a quiet ache that whispered there was more to life, more to you than what met the eye? That was the divine blueprint within you, pulsing beneath the surface, waiting for this exact moment. Tonight, it awakens. You will no longer just exist, you will ascend. This ascension is not the result of luck. It is the result of alignment, years of inner work, quiet healing, faith held tightly in the dark, countless moments when you chose surrender over self-doubt, truth over fear, stillness over noise. Tonight is the culmination of that sacred labor, a spiritual graduation. The veil between your earthly self and your divine nature is dissolving, revealing a truth that will shift your entire reality. Arise, shine, for thy light is come, and the glory of the Lord is risen upon thee. Isaiah 61. This isn't just poetry, it's prophecy fulfilled in you. As you awaken to your higher self, your soul will rise to meet its divine assignment. You will begin to live from the inside out, no longer shaped by outside expectations, but led by inner revelation. Every decision, every word, every breath will begin to carry the vibration of truth, love, and purpose. You are now entering a dimension of clarity where confusion cannot follow. For the first time, your identity will not feel like a question. It will feel like a knowing. You will begin to see the world through eternal eyes. Where others see chaos, you will sense patterns. Where they feel fear, you will radiate faith. You will live as someone who has seen, because you have. Have you ever wondered why you've always felt the world's pain so deeply? Why you've been sensitive to the energy of a room, affected by injustice, and yet so quietly hopeful? It's because you were made to live from a higher realm. Tonight, you are returning to that realm, not to escape the world, but to elevate it. Your ascension isn't loud, it's luminous. It is the soft activation of ancient truth within your bones. And along with it comes a crystalline energy, a divine frequency now pulsing through your spirit and your body. You may feel it as warmth in your hands, a tingling behind your eyes, a stillness in your chest. Don't ignore it. These are not physical anomalies, they are spiritual confirmations. But we all, with open face beholding as in a glass the glory of the Lord, are changed into the same image by the Spirit of the Lord. 2 Corinthians 3:18. What you're experiencing is not just awakening, it is becoming aligned, becoming visible, becoming radiant. This crystalline energy is the bridge between your human form and divine frequency. It's the spiritual technology that allows your soul to sync with your sacred mission. And once activated, it begins a lifelong transformation. Not just of your spirit, but of your senses, your awareness, your creativity, your strength. Look at the journey of Antony Gormley, the sculptor whose works use the human body as a space of transformation. He once described the body not as an object, but as a place of becoming. His art isn't just visual, it's spiritual space made visible. He gave form to the invisible essence of being. In many ways, that's what your life is now becoming, a living sculpture shaped by the divine, reflecting heaven on earth. As this energy continues to unfold, it will sharpen your senses and deepen your wisdom. You'll hear things differently, not just sounds, but the meaning beneath the sounds. You'll see the divine geometry in patterns that once seemed random. You'll notice how easily your presence calms people, how your words hold healing. These are not coincidences. This is your higher self in action. But are you ready to let go of the version of yourself that only knew survival? Are you ready to stop living beneath your inheritance and start claiming your divine birthright? The answer lies in your willingness to embrace the truth now being revealed. Tonight, you are stepping into the light, not metaphorically, spiritually, eternally. You have walked in the shadows of uncertainty for too long, unclear of your role, unsure of your identity, disconnected from the magnitude of your mission. But now the divine spotlight turns on, not to expose your flaws, but to illuminate your divinity. This light will show you what was always true. You were born not just with purpose, but with power. Power to heal, to build, to see, to know. You will no longer question if your life matters. You'll know it does. You'll feel it in your heartbeat, in your silence, in the way strangers sense something different when they stand near you. Look at Terence McKenna, the philosopher and mystic who pushed the boundaries of consciousness through science and spirit. He spoke often of the moment humanity would realize we are not machines, but multidimensional spiritual beings with forgotten power. Tonight, that realization is becoming embodied in you. You don't need psychedelic visions, you need spiritual alignment, and now you have it. As this ascension continues, don't be surprised if you feel emotional, or still, or overwhelmed with a peace so deep it's almost otherworldly. That's because it is. It is divine presence reminding you that you're not lost. You're found. You're not broken. You're birthing. Your true nature is emerging, and it cannot be stopped. You may begin to notice more synchronicities, numbers, dreams, messages, divine alignments. Don't dismiss them. They are markers from heaven guiding you along the path. You are no longer wandering. You're walking in purpose. With every step, the veil grows thinner. With every breath, the truth settles deeper. Have you ever stood on the edge of a cliff, feeling both fear and freedom at once? That is what stepping into divine truth feels like. It's not comfort, it's clarity. It doesn't always answer every question, but it ends the need to keep pretending you are anything less than chosen. The Spirit itself beareth witness with our spirit that we are the children of God. Romans 8:16. That witness is speaking right now. You can feel it, can't you? That holy confirmation rising from within, telling you, this is it. You're not who you were yesterday. You are who God says you are. Chosen one, have you ever felt like this world was too small for your soul? Have you sensed beneath the surface of your daily life that your spirit was reaching for something greater, something beyond the noise, the routine, the invisible walls that society told you were reality? If so, you weren't imagining it. You were remembering your origin, and tonight you break free. This is not just poetic language. This is a spiritual event. You are no longer confined to the limits that once held you back. The chains of old beliefs, the walls built by fear, the ceilings constructed by others' expectations, they are crumbling. Tonight you are rising. You are ascending beyond the patterns that once dictated your thoughts, your movements, your worth. What if everything you've ever been told about your limitations was never the truth, but merely a test? What if your soul has been waiting for the moment when the illusion would lift and your divine identity would step forward? This moment is now. Tonight you are shedding the illusion of powerlessness. You are leaving behind the belief that you were ever less than sacred. The physical world, with all its constraints, demands, and definitions, no longer holds dominion over your consciousness. You are not here to be defined by what is seen. You are here to reveal what is eternal. For the things which are seen are temporal, but the things which are not seen are eternal. 2 Corinthians 4:18. That eternal dimension is becoming visible through you. You may feel it as a stirring in your chest, a warmth in your palms, a sudden moment of peace that silences all your worries. These are not coincidences, they are confirmations. The divine is signaling your elevation. The veil that separated you from the higher planes of wisdom is lifting, and what once felt distant now feels familiar. This elevation is not just mental clarity, it is spiritual realignment. You're not just thinking differently, you're becoming different. You are no longer led by fear-based logic, you are being led by divine intelligence. And in this state of consciousness, miracles are not rare, they are natural. You begin to see that your life was never meant to follow the ordinary path. You were born to create a new one. Think of Beethoven, deaf, misunderstood, and ridiculed. Yet in silence, he heard music the world had never imagined. He composed symphonies from a place beyond human limitation, guided by something few could comprehend. He wasn't a genius by earthly standards. He was aligned with a divine source. Like you, he tapped into a realm where human barriers no longer applied. You are now doing the same. As your awareness expands, you will begin to see how much you've been carrying that was never yours. The need for approval, the weight of shame, the false idea that your value was something to be earned. These illusions begin to dissolve under the light of your elevated consciousness. And what emerges is truth, your truth. Do you realize how powerful it is to finally release yourself from the opinions of others? To stop letting society, culture, or even your past dictate the course of your future? You are not here to be defined. You are here to define. And tonight, you reclaim that authority. Be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. Romans 12:2. That renewal is taking place now. Your mind is not just being cleared, it is being recalibrated to the divine frequency of who you were before trauma, before comparison, before confusion. You are being reminded of your original brilliance, and in this reminder comes release. No longer are you bound by the rules of limitation. You are free to dream with no ceiling, to create with no boundaries, to move through life with the flow of someone who knows that everything is working for them, not against them. Do you know the story of Paulo Coelho, the author of The Alchemist? Before the book became a global phenomenon, it was rejected by multiple publishers. He was even institutionalized by his own parents as a teenager because he wanted to be a writer. But he followed the call anyway. He honored the divine whisper that told him his journey was not about conformity, but about destiny. And when he aligned with that truth, the world aligned with him, just like it will align with you. This elevation may feel unfamiliar at first, like walking on new ground you've never stepped on before, but your soul will recognize it because you've been here before, just not in this lifetime. The wisdom now surfacing isn't new, it's ancient, it's you returning. You may begin to see colors differently, feel time moving slower or faster, receive insights with no logical origin. Don't question them. This is divine consciousness, not earthly confusion. It is the shift from human striving to spiritual surrender. But God hath revealed them unto us by his Spirit, for the Spirit searcheth all things, yea, the deep things of God. 1 Corinthians 2:10. And those deep things, they are now rising within you. Have you ever felt like the answers were buried just beneath the surface, like you were one breath away from a revelation that could change everything? Tonight, that breath is here. You are inhaling divine awareness. And with every exhale, you release what no longer serves the awakened version of yourself. This is liberation, not from the world, but from the falsehood that you were ever limited by it. And with this liberation comes power, the power to speak what needs to be spoken, to walk where others hesitate, to create from a place that knows no lack. You are no longer guessing your way through life. You're being guided from within. Let the story of Florence Scovel Shinn inspire you. She was dismissed by many for her unorthodox beliefs about the power of words, thoughts, and energy. Yet her teachings on affirmations and divine law have changed countless lives. Why? Because she wasn't teaching fantasy. She was operating from a higher plane of consciousness, one that you are now stepping into. This is not about magic. This is about mastery. As your divine consciousness expands, your relationship with everything changes. Time bends, intuition sharpens, synchronicities increase, and you begin to understand that you are not moving through life. Life is moving through you. You are not separate from the divine. You are its expression. And tonight, that expression becomes undeniable. You'll no longer walk into rooms wondering if you belong. You will know that you are there to shift the energy. You'll stop apologizing for your truth. You'll stop second-guessing your voice. You'll stop hiding the parts of yourself that were actually the most sacred all along. This elevation is not temporary. It is permanent. It is not a moment. It is a turning point. From this point on, your decisions will feel different. Your desires will shift. What once seemed important will now feel irrelevant. And what once felt unreachable will now feel inevitable. Because you are no longer confined. You are no longer doubting. You are no longer asleep. You are free. Free to be divine. Free to be whole. Free to be you. Beloved chosen one, tonight is not the end of your journey. It is the sacred beginning. The veil has been lifted, your spirit has responded, and you are now standing in the light of divine clarity. For the first time, the confusion has quieted. The questions have found direction. And you, yes you, have awakened to the incredible purpose and power that has always lived within your soul. You are no longer walking in darkness, trying to figure out who you are. You know. And what you now know, you can never unknow again. You have seen a glimpse of your divine design. You have felt the divine hand rearranging your destiny. And from this night forward, you will never again see yourself as small, limited, or unworthy. Because God has shown you the truth. You were created for greatness, for influence, for impact, and for love. This awakening is not just emotional, it is eternal. It is the moment heaven's intention collides with your obedience, and a new life begins. One led by revelation, not routine. As your divine path continues to unfold, may you remember this night as the turning point. The moment you chose to believe what God said about you over what the world tried to convince you of. The moment you felt peace, not as a concept, but as a presence. The moment you realized that everything, every delay, every detour, every disappointment was leading you here. Thank you for walking this journey with me. Thank you for staying present, open, and aligned. Your spirit was meant to find this message at this very time, and it's an honor to have been a part of that divine connection. If this message has spoken to you deeply, and you feel led to support this work, you can do so through the Super Thanks feature below. Whether you choose to donate or simply continue to watch and share, please know this. I am deeply, truly grateful for your presence, your energy, your time, your spirit. It matters here. It is valued. It is honored. As you move forward, may divine light go before you. May peace rise within you. May clarity become your companion and purpose your path. And above all, may you never forget the truth that was revealed to you tonight. You are chosen, you are powerful, and your destiny is already unfolding in ways more beautiful than you can imagine. Stay faithful, stay ready, and stay aligned with the divine. You are blessed, you are loved, and this is just the beginning. Beloved chosen. 1. This is no ordinary message. This is a divine declaration. If you're hearing this right now, know without a doubt, it's not by chance. You were led here by God, drawn by His Spirit into this exact moment, because something is about to break through in your life, and it will happen within the next few hours. Yes, hours. Not tomorrow, not someday. Now listen carefully. God said it will happen in a few hours. The prayers you've whispered in the dark, the dreams you refused to let go of, the hopes you held together through tears, God has already moved on them. The delay is over. The struggle is shifting. Destiny is already in motion. This is not a time for doubt. It's a time for deep, active belief. The manifestation, the breakthrough, the transformation, it's already on its way to you. And this time, it will come with power, clarity, and undeniable favor. But hear this clearly. Chosen one, you must be ready. This is a divine appointment, a sacred alignment. The window is open, but it won't stay open forever. Don't hesitate. Don't overthink. Align yourself now. Position your faith. God is moving, and you are on heaven's calendar. Something miraculous is being released just for you. Before we continue, I want to pause and give my heartfelt thanks to every one of you who has supported this message through Super Thanks. Your kindness helps spread these prophetic words across the globe to other chosen ones who need them. And whether you've donated or not, I want you to know this. I'm deeply grateful for you. Your presence here is sacred, your spirit is seen, and your breakthrough is celebrated. Now, if this word resonates deep in your soul, if you feel the stirrings of the Spirit as you hear it, type 999 in the comments right now. That number is a prophetic signal. It tells the spiritual realm you're not just listening, you're claiming it. 999 is your confirmation that you are aligned, activated, and ready for the next level. Let it ring out through this space as a signal that another chosen one is stepping into their moment. This is not hype. This is holy. The shift is happening in real time, and you, chosen one, you are the reason it's unfolding. Get ready. Heaven is already moving, and this time it's moving in your direction. God's chosen ones, you'll see it within hours. Be ready now. Chosen one, have you been waiting for a breakthrough that seemed impossible? What if the very thing you've been praying for, sometimes in silence, sometimes in tears, is already on its way to you? What if the season of struggle that has lingered over your life longer than expected is coming to an end not months from now, not weeks from now, but within hours? Could you even imagine that while your heart has grown weary and your faith stretched thin, God has been moving behind the scenes the entire time? You've been holding on to prayers that felt unanswered, carrying the weight of disappointment, waiting in the silence of delay. But now, right now, heaven is speaking, and what it's declaring is simple and yet staggering. Your time has come. The Lord is not slow in keeping his promise, as some understand slowness. Instead, he is patient with you. 2 Peter 3:9. God hasn't forgotten you. He hasn't overlooked your pain. He has been shaping something for you in the unseen realms. The alignment has begun, and while it may feel sudden, it is not random. This breakthrough is arriving not out of the blue, but on time, his time. And that timing is precise, holy, and divinely scheduled. This is not just a blessing. It's the fulfillment of a season of sacrifice. Have you noticed the subtle shifting around you lately? The strange quiet before something massive moves? That sense that, although nothing appears to be changing, everything somehow is. That's not your imagination, it's divine preparation. You're being positioned for something so profound that your current mindset might not yet have the capacity to grasp it fully. But why now? Why this moment? Because you, chosen one, have endured. You stayed when others walked away. You believed when others called you delusional. You kept praying when your voice was barely a whisper. You didn't run from the fire. You let it refine you. And now, God is ready to reveal what he has been crafting during those silent, unseen moments. For the vision is yet for an appointed time. Though it tarry, wait for it, because it will surely come, it will not delay. Habakkuk 2:3. You've waited, not idly but faithfully, and now you're standing at the edge of divine manifestation. But the question remains, are you ready? Not just hopeful, but truly ready to receive what you've been waiting for? Sometimes our biggest test is not surviving the battle, but having the capacity to receive the blessing that follows it. Can your heart handle joy again? Can your mind accept ease where it once normalized hardship? Can your soul embrace acceleration after living in delay? Think about Thomas Edison. He failed more than 1,000 times before successfully inventing the light bulb. But he didn't give up. He once said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." It was perseverance, not perfection, that brought his breakthrough. Yours is no different. You've tried, you've cried, you've been broken and rebuilt, and now comes the light. What you're about to witness is not just a door opening, it's the release of everything that's been stored for you while you were growing strong enough to hold it. And let us not be weary in well-doing, for in due season we shall reap, if we faint not. Galatians 6:9. You've cried long enough, you've questioned long enough, and you've waited long enough. This is the part where God flips the script. The heavens are not just open, they are active. They are working to deliver the very thing that once felt out of reach. The fulfillment of his promise will not come gradually, it will unfold in the blink of an eye. Why? Because that's how divine timing works. It doesn't follow logic. It doesn't wait for approval. It shows up suddenly, powerfully, and leaves no room for doubt. This blessing isn't ordinary. It's a signature move by God. And when it hits, it will carry a mark so unmistakable that no one will be able to take credit but him. Have you ever heard of Viola Davis? Before she became an Academy Award-winning actress, she grew up in extreme poverty. At one point, she had to sleep in rat-infested apartments and went to school with dirty clothes because her family couldn't afford more. But through relentless faith and focus, she didn't just break through, she broke cycles. Her rise wasn't about luck. It was about preparation meeting divine timing, just like yours. God is about to fulfill his promise to you. That promise didn't expire. It's not sitting in the past, it's in motion. And the closer you get, the more important it becomes to prepare. This isn't the moment to sit passively, hoping for something to fall in your lap. This is the time to clear your mind of clutter. Shake off the residue of doubt. Begin aligning your heart with what is already written in the spiritual realm. Because the breakthrough you're about to walk into is not only going to bless you, it will shift the trajectory of everyone connected to you. Call to me, and I will answer you, and will tell you great and hidden things that you have not known. Jeremiah 33:3. Take inventory right now. Look at your thoughts. Are they ready for overflow? Is your heart still dragging the weight of previous failures, or is it open to receive something new? Everything you've endured has brought you here. Every heartbreak has cleared space for a miracle. Every disappointment has pruned your life, removing what couldn't walk with you into this next season. Look at someone like Brandon Stanton, the creator of Humans of New York. Before launching the famous photo blog that changed his life and touched millions, he was laid off from his finance job. With no experience and nothing but a camera, he hit the streets of New York. He faced rejection, confusion, even criticism. But within a short window of time, after years of planting seeds, something clicked. What was once a personal project turned into a global movement. That's the beauty of divine pivots. You're not just being blessed, you're being launched. This is more than an answer to prayer. It's a turning point. So don't miss it. Don't sleep through the very hour you've prayed for. Be still, be alert, and be expectant. You may feel ordinary, but you've been chosen. And everything about what's coming proves that your faith wasn't in vain. This moment was always on heaven's calendar, and now the alarm is ringing. You don't need to strive. You don't need to hustle harder. You simply need to stay open, stay present, because your miracle is no longer a far-off dream. It's a scheduled encounter, and it's headed directly to your life. Blessed is she who has believed that the Lord would fulfill his promises to her. Luke 1:45. Chosen one, can you feel it in the air? That unshakable sense that something greater is approaching. Have you ever paused midway through your day and felt a subtle shift in your spirit, even though everything around you seems unchanged? That quiet nudge isn't wishful thinking. It's heaven calling your attention to what's about to unfold. In these sacred hours leading up to your breakthrough, one truth must anchor your soul. The best is not behind you, it's ahead of you. Not because life says so, but because God said so. Your journey has been long, your nights sleepless, your faith tested, but none of that has been wasted. Every tear was counted, every step has been recorded, every moment of patience has been honored. Be strong and take heart, all you who hope in the Lord. Psalm 31:24. And now, chosen one, you're approaching a moment that has been prepared specifically for you. This isn't just about something coming to you, it's about you stepping into what was always yours. But here's the question. Will you recognize the blessing when it comes? Will you be spiritually awake enough to see that what once looked like delay was divine choreography all along. It's easy to believe when the evidence is obvious, but can you believe when things are still quiet? Can you hold the vision when the landscape still looks the same? Can you remain grounded when the wind of change hasn't yet touched your skin, but your spirit feels the tremble of what's near? Right now, it's crucial that you stay in alignment. That means surrounding yourself with voices that remind you who you are, not who you used to be. This is not the hour to entertain fear, discouragement, or defeat. Protect your environment. Watch what you absorb. Focus on the vision God gave you, not the delay that tried to blur it. Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. Philippians 4:6. Your spirit has been trained in the quiet, and now, in the stillness before the storm of blessing, you must hold your position. Stay ready, not with frantic energy, but with sacred anticipation. Prepare your heart, not just to receive, but to expand, because what God is about to do will exceed every expectation you've ever had. Let me ask you this. What if the reason you've been through so much pain is because you've been chosen for radical elevation? What if your story has been filled with extremes because the shift that's coming is meant to be so visible, so undeniable, that it silences every lie ever spoken over you? Think of Bethany Hamilton, the surfer who lost her arm in a shark attack at just 13 years old. Most people would have surrendered their dream, but not her. Within weeks she was back in the water, and over time her story became one of global inspiration. Her challenge became her platform, her loss became her breakthrough, and now millions are touched by her testimony. That's what happens when the chosen refuse to give up. And you refused to give up, even when it didn't make sense, even when you had no answers, even when everything in you wanted to turn around. That perseverance, it has created the conditions for a miraculous shift. For I consider that the sufferings of this present time are not worth comparing with the glory that is to be revealed to us. Romans 8:18. The transformation ahead of you isn't just circumstantial, it's spiritual. God isn't just changing what's around you, He's changing how you show up in it. The doors that will open in this season will require a stronger, more centered version of you. That's why the preparation was so intense. That's why the process was so long. It wasn't just about testing your endurance, it was about deepening your roots. Your name is on this blessing, not by accident, not by default, but by divine assignment. God has been building something that fits your fingerprints, your spirit, your calling, and no one else can receive it the way you can. This is your appointed moment, not just to rise, but to become everything God always intended you to be. Look at Howard Schultz, the man who built Starbucks into a global empire. He grew up in public housing, the son of a truck driver. He didn't come from power or privilege, but he had vision. And he held on to that vision through rejection after rejection. Over 200 times investors turned him down. But eventually, his moment came. And when it did, it changed his life and reshaped the world of coffee forever. The world may not have expected him, but heaven did. But as it is written, eye has not seen, nor ear heard, nor have entered into the heart of man the things which God has prepared for those who love him. 1 Corinthians 2:9. Chosen one, don't confuse delay with denial. Don't mistake God's silence for his absence. While you were wondering when he would show up, he was preparing how he would show off. And when he does, there will be no question that it was his hand that moved on your behalf. But here's the part most overlook. Divine timing doesn't need our convenience. It only needs our availability. You could be walking through the most ordinary moment of your life, and suddenly God breaks in. No warning, no announcement. Just a divine interruption that flips your life from waiting to walking in purpose. It could happen while you're brushing your teeth, while you're scrolling through your phone, while you're folding laundry. Because God's power doesn't bow to our schedules. It invades with precision. That's why you must live every moment with sacred expectation. Don't be distracted. Don't be cynical. Stay open. Tyler Perry once lived in his car. He couldn't afford rent while producing stage plays that kept failing, but he believed, he persisted, and one day the audience came and never stopped coming. Within hours of his final attempt, something shifted, and now he owns studios, tells global stories, and touches lives through a platform he was once too broke to imagine. That's what divine timing looks like. It doesn't need a stage. It needs a vessel. And you, chosen one, are that vessel. God has seen everything you've endured, the anxiety you hid behind your smile, the nights you cried yourself to sleep, the moments you doubted your worth. But He's also seen the strength you didn't know you had, the prayers you whispered through trembling lips, the praise you gave Him even when you didn't feel like it. That's what makes this moment so powerful. You didn't earn it with perfection. You received it through faithfulness. And now, the waiting is ending. The shift is beginning. And your world is about to look unrecognizable in the most beautiful way. So, be alert, be expectant, and most of all, be ready. Your breakthrough is not far away. It is hours away. And once it arrives, your life will never be the same again. Chosen one, how many times did you silently whisper, "I can't do this anymore," but then got up anyway? How often did you sit in the quiet, exhausted from waiting, yet still held on to that final thread of hope? It's easy to feel like giving up when what you've prayed for feels galaxies away. There were moments when you were tempted to surrender, not because you lacked faith, but because your faith was carrying a weight that no one around you could see. The days blended into nights, the silence became louder, and still your soul whispered, "God is coming." And now finally heaven responds, not with a whisper, but with a move so undeniable it will leave you speechless. God never missed a beat. While you were wondering if He'd forgotten your name, He was studying every beat of your heart. He saw your faith when it was fragile, your trust when you had every reason to question, and your hope when circumstances screamed otherwise. He saw you lift your head when it was easier to bow it in defeat. And it is that kind of quiet strength, the strength that few notice but heaven crowns, that has moved the hand of God in your favor. He is now honoring your endurance, your trust, and your sacred patience with a blessing that's not only going to answer your prayers, but exceed the very boundaries of your imagination. Let us hold unswervingly to the hope we profess, for He who promised is faithful. Hebrews 10:23. As you stand on the edge of this holy breakthrough, understand this: your pain was never pointless. The trials that came like relentless waves were not there to crush you, but to refine you. Every disappointment was a redirection. Every closed door was a reroute to something more aligned. The process felt like punishment, but it was preparation for a blessing you couldn't have carried before now. And isn't it strange how what once broke you is now the very reason you're ready to receive? God wasn't just working on the blessing, He was working on you, so that when it arrived, you wouldn't sabotage it, question it, or run from it. You'd rise to it. When others gave up, you stayed the course. When people who didn't understand your vision mocked your belief, you chose to walk by faith, not by sight. You stayed hopeful when hope was invisible. You showed up when you had every excuse to disappear. That decision, to keep showing up even in the dark, is what separates the chosen from the ordinary. It's what makes this moment yours. And after you have suffered a little while, the God of all grace will Himself restore, confirm, strengthen, and establish you. 1 Peter 5:10. Look at the story of Walt Whitman, the great American poet. During his lifetime, his work was largely unrecognized. His poetry collection, Leaves of Grass, was self-published and criticized, dismissed by the literary world of his day. He spent years enduring rejection and obscurity, yet he kept writing. He kept believing in what he knew had value. Today, his words are immortal. The same voices that once ignored him now revere him. That's what happens when the world's timing doesn't align with God's, but you keep going anyway. Your moment is here not because you were the loudest, the strongest, or the most visible, but because you were faithful. Faithful when it hurt. Faithful when it didn't make sense. Faithful when nothing looked like the promise. And now the time has come. Not because circumstances say so, but because heaven has decreed it. What you planted in stillness is about to bloom in full display. You're going to harvest in front of the same people who once questioned if anything would grow from your field. Hope isn't passive, it's a spiritual strategy. It's not a gentle wish, but a warrior's grip on a promise. To hope is to trust when there's no proof, to believe when there's no sign. Hope is what made you get out of bed on days when it would have been easier to lay still. Hope is what kept you praying when the heavens felt silent. Hope is what carried you through confusion, delay, betrayal, and inner war. And now, hope is what's birthing your breakthrough. We have this hope as an anchor for the soul, firm and secure. Hebrews 6:19. You could have walked away, but you didn't. You could have settled for less, but you chose alignment over convenience. And now, chosen one, the season is shifting in your favor. This isn't just a new opportunity, it's a divine unveiling. You're not being elevated because you demanded it. You're being elevated because you endured. What's about to enter your life is wrapped in meaning, depth, and a divine fingerprint. Take, for example, Les Brown. Born in poverty and labeled educably mentally retarded, he was adopted at 6 weeks old and faced unimaginable obstacles. But he believed in something bigger. He chose to hope when society told him to quit. He became one of the world's most powerful motivational speakers, not because the odds were in his favor, but because he never stopped believing that his voice had value. Your voice has value too. Your journey, like his, has not been for nothing. You need to persevere so that when you have done the will of God, you will receive what he has promised. Hebrews 10:36. Now let me ask you, what if your breakthrough isn't just an answer to your need, but an announcement of your arrival? What if the very thing you're about to receive isn't just for you, but also for everyone connected to your destiny? Have you considered that your reward is not only personal, but generational? You've endured too much for this next chapter to be small. You've cried too deeply for your future to remain shallow. You've waited long enough, and now heaven is moving. Not because of luck, not because of strategy, but because you were chosen. Chosen to carry this gift, chosen to walk this road, chosen to be the living evidence that hope does not disappoint. Look at the life of Shania Twain, abandoned by her father, raised in poverty, working to support her family from a young age. She faced immense personal loss, betrayal, and heartbreak. But she rose. She trusted her instincts. She dared to believe that her gift was still relevant, even when her circumstances were not. And now she is celebrated not only for her voice, but for her resilience. You too are not just rising. You are becoming the testimony that your story was leading to all along. So here you are, standing at the doorway of the divine. The breakthrough is no longer a concept. It is imminent, not delayed, not hypothetical, but scheduled, prepared, appointed. You didn't miss it. You didn't fall behind. You were being perfectly timed by the one who sees the end from the beginning. And now, chosen one, the waiting is over. As you, chosen one, stand on the very edge of your divine breakthrough, pause for a moment and consider this. How has hope kept you alive? How many times did hope, faint and fragile, keep you going when logic told you to quit? Hope has never been just an idea for you. It has been your breath, your quiet song in the dark, your invisible armor. Hope is the only reason your spirit didn't collapse under the weight of unanswered prayers and painful delays. And now, that very hope is about to be honored, not symbolically, but tangibly. You're not only entering a new chapter, you are stepping into a whole new atmosphere. The reward for this endurance is not vague. It is not abstract. Your breakthrough will be measurable. It will come in waves, and the first wave is coming with power. A financial abundance that will surprise you with its timing, its method, and its purpose. This isn't about materialism. This is about divine provision unlocking your purpose. It's about God handing you a key that opens rooms you were once locked out of. Are you ready to receive resources you didn't chase, but that were chasing you all along? The blessing of the Lord brings wealth without painful toil for it. Proverbs 10:22. Chosen one, if your financial situation has been stagnant or uncertain, it's not because God abandoned you. It's because he was withholding the temporary so he could prepare the eternal. You've been learning stewardship in the famine so you can walk boldly in the abundance. And now, heaven is opening financial pathways in ways you never predicted. It could be a business idea that finally takes off, an unexpected call that shifts everything, or a connection that turns into provision. You may be tempted to second-guess it when it arrives, but don't. You'll know it's God because it will be undeniable. Think of Chris Gardner, the man behind the memoir The Pursuit of Happiness. Once homeless, sleeping in subway bathrooms with his young son, he didn't know how or when breakthrough would come, but he believed. And then, after months of hardship, one interview changed everything. That one opportunity led to a thriving career in finance and a life of global influence. His story wasn't about luck. It was about being in the right place at the right time, spiritually and mentally aligned with divine timing. That's where you are now. This breakthrough isn't just about money. It's about momentum. It's about having the stability to focus fully on your calling. God knows you've had to fight just to survive. He's seen how lack has limited your movement. That's why this breakthrough will not only relieve pressure, it will restore vision. You won't just pay bills. You'll plant seeds. You'll fund dreams. You'll be able to say yes to what used to feel out of reach. And my God will meet all your needs according to the riches of his glory in Christ Jesus. Philippians 4:19. This divine wave of abundance is the confirmation that your season has shifted. It's heaven saying, I saw every sacrifice. I counted every coin you gave when you barely had enough. I measured every step of obedience, even when it cost you comfort. Now receive. Have you ever wondered why you felt an unusual restlessness lately? Why ordinary routines feel different, like something is coming but hasn't revealed itself yet? That's not coincidence. That's alignment. As your breakthrough approaches, God will not leave you guessing. He'll begin to send signs, some subtle, some overwhelming, that are designed to prepare your spirit for the magnitude of what's coming. Perhaps you've begun noticing repeating numbers like 111 or 222 appearing everywhere, from license plates to receipts to clocks. Or maybe there's a phrase, a lyric, or a verse that keeps echoing in your environment like it's following you. These aren't just quirks of perception, they are synchronicities, divine signals that you are walking in alignment with the spiritual timeline God set for your life. Call to me, and I will answer you, and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know. Jeremiah 33:3. These signs are not random. They are heaven's confirmation that you are not late, you are not lost, and you have not missed your moment. If you've noticed these patterns increasing, don't dismiss them. God speaks in ways that the heart can feel before the mind understands. These divine nudges are preparing you. They are heaven's countdown. Consider the journey of Sarah Jakes Roberts. After facing public failure and early motherhood at a young age, she endured criticism, spiritual confusion, and personal darkness. But as she began to heal, she started seeing patterns, people, phrases, moments of alignment. They were signs that something bigger was being born in her spirit, and indeed she rose to become a global voice for healing and purpose. Her life is a testament to how God's guidance doesn't always look like thunder. It often looks like gentle repetition. Are there words that keep appearing in your dreams or your daily conversations? Have you overheard strangers speaking exactly what you've been praying about in silence? Are certain Bible verses chasing you across platforms, books, or sermons? That's not the algorithm. That's the Almighty. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delights in his way. Psalm 37:23. These signs will only intensify as you draw closer to the tipping point. At the moment of your breakthrough, things that once confused you will suddenly make sense. The patterns will click. The pieces will fall into place. The resistance will break. The fog will lift. And you'll realize this was never random. It was sacred design, and it was always leading here. Look at Nick Vujicic, born without limbs and bullied relentlessly as a child. He had every reason to believe that his life would be one of limitation, but something in him refused to accept that as final. Over time, through what seemed like small synchronicities and divine nudges, doors opened. Today, he travels the world, speaking to millions, living a life that seemed impossible on paper. His breakthrough didn't come all at once, but the signs always pointed him forward. Chosen one, this is your now. Not next week, not someday. Now, the breakthrough that will shift your financial life, your spiritual path, and your emotional strength is in motion. Watch for the signs. Listen for the whispers. Be aware of the seemingly ordinary moments that carry extraordinary meaning. Heaven is guiding you, and the divine fingerprints are all around. You don't need to force anything. You don't need to chase. All you must do is remain available, aware, and aligned. God's plan is unfolding with precision, and when it touches your life, it will not look like striving. It will look like grace arriving on schedule. When the breakthrough comes, remember, this isn't just about provision, it's about positioning. This is God placing you exactly where you need to be to impact lives, transform environments, and build legacies. You were chosen not just to survive, but to carry favor with purpose. So breathe, stay watchful, and be ready. Heaven's strategy is moving. The signs are speaking, and your breakthrough, your undeniable, life-changing, spirit-confirming breakthrough is moments away. There is something sacred about the evening. A stillness settles across the world, and for the first time all day, the noise begins to fade. Chosen one, it is in this space of quiet and solitude that the second stage of your breakthrough will be revealed. This isn't merely a continuation of your blessing, it's a deepening of it. In this tranquil hour, when your soul is calm and your spirit still, you will encounter what many never realize they have access to: the full manifestation of divine healing and co-creation with God Himself. Have you ever felt as though the world kept demanding your energy, pulling your attention in countless directions, yet your spirit longed for peace? That longing wasn't weakness, it was divine alignment calling you home. Because now, in the hush of this evening, God is opening a window, a portal, a thin place where heaven meets earth. And in that space, chosen one, you are being granted the power to shape your reality. This is not a metaphor. This is not motivational fluff. This is a spiritual activation. Whether it is physical healing your body has cried for, emotional restoration your heart has silently begged for, or the manifestation of long-held dreams buried beneath years of waiting, this is the moment heaven has scheduled for release. Your breakthrough will take the form of alignment, where the dreams that once felt distant begin moving toward you with divine speed. For I will restore health to you, and your wounds I will heal, declares the Lord. Jeremiah 30:17. What if tonight your heart began to feel whole again? What if you woke up tomorrow with a mind clearer than it's been in years? What if this moment was the shift that healed your anxiety, restored your creativity, and brought clarity to the questions that haunted you? Do you believe it's possible? Can you dare to imagine that this sacred space wasn't meant to just soothe you, but to transform you? Look at Louise Hay, a woman who in her early years suffered abuse, cancer, and overwhelming pain. Yet in her 50s, through affirmations, spiritual practice, and faith in divine healing, she created a life of empowerment and healing not only for herself, but for millions. She didn't escape her reality, she reshaped it. In the quiet, she heard God. In the stillness, she healed. And now, her legacy is a living example of what divine alignment can do. This evening breakthrough is not passive. You are not a spectator. You are a participant in God's sacred invitation. This is your chance not just to receive healing, but to create wholeness, not just to wait for a miracle, but to co-create one with the power He has placed inside you. It's a holy window where the natural bends before the spiritual, where reality shifts to meet the intentions of a purified heart. Now, to Him who is able to do immeasurably more than all we ask or imagine, according to His power that is at work within us. Ephesians 3:20. In this moment, God is not just giving you peace. He's giving you permission. Permission to be whole, to rise, to dream without fear, to declare what you need, and to believe that heaven hears you instantly. He's handing you the pen, chosen one, and inviting you to write the next chapter with divine ink. This isn't just about healing your body or mind. It's about manifesting the entire life you were always meant to live. This evening, a spiritual portal opens over you, not just to visit your dreams, but to root them into the fabric of your reality. Whether it's a long-awaited relationship, clarity in your purpose, a new career direction, or the return of joy, you are being invited to step fully into the person God created you to be. Take, for instance, Marianne Williamson, who once lived in the chaos of addiction, self-doubt, and spiritual confusion. Through stillness, surrender, and an active choice to align her life with divine truth, she rose to become a powerful teacher of spiritual principles, impacting people across the world. Her turnaround didn't come from hustle. It came from accessing the sacred within. You too have that within you. Delight yourself in the Lord, and He will give you the desires of your heart. Psalm 37:4. So as this moment approaches, ask yourself, what have I been secretly longing for that I stopped believing was possible? What desire did I bury because the wait felt too long? What if tonight that very desire is ready to resurrect? In this sacred pause, this stillness of evening, you must let go of fear. Let go of the idea that you're not ready or not worthy. This moment isn't asking you to be perfect. It's asking you to be present. Let faith speak louder than doubt. Let the whisper of God be louder than the noise of your past. This transformation is not incremental. It's exponential. You will not just feel better, you will be different. When God opens this portal over your life, you will know. It will feel like peace wrapped in power, like breath infused with fire, like standing at the edge of what once felt impossible and realizing it's now within reach. Look at Trevor Noah, born into apartheid South Africa, the child of a relationship deemed illegal by law. He was raised in secrecy, exclusion, and systemic injustice. But with divine timing and unshakable vision, he manifested a future where he would one day lead one of the most influential platforms in global comedy and commentary. What the world said was impossible, God used as a platform for glory. You will also decree a thing, and it will be established for you, and light will shine on your ways. Job 22:28. This evening is not random. It is sacred. It is strategic. God has been preparing your heart to receive not just comfort, but creative power. What you speak in this space will echo through your future. What you visualize will begin taking shape in the physical. What you affirm will begin drawing itself toward you. That is the weight and wonder of this moment. So, chosen one, do not hold back. Do not shrink beneath the power being placed in your hands. This isn't the time to question whether you're ready. This is the time to receive, believe, and boldly act. Speak life. Speak healing. Speak wealth. Speak joy. This portal is God's way of saying, you have waited long enough. Now let's build. This is the culmination of everything you've endured, every tear, every delay, every whisper of faith. It's all led to this moment, and from here, your reality will never be the same. Not because of chance, but because of divine design. The power to shape your reality is no longer a distant idea. It is active within you, authorized by God, confirmed by the signs, and now awakened in this precise hour. So trust the timing, trust the process, trust yourself. The transformation begins now. At exactly 2 a.m., when the world slips into its deepest stillness and everything around you falls quiet, the third phase of your breakthrough will unfold. This hour is not like the others. It is sacred. It is where the veil between the seen and unseen grows thin, and heaven begins to whisper directly to your soul. For you, chosen one, this moment marks not just a shift in circumstances, but a spiritual portal through which divine wisdom, revelation, and emotional freedom are released. Have you ever woken up in the middle of the night with a feeling you couldn't explain, an inner stirring that something greater was calling you? That is not a coincidence. It is God drawing you into the quiet where the distractions fade and the eternal becomes clear. In this holy hour, you may experience spiritual travel, lucid dreams, or even sensations that feel beyond the body, because they are. Your spirit is being invited to move through realms that were once hidden, to access knowledge that shifts the very direction of your life. He reveals deep and hidden things. He knows what lies in darkness, and light dwells with him. Daniel 2:22. This is not fantasy. This is not imagination. This is the moment of spiritual elevation that only the chosen experience. While others sleep through the night, God is waking you, not to trouble you, but to transform you. In these early hours, you are not merely dreaming, you are ascending. You are being brought into divine classrooms where God teaches your soul, imparts wisdom, and hands you blueprints that will guide your journey. You may see glimpses of higher dimensions. You may hear voices not of this world, or feel yourself being pulled beyond the limits of your body. These are not hallucinations. They are encounters. And they are happening because heaven trusts you with what others cannot carry. Remember Carl Jung, one of the fathers of analytical psychology. He often described dream states and altered consciousness as places where humanity could encounter collective truths and even divine archetypes. Much of what he wrote was inspired by his own spiritual dreams and inner journeys. What changed his world, and later the world of science and soul-searching, began in moments of stillness and mystery, just like what's opening for you now. As your spirit moves through this dimension, you will begin to understand truths that were previously blocked from your view. Things about your life, your calling, and your future will suddenly appear clear. Questions that haunted you for years will begin to dissolve under the light of divine clarity. This moment is not about dreaming. It's about waking up in the spirit. You are being given the eyes to see beyond what's visible, and the ears to hear what others miss. Call to me, and I will answer you, and will tell you great and hidden things that you have not known. Jeremiah 33:3. But at the heart of this breakthrough is more than revelation. It is emotional liberation. You're about to break free, not only from confusion and uncertainty, but from the heavy spiritual chains you've carried for far too long. Guilt, fear, shame, doubt. These things have sat quietly in the corners of your soul, convincing you that you were still stuck. But in this moment, those walls begin to crumble. What happens when you no longer carry the weight of what tried to destroy you? What if for the first time in your life you were truly free, not just from external struggles, but from the inner blocks that held you back? That's what emotional freedom really is, the soul untethered. And that's what God is giving you tonight. Think of Edith Eva Eger, a Holocaust survivor who endured unspeakable trauma. For decades she lived in pain and silence, but when she chose healing, she not only found freedom, she helped thousands of others do the same. She said, "Your pain is not your punishment, it is your teacher." In the same way, chosen one, your wounds are not marks of shame, they are gateways into revelation. Where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. 2 Corinthians 3:17. As you move through this divine encounter, allow the spiritual weight to lift. Let go of the labels the world gave you. Let go of the fears that held your dreams hostage. Let go of the old stories you told yourself about what was possible. Because in this very moment, God is writing a new story. One that begins with freedom and ends with legacy. And then, as the night deepens, something even more powerful will occur. You may begin to dream lucidly. But these will not be ordinary dreams. These will be spiritual journeys across time. In these dreams, you will see your future, not as a concept, but as a reality taking shape. You will encounter possible versions of yourself. You will see the outcomes of paths you've been afraid to take. You'll be shown the people you're meant to align with, the doors you must walk through, and the decisions that carry the most divine weight. This is not guesswork. This is divine navigation, a compass being placed in your hands. And when you wake, you will know what to do. Not with confusion, but with certainty rooted in heaven's wisdom. Remember Harriet Tubman, the abolitionist who freed hundreds through the Underground Railroad. She often spoke of dreams and visions that led her. In the darkest times, she received divine guidance that kept her path lit and her purpose clear. What she did was not natural, it was spiritual. And like her, you too are being guided through invisible realms into a future of liberation. Whether you turn to the right or to the left, your ears will hear a voice behind you saying, "This is the way, walk in it." Isaiah 30:21. This moment is not just about you being blessed, it's about you being awakened. Awakened to your power, awakened to your anointing, awakened to the truth that you are never ordinary. You are always multidimensional, always chosen, always designed for things most people cannot see. So when you wake from this experience, this out-of-body glimpse into eternity, don't shake it off like it was nothing. Don't rush back into your routine as if your life wasn't just expanded. Take a breath, reflect, write it down, let the revelation take root. Because from this moment forward, you are forever changed. You have been entrusted with sacred knowledge, with divine perspective, with a glimpse into God's mind concerning your life. Do not doubt it. Do not second-guess what was shown to you. God doesn't speak just to entertain. He speaks to equip. So now, as you stand at the edge of this breakthrough, remember this. You are not waiting for something to happen anymore. It's already happening. All that remains is your surrender. Let go of the doubt, release the fear. The chains that once held you don't fit you anymore. This is the hour when you rise, not just in the natural, but in the spirit. Chosen one, you are walking in mystery. You are moving through realms. You are stepping into a version of yourself that was written in heaven before time began. The transformation is complete. Chosen one, has it ever occurred to you that everything, yes, every tear, every unanswered prayer, every closed door, was actually a divine thread in God's larger design? What if the waiting was never about denial, but about precise timing. Right now, in this very hour, something sacred is happening. God is pulling back the curtain to reveal what he has been preparing behind the scenes for years. And it's not just beautiful, it's yours. You may have wondered why you had to suffer in silence while others seemed to move forward effortlessly. You may have questioned your own worth, your choices, and even your calling, but heaven has heard every whisper of your heart, and not a single moment of that journey has been wasted. What you've walked through was not a detour. It was a setup for a supernatural elevation. And now, chosen one, you are being called to step into the blessings God has been storing for you. And after you have suffered a little while, the God of all grace will himself restore, confirm, strengthen, and establish you. 1 Peter 5:10. This is the moment where fear must be silenced. The doubt that lingered in the back of your mind, it has no authority here. This is not the time to hesitate, it's the time to receive, because God's timing is not delayed. It is perfect, and his plan for you, flawless. Right now, even as you read these words, the alignment is already in motion. The shift isn't about to happen, it's already happening. The change has already begun to take root. Think about Morgan Harper Nichols, the poet and artist whose work now reaches millions. For years she wrote and created in obscurity. There were no book deals, no interviews, just faith. Faith that if she kept obeying the inner whisper, eventually something would break open. And it did. Not because she chased opportunity, but because heaven chased her obedience. God is not waiting to bless you when the circumstances are convenient. He's blessing you now, in the middle of the mess, because you've proven yourself faithful. You didn't just wait, you waited well. You kept praying through the confusion. You kept serving through the exhaustion. You kept praising through the pain. And now, the blessing is not just on the way, it's at the door. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. Psalm 30, verse 5. You see, this isn't just a motivational moment. This is a prophetic shift. Watch what happens next. Watch how the very situations that looked hopeless begin to shift. Doors you forgot even existed will begin to open. People you never expected will come into your life. Provision will come from unexpected places. This is the season where faith becomes sight. That sensation you feel in your chest right now, that's not just emotion. That's the Spirit of God confirming what's already been released in the heavens. Don't suppress it. Let it rise. Open your heart. Raise your hands. Receive what's already yours. So do not throw away your confidence. It will be richly rewarded. Hebrews 10:35. The same God who walked with Moses through the wilderness, who stood beside Daniel in the lion's den, who lifted Esther into royalty, is walking into your life right now to do something miraculous. And he doesn't need ideal conditions. He doesn't need the odds to be in your favor. All he needs is your yes. When you say yes to his plan, yes to his timeline, yes to his method, you unlock a flow of favor that overrides every obstacle. You are not a spectator in this miracle. You are the conduit. Your faith is not passive. It is the force that activates the supernatural. Consider the woman with the issue of blood. No one invited her, no one expected her, but she believed. And in one moment of courageous faith, she pulled healing from the divine, not by waiting to be noticed, but by reaching anyway. That is what you are being called to do in this moment. Don't wait for permission. Don't wait for confirmation. You've already been chosen. Your faith has healed you, Jesus said, Luke 8:48. And don't expect this miracle to arrive in predictable ways. God is the master of divine surprises. He may bless you through a phone call you weren't expecting, a refund you forgot was coming, or an opportunity that appears in a place you almost walked past. Just like the ravens fed Elijah, just like the widow's oil never ran out, your provision is coming, and it may not look like what you imagined. Sometimes God delays the source so you don't worship the method. He wants your trust, not in the job, not in the numbers, but in Him alone. And when the breakthrough finally comes, it will be marked with divine fingerprints. You'll know it could have only been Him. Look at Tabitha Brown, who for years cooked and created content with very little recognition, until one day, one video, one moment, God elevated her into a platform that changed everything. She didn't force it. She flowed. And her surrender became the wave that carried her into influence and abundance. Right now, God is asking the same of you. Stop fighting the wave. Flow with it. Let go of your timelines, your expectations, your need to understand every detail. This is the season where clarity will come in motion. You'll understand as you go. Doors will open as you move, and peace will meet you in places you once feared. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your paths straight. Proverbs 3:5-6. So breathe, chosen one. The shift is here. The atmosphere is alive. Heaven is already at work. This is not the time to retreat. This is the time to lean in, to trust harder, to believe bigger. What looks small right now is pregnant with greatness. That unexpected email, that nudging in your spirit, that change in your energy, they are all signs that your life is about to explode with divine favor. You are not just being blessed, you are being positioned to lead, to influence, to build, to restore. The anointing on your life isn't just for survival, it's for impact. And so, I say this to you with spiritual certainty, the breakthrough has already begun. This is not about waiting, it's about receiving, right here, right now. My beloved souls, as this sacred message comes to its close, I want you to remember this. You did not arrive here by accident. You were guided, drawn in by the Spirit, and held in place by divine timing. If you feel your spirit stirred, your hope rekindled, and your inner knowing reawakened, it's because you've just passed through a spiritual portal, one that only opens for those God has handpicked for such a time as this. There is something unspeakably powerful about the stillness of the evening. In these hushed hours, while the world sleeps and the noise fades into the background, heaven leans closer, the veil thins. You become more than a listener, you become a creator. Your voice, your thoughts, your faith, they echo louder in the Spirit. This is your time, chosen one. What you declare tonight will shape your tomorrow. So don't whisper your dreams, speak them boldly. Don't tiptoe around your healing. Claim it fully. Don't question your worthiness. Own it as your inheritance. Tonight, restoration is not just possible, it's promised. The broken places in your heart, the unanswered cries in your prayers, the silent fatigue behind your strength. God sees it all, and He's not just offering comfort. He's offering a complete restart, a cleansing, a rebirth. That weariness in your bones, He's lifting it. That emotional heaviness, He's dissolving it. That spiritual drought, He's saturating it with fresh rain. And He's doing it not because you begged, but because you're His. He heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds. Psalm 147 verse 3. I'm about to do something new. See, I have already begun. Do you not see it? Isaiah 43:19. You crown the year with your bounty, and your carts overflow with abundance. Psalm 65:11. Now may the Lord of peace Himself give you peace at all times and in every way. 2 Thessalonians 3:16. So tonight, when the world goes quiet and the stars blink over your rooftop, lean in, not with anxiety, but with expectation. Don't let this window pass you by. Use it. Write the vision. Speak the dream. Manifest boldly. And then rest. Not because you've given up, but because you've handed it to God. Because now you know He's already working. To every soul who has journeyed through this word with me, thank you. Your presence, your attention, your energy, it matters deeply. And if this message has stirred something sacred inside you, and you feel led to support this divine work, I humbly invite you to consider donating through Super Thanks. Whether it's large or small, it helps spread these prophetic messages to more of God's chosen around the world. But please know this from the depths of my heart. Whether you give or not, I'm deeply grateful that you're here. Your presence alone is a gift, and it means more than you know. As we close, I release a blessing over you now, a blessing of peace that surpasses understanding, of restoration that leaves no scar behind, and of divine ideas that will shape your future. May your sleep tonight be filled with supernatural revelation. May your dreams carry strategy, and may your spirit wake up tomorrow knowing the breakthrough isn't coming, it has already begun. God bless you abundantly and exceedingly, in alignment, in wholeness, and in divine timing. You are seen, you are chosen, and you are ready. Chosen one, listen to me carefully. This is not just another video. This is not just another message floating around in the noise of the world. This is your divine message from the universe, chosen by God Himself to reach you at the exact moment you need it most. I need you to understand that nothing about this moment is random. Nothing about you being here is coincidence. You have been drawn to this message by a force far greater than you can imagine. This is divine alignment. The fact that your eyes are on these words right now is proof that the universe has been orchestrating circumstances behind the scenes just to place this truth before you. Before we go any further, I want you to do something important. If you feel this message stirring something deep inside your spirit, if you feel a pull, a strange sense of knowing, I want you to confirm it right now. Type 777 in the comments below. Yes, right now. Type it boldly, because this is a declaration that you recognize divine timing at work in your life. And while you're here, make sure to subscribe, tap the bell icon, and stay connected to this sacred space. This channel is not for everyone. It's for the called, the awakened, the chosen. It's for you. And before we go deeper into this revelation, I want to pause and say something from the depths of my spirit. Thank you to every single one of you who has supported this space through Super Thanks. Your giving is not just a gesture, it's a seed of faith, a seed of alignment, a seed that helps keep this divine message reaching others who are just waking up to the truth of who they are. Whether you give or not, please know this: you are valued, honored, and loved here. Your presence is already a gift, and your energy is part of this unfolding. Chosen one, you have felt it for a long time, haven't you? That quiet yet undeniable voice inside, that strange pull you cannot explain to those around you, that sense that you were meant for something greater, something beyond the ordinary existence. It's not your imagination, it's your calling. And the universe, along with divine guidance, has led you here to remind you of exactly who you are. This message has come to you because heaven's timing is never late, and it is never early. It arrives exactly when you are ready to receive it. You might have been going through confusion, or maybe you've been feeling lost in the middle of your journey, questioning if the path you are walking is the right one. Let me tell you today, with full authority and certainty, you're on the right path. You're walking towards your divine purpose, and this message is the signpost you've been praying for. I want you to breathe deeply as you hear these words. Feel the weight of them, not in your mind alone, but deep in your spirit. You are a chosen one. You are chosen by God. And because of that, the universe works differently in your life. Ordinary rules do not apply to you. Timing in your life does not follow the world's calendar. Divine timing governs your journey, and right now, that timing has led you here. This moment is sacred. Treat it as such. The distractions of the world can wait. Give yourself fully to this message, because it holds the wisdom your soul has been longing for. Understand that the universe has a way of reaching us when we are most ready to hear. Right now, you are ready. That's why you are here. As we go deeper into this divine revelation, keep your heart open. Let the word speak beyond the noise of the day-to-day. This is not just guidance. This is a spiritual awakening unfolding before you. God's chosen ones, this is your divine message from the universe. Hear it now. Chosen one, let's begin with the truth you've always sensed. There has always been something different about you. It's not just your dreams, your sensitivity, or your ability to see what others overlook. It's the divine whisper that's followed you since childhood, the internal compass that pulled you away from certain paths and gently guided you toward others. Perhaps you didn't always understand it, but that presence was never random. You've been asking, is this truly God? Is the universe actually speaking to me? And now the answer arrives not just in words, but in confirmation. Yes, chosen one, it is. You have been receiving signs all along. You were just waiting for permission to believe that they were real. You've noticed the patterns, the repeating numbers on clocks, the dreams that seem to carry more weight than the day they followed, the way certain conversations linger in your spirit long after they've ended. These are not coincidences, they are spiritual codes. You've been trained to think they're just your imagination, but the truth is, your imagination is one of your greatest spiritual tools. Think about it. Why would God give you this level of awareness if you weren't meant to use it? Why would you sense danger before it arrives, or feel peace in certain places before you even know why? Chosen one, you are not operating on the same frequency as everyone else because you were never meant to. Remember the story of Elijah in 1 Kings 19:12. He looked for God in the wind, the earthquake, and the fire. But God was in the still, small voice. That's how the divine often reaches the chosen. Not in loud disruptions, but in quiet recognitions. So ask yourself, have you been listening to the whisper? Or have you been waiting for the thunder? Because the divine won't compete with the noise of the world. It will simply keep speaking in truth, hoping you'll slow down enough to hear it. Sometimes you've doubted yourself. You've wondered if you were overthinking things, if your intuition was just anxiety in disguise. But chosen one, here's what you must understand. Not everyone is wired to feel what you feel. Your perception is a gift, not a flaw. It's how heaven speaks to you. Florence Scovel Shinn once said that when you're about to birth something divine, the entire universe rearranges itself to help you deliver it. So, if your life has felt heavy, unpredictable, or strangely directed, could it be because you're being spiritually positioned for something greater than logic can explain? When the prophet Samuel was a child, he heard the voice of God calling his name. At first, he didn't recognize it. It took Eli to tell him what was happening. "Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening," he finally said in 1 Samuel 3:10. How many times has God called your name and you mistook it for something else? A gut feeling, a strange coincidence, a dream that haunted you. But what if it was the beginning of your own Samuel moment? The beginning of clarity. You are not here by accident. You are hearing this now because you're finally ready to hear your name clearly, without fear, without doubt, without delay. And let us not forget, the universe often uses vessels. God speaks through people, situations, and even media like this message. It may come through a conversation with a stranger, a random passage in a book, or a video that you just happened to find. But there are no accidents when you are chosen. What the world calls luck is often divine scheduling. When Tyler Perry was at his lowest point, broke, homeless, rejected, he heard a voice telling him not to give up. It didn't make sense. Nothing in his environment supported that kind of faith, but he obeyed the whisper anyway. That whisper turned into a legacy. It's not that he was lucky, it's that he listened. If your life has felt unsettled lately, it's because you're being transitioned from one level of spiritual identity to another. You are being called out of confusion and into confirmation. But to walk in that, you must trust what you're hearing. You must honor the nudges, the signs, the gut instincts. The Holy Spirit is subtle but persistent. It doesn't force, it invites. And the more you say yes to its invitations, the louder and clearer it becomes. John 10:27 records Jesus saying, "My sheep listen to my voice. I know them, and they follow me." Chosen one, that is you. That is why the noise of this world frustrates you so much, because you are wired to follow a voice most people don't even hear. But that doesn't make you wrong. It makes you aligned. And your alignment is exactly what the enemy has tried to confuse. That's why the distractions have increased. That's why certain relationships suddenly fell apart. That's why your usual comforts no longer feel comfortable, because you're not being punished, you're being positioned. Joan of Arc once said, "I'm not afraid. I was born to do this." And she was, though few believed her. She was ridiculed for claiming she heard divine instruction. Yet her obedience turned her into a legend. Like you, she was misunderstood, not because she was broken, but because she was activated before her time. Chosen one, how many people in your life have tried to delay your calling simply because they couldn't understand it? How many times have you silenced your gift to make others feel comfortable? This is the season where your silence must become sound, where your private wisdom must become public light. But to do that, you have to trust your divine compass. You were not made to live in confusion. Psalm 46:10 says, "Be still and know that I am God." That means answers come not through panic, but through peace. What if what you're missing isn't clarity, it's stillness? What if the next instruction is already waiting for you, but it requires you to turn down the noise, close the tabs in your mind, and simply be? Take a walk. Sit in silence. Write down the dreams that wake you at 3 a.m. Pay attention to the strangers who say things that feel like they were meant just for you. That's how the universe speaks. It doesn't need to explain itself. It only needs you to trust. Because the moment you do, everything begins to move. Nikola Tesla once said that if you want to understand the secrets of the universe, think in terms of frequency and vibration. He wasn't just talking science, he was talking spirit. Chosen one, your frequency has been rising. That's why you felt detached from old environments. That's why certain people no longer feel aligned. It's not because you're broken, it's because you're evolving. What if your spiritual discomfort is actually divine promotion? Remember how Moses heard his call? In Exodus 3:4, God called to him from a burning bush. At first, it was just an unusual sight, but when Moses turned to look, God spoke. What if your burning bush moment is already here? And all that's left is for you to stop, notice, and say, "Here I am." And when you do, the veil lifts, the confusion breaks, and the divine plan begins to accelerate. You were never meant to live a muted life. You were meant to respond to divine cues with bold obedience. And every time you listen, every time you act on what you feel, every time you say yes to that inner tug, heaven moves. Chosen one, it's time to stop shrinking into what the world expects and rise fully into what heaven has already declared about you. You are not like the others, and you never have been. While many move through life searching for validation or chasing titles, your soul has always known that your name was written in higher places. But perhaps no one ever looked you in the eye and told you this truth. Your identity is not something you're figuring out, it's something you're remembering. You were chosen, not by popularity, not by convenience, but by divine assignment. Before you ever took your first breath, the heavens had already marked your life with sacred significance. Jeremiah 1:5 speaks clearly. So, before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. This means that nothing about you is random, not your sensitivity, not your strength, not your timing. Every detail of your makeup was designed to carry something eternal into temporary spaces. Perhaps you've spent years wondering why you felt like an outsider, even in rooms filled with people who said they loved you. Why you could sense dishonesty before a word was spoken, or why the weight of the world often sat quietly on your shoulders. That burden, chosen one, was not punishment, it was purpose. You weren't meant to blend in because your essence was created to interrupt darkness. You were wired to bring light where others pretend everything is fine. From the time you were small, you likely knew things you were never taught. While other children played freely, you may have found yourself contemplating questions far beyond your years. What you didn't know then was that spiritual intelligence had already been activated within you. The pain you experienced, the silence you kept, the wisdom that would drop into your spirit, all of it was evidence. You are not here to survive life. You are here to awaken others through how you live it. Even Jesus himself in Luke 22:42 felt the full weight of being chosen when he cried out, "Father, if you are willing, take this cup from me. Yet not my will, but yours be done." This moment of divine submission teaches us that the calling is heavy, but holy. You've likely felt the same pull. The weight you carry isn't because you're weak, it's because you're trusted. And that trust comes with refinement. Think of Joseph. His story was one of betrayal, delay, and apparent injustice, sold into slavery, falsely accused, thrown into prison. And yet, Genesis 50:20 reveals the outcome. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Chosen one, how many moments in your life felt like setbacks, when in truth they were set-ups for something greater? Your spiritual sensitivity isn't something to suppress, it's something to sharpen. The exhaustion you feel around certain people is not always emotional, it's spiritual. You sense deception not because you're paranoid, but because your spirit is discerning. You walk into a room and feel the energy shift. That is the presence of God within you, recognizing environments your mind hasn't even processed yet. And that's why your circle feels smaller. That's why your alone time feels sacred. Because heaven is preserving your purity. You have been given a divine assignment, and with it comes responsibility. When others are okay with casual living, your spirit won't let you settle. When others compromise, something in you says no. This isn't legalism, it's alignment. You've been chosen to carry the kind of light that exposes what's been hidden. That's why people either feel comforted or convicted in your presence. Harriet Tubman once said, "I never ran my train off the track and I never lost a passenger." She didn't lead with position, she led with divine vision. Her obedience saved hundreds, yet in her day, many thought she was mad. She followed visions, spiritual downloads, and guidance from a higher realm. Like you, she was underestimated, misunderstood, and misread, but not by heaven. And then there's Nikola Tesla, known for inventions but driven by intuition. He often spoke of how his ideas came to him in flashes, like divine downloads from an invisible source. "If you want to understand the secrets of the universe," he said, "think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration." Tesla's brilliance wasn't only scientific, it was spiritual. He understood that the invisible is more real than the visible. Chosen one, isn't that how your life has felt? Pulled by an unseen force you couldn't always explain, but couldn't deny. In moments when you felt forgotten, it wasn't that God overlooked you, it was that he was hiding you. Like David, anointed in secret, but sent back to the fields. Like Moses, hidden in the reeds before confronting Pharaoh. Like Esther, positioned quietly in the palace until the appointed time. Psalm 46:10 reminds us, "Be still and know that I am God." Sometimes stillness is where He shows you who you really are. Do you feel like you've been walking through life with a crown no one can see? That's because you have. Revelation 3:11 declares, "Hold fast what you have, that no one may take your crown." This crown isn't ornamental, it's functional. It represents authority in realms most people never enter. You were never created for small living, small thinking, or small impact. Even when your reach seems limited, your ripple is felt in eternity. Tyler Perry once said that when he was homeless, sleeping in his car, the only thing that kept him going was a small voice telling him not to give up. That voice became his anchor, and that obedience became his legacy. He didn't wait for people to see him, he followed the voice that already did. That's the path of the chosen, listening before leading, trusting before seeing. Ephesians 2:10 says, "For we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do." You've been prepared, chosen one, and everything you've gone through was preparation. The delays, the heartbreak, the closed doors, they weren't punishment, they were positioning. What felt like isolation was really divine incubation. So guard your identity. Don't let comparison make you question your calling. Don't let the noise of the world drown out the voice of your Creator. You weren't made to fit into systems. You were made to redesign them. You weren't made to play along. You were made to rise above. Your voice matters, your light is needed, and your presence is shifting atmospheres, whether people acknowledge it or not. Florence Scovel Shinn, a powerful spiritual teacher of the early 1900s, once wrote, "There is no peace or happiness for man until he has erased all fear from the subconscious." She taught that the divine constantly communicates with those who dare to listen, and that your outer world always reflects your inner state. If you felt misaligned, what truth have you been resisting? What whisper have you been afraid to obey? Chosen one, have you noticed how the universe seems to speak directly to you, again and again? How certain moments align so precisely that it feels like more than chance? You may not have always had words for it, but deep down, you've known these weren't ordinary coincidences. They were divine communications. You receive them because you carry an assignment that demands a constant connection with the divine. You are not just navigating life. You are following instructions from heaven. When God chooses someone for a mission beyond the ordinary, He does not leave them alone to figure it out. Instead, He opens channels of wisdom through dreams, signs, inner promptings, and spiritual downloads. These are not just moments of inspiration, they are lifelines. They are the language of heaven reaching into your human journey. When you feel a sudden knowing, when clarity strikes at a strange hour, or when a door opens at the exact moment you needed it, that is divine design in motion. That is your Creator guiding you from beyond the veil. Elisha, the prophet, once received divine intelligence about enemy movements, not because he was strategic, but because he was spiritually connected. In 2 Kings 6:12, the king of Aram was told, "Elisha, the prophet who is in Israel, tells the king of Israel the very words you speak in your bedroom." That's the level of divine insight God gives His chosen ones. It's not random, it's not earned by effort, it's granted by grace. And, like Elisha, you too are being positioned to receive strategic revelations that shift atmospheres and change lives. Think about the times you felt nudged to speak a truth no one else wanted to say, the times you walked away from something that looked good on the outside but felt wrong in your spirit. Those moments were not fear or indecision, they were divine direction. You are trusted to move differently, speak differently, and see differently because your impact reaches beyond you. It reaches everyone your obedience touches. When Tyler Perry was living out of his car, long before fame and influence, he felt divine instructions urging him to keep writing. No proof, no applause, just an internal knowing. That knowing became his foundation. The same applies to you. You may not always have visible confirmation, but the whisper is real. It will lead you if you dare to follow it. Chosen one, this level of spiritual communication is a gift, but it's also a responsibility. What you hear is not just for you. You are a vessel. Your obedience becomes someone else's answered prayer. When you act on a divine message, you don't just change your trajectory, you open doors for others. And that is why heaven continues to speak to you with such precision. You are not just walking through life, you are carrying light into spaces that have long been dark. Esther was placed in a palace not for comfort, but for calling. Her divine position came with the responsibility to speak up, even at risk to herself. Mordecai reminded her in Esther 4:14, "Who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this?" You too were born into this generation, not by accident, but by divine strategy. The signs, the whispers, the spiritual clarity, they're all part of equipping you for your such a time as this moment. You are not imagining the weight of your calling. That pull you feel, that's purpose trying to rise through the noise. That's divine alignment realigning you again and again. But in order to walk in full power, you must understand the season you are in. You see, spiritual life, just like the earth, moves through seasons. And until you know where you are, you may misinterpret what's happening to you. Some seasons feel like silence, others feel like fire, but all are intentional. If you are in a season of preparation, don't mistake it for punishment. This is where heaven builds in secret. This is where your roots are going deeper than others can see. David was anointed king but sent back to the fields, not because God forgot, but because the preparation wasn't finished. In the quiet, your wisdom is being sharpened. Your faith is being fortified. Your vision is being purified. Let this hidden season do its holy work. If you're in a season of testing, don't panic. You are not being destroyed. You are being revealed. Testing exposes what is weak, but it also proves what is strong. Job endured such a season. He lost everything, wealth, health, and family, but never lost his connection to God. Job 23:10 says, "But he knows the way that I take. When he has tested me, I will come forth as gold." Like Job, you will not come out of this empty. You will come out refined. And then there are seasons of revelation. This is when things begin to make sense. Prayers are answered not just externally, but internally. You begin to see why things didn't work out before. You understand the meaning behind your restlessness, your redirection, your release. When these moments come, do not dismiss them. Record them, declare them, move with them. Harriet Tubman, even while escaping slavery, received clear spiritual visions, dreams, promptings, guidance from what she called the voice of God. She followed it with unwavering faith and saved hundreds. Her revelation was not based on logic. It was rooted in obedience to the unseen. Your revelation season will demand the same courage. If you're facing unusual pressure, intense attacks, or emotional weight that doesn't seem to match your circumstances, you may be in a season of warfare. That means you're on the edge of breakthrough. That means the territory you're entering threatens darkness, and darkness doesn't attack what doesn't carry light. This is when you rise, not just with determination, but with spiritual strategy. Arm yourself with prayer. Speak scripture aloud. Take authority over the atmosphere. Because as Ephesians 6:12 reminds us, our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the powers of this dark world and the spiritual forces of evil. Then there are seasons of harvest. After obedience, after tears, after stretching, the doors swing open. Opportunities flood in. people begin to recognize the very light they once ignored. This is not your moment to gloat, it's your moment to glorify. This is when humility must meet gratitude. Your harvest is not only for you, it's for those who couldn't make it to the field. Consider Florence Scovel Shinn. She taught that the harvest appears not when we strive, but when we align. She believed the universe responds most powerfully to faith-filled action. So, in this season of harvest, don't just collect, distribute. Don't just receive, release. Your abundance is evidence of divine trust. And remember, seasons often overlap. You might be reaping while still being refined. You might be receiving insight while still fighting inner battles. God's timing is not linear, it is layered, poetic, and always purposeful. Elon Musk once said that his drive doesn't come from money or recognition, but from a sense of mission, a desire to shift the course of humanity. Though he often speaks in terms of science and progress, the undercurrent is spiritual, vision fueled by higher calling. Like you, chosen one, he senses the weight of an invisible assignment. Your mission, too, is rooted not in self, but in service. So now, the real question becomes, will you stay faithful to your current season? Will you honor it for what it is, rather than rush toward what it's not, yet time to receive? Will you trust that the same God who sent the messages will also lead you through every moment that message requires? Your season is sacred. Let no one rush it. Let no voice outside of heaven define it. Let no delay discourage it. You are moving exactly as you were meant to. And as we move forward, you will begin to understand not only how to respond to divine messages, but how to walk with heaven's authority in every step. The next revelation is already waiting. Stay close, you're just getting started. Chosen one, now that you've begun to understand the nature of divine messages and the season you are walking through, the next question becomes essential. What will you do with what you've been given? Recognizing the voice of heaven is only the beginning. Transformation doesn't happen in the receiving, it happens in the response. This is where your anointing is activated. You were not chosen to merely observe the divine. You were chosen to participate in it. The universe does not speak without purpose. Each message you receive is sent to move something within you and through you. If you felt like your spirit has been stirred more frequently, if signs, dreams, or inner promptings have been growing stronger, it's because heaven is calling for movement. Divine instruction is arriving because divine acceleration is at hand. But the message alone does not shift your life. Your alignment with that message does. The first and often most overlooked response is simply this: pause, don't rush to act, and don't let anxiety force a reaction. Instead, let the message breathe in your soul. Take time to sit in stillness. Enter into a moment of sacred silence. Reflect deeply. Meditate. Pray. Listen. Often divine revelations carry multiple layers, unfolding slowly as you lean in. When God spoke to Elijah in 1 Kings 19:12, it wasn't through the earthquake or the fire, but through a gentle whisper. That same whisper is what guides you, but it is heard only when you still the chaos. After that stillness comes the call for confirmation. This is not a sign of doubt. It is a sign of reverence. Asking for confirmation acknowledges the weight of the message. Gideon, in Judges 6:36-40, asked God twice to confirm his assignment through a fleece and the morning dew, and God answered both times. Chosen one, the divine respects your desire for certainty. When you humbly request affirmation, you often receive it through recurring numbers, unexpected conversations, scriptures that leap off the page, or symbols that echo your inner question. Don't dismiss these. They are heaven's fingerprints left on your path. When Florence Nightingale felt the call to care for the wounded during the Crimean War, she didn't act recklessly. She sat with the burden. She listened. She sought spiritual assurance. And once confirmed, she obeyed. and revolutionized nursing. Her clarity came because she honored the process of pause and confirmation. In your life, the same divine pattern applies. Then, chosen one, comes the moment of alignment. This is where intention becomes integration. It's not enough to know what to do. You must begin to live in alignment with it. If the divine tells you to release what no longer serves your spirit, you must let it go. If it urges you to prepare for something new, make space for it. Change your habits, shift your thoughts, adjust your circle, create room for the promise. Romans 12:2 reminds us, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." Alignment requires an internal reprogramming. This is not a suggestion, it is a demand from the divine. Have you ever wondered why some people hear powerful words yet never see transformation? It's not that the message lacked power, it's that the response lacked alignment. Many receive revelation, but few build a life around it. Don't let your breakthrough be delayed by inaction. What God has shown you is real. What the universe is whispering to you is divine instruction. Let your daily life reflect that. Obedience, then, becomes the bridge. This is the turning point where the unseen becomes visible. Obedience is rarely easy, but it is always sacred. It requires trust, especially when what you're being asked to do stretches your comfort zone. Abraham, in Genesis 12, was told to leave everything familiar and step into a land he did not know. He didn't have the full picture, but he had a promise, and that was enough. Your obedience will not always come with explanation, but it will always come with presence. God does not abandon those who move with him. When Oprah Winfrey was told to leave her secure local TV job to take a risk on a new show, many thought she was foolish, but she obeyed what she felt in her soul, a divine prompting. That decision not only changed her life, but created space for millions to be impacted through her influence. Obedience creates legacy. Yours will too. And as you obey, carry gratitude with you. Gratitude is not just a spiritual practice, it's a magnet for deeper revelation. It tells the universe, I value the message. I honor the giver. Psalm 104 instructs us to enter his gates with thanksgiving and his courts with praise. When you receive a message, speak your thanks aloud, journal it, pray it. Gratitude keeps your spiritual frequency tuned to the next word. It softens the heart and sharpens the ear. Winston Churchill, known for his leadership during World War II, often gave thanks for inner convictions that guided his choices, even when logic said otherwise. He later wrote that those quiet promptings shaped national destiny. Gratitude grounded him in chaos, and it will ground you too. Another sacred response is sharing. You are not only a receiver, chosen one, you are also a messenger. Some messages are personal, others are meant to flow through you to someone else. When the Spirit nudges you to speak life, encourage, or affirm another soul, don't delay. Your obedience might be the divine confirmation they've been praying for. Paul wrote in 2 Corinthians 1:4 that God comforts us so that we can comfort those in any trouble. You are God's comfort in motion. You are heaven's voice disguised in human form. When Malala Yousafzai survived the attack on her life, she could have chosen silence, but she felt a divine responsibility to speak for girls without voices. Her story became a vessel for global change. So will yours. When the universe prompts you to share, even if your voice trembles, do it. Someone's deliverance may be hidden in your obedience. Stay watchful after each act of divine response. Things shift in the atmosphere when a chosen one moves in alignment. You'll see relationships evolve. Opportunities appear out of nowhere. Sometimes resistance will increase too, as spiritual opposition rises to counter your momentum. Don't be discouraged. resistance is confirmation. In Ephesians 6:13, we are instructed to put on the full armor of God, so that, having done all, to stand. If the pressure rises, it's only because you've become a threat to darkness. Frida Kahlo, despite her chronic pain, continued to create from a place of truth. Her art shocked, healed, and liberated countless souls. Her resistance didn't break her, it revealed her brilliance. When you feel the spiritual shaking after obedience, do not retreat. Stand tall. Keep moving. Heaven is backing you. Chosen one, responding to divine messages will stretch you, but it will also elevate you. Every time you respond, the next step becomes clearer. Every yes you offer to God's guidance builds a bridge toward your destiny. Do not take this process lightly. Your path has been carved by heaven's hand. Every moment of stillness, every act of alignment, every courageous step of obedience carries eternal weight. So now as you sit with this word, let it stir your soul deeply. Let your heart open wider to the next whisper. You are trusted with messages, not just for yourself, but for nations, beginning with the world around you. You're not walking blindly. You're walking with purpose, and heaven walks with you. You have responded before, and you will respond again, but this time, do it with full awareness of who you are. A chosen vessel, guided from above, aligned with the call of destiny. And the next revelation, chosen one, is already on its way. Stay open, stay obedient, stay ready. Chosen one, I need you to receive this next part, not just with your mind, but with your whole spirit. What you're about to hear is not to scare you, it is to awaken you. Because you are not ordinary, your consequences are not ordinary either. You were chosen, not just for personal glory, but to serve a purpose that carries eternal weight. You hold keys that unlock doors not only for yourself, but for many others tied to your assignment. That is why ignoring the call is more dangerous than you think. You've already seen the persistence of the universe, haven't you? The messages, the inner nudges, the timely encounters that speak directly to your heart. None of it is random. It's heaven reaching out again and again to ensure you don't miss your moment. And yet, the temptation to delay or second-guess remains. Sometimes it feels easier to stay in comfort than to step into calling. But chosen one, comfort without calling is a slow spiritual death. Delay has a cost. The universe doesn't send instructions to entertain you. It sends them to move you, strategically, urgently, and with purpose. When you postpone action, you prolong spiritual wilderness. You find yourself circling the same issues, revisiting the same wounds, staring at doors that won't open. Why? Because the action required to unlock the next phase has not been taken. This isn't punishment, it's spiritual law. The Israelites in Exodus 16 were led out of Egypt but wandered in the desert for 40 years, a journey that could have taken days. Why? Disobedience, delay, rebellion. God was present, yes, but their inability to align with divine instruction kept them in unnecessary struggle. Could it be that the very tension you're feeling now is not from the enemy, but from delay in obedience? Chosen one, divine timing is sacred. You don't get to decide when the window opens. You only get to decide if you'll walk through it. And though grace is real, opportunities are not eternal. Have you ever looked back and said, I should have moved sooner? That wasn't failure, that was clarity, painful but purposeful. Let me tell you this as your spiritual reminder. Do not repeat what you were supposed to learn from. You are not like others who can ignore the voice and still float through life. Your silence has consequence. Your hesitancy creates ripples. You are carrying the weight of people who will never step into destiny unless you do. One of the gravest risks of ignoring divine instruction is spiritual dullness. At first the whispers are clear, but over time, if ignored, they begin to fade, not because the voice has left, but because your spirit has grown numb. You begin to lose sensitivity. You second-guess what you once knew. The sharpness you carried turns into static. Saul, the first king of Israel, was chosen and anointed, but after repeatedly disobeying God's instruction, 1 Samuel 16:1 says that the Lord regretted making Saul king. His downfall wasn't a lack of anointing, it was disobedience. He stopped listening, and eventually the voice stopped speaking. Don't let this be your story. To remain spiritually sharp, you must act promptly. When a word comes, let it move you. When an instruction arrives, follow it without delay. The more you act, the more you hear. The more you trust, the more you're entrusted with. As you respond, your connection deepens. But as you ignore, that connection dulls. Ignoring the call doesn't just affect you, it invites unnecessary struggle. You end up battling storms you were never meant to endure. When you resist alignment, you step out from under divine covering. It's like choosing to walk in a thunderstorm without shelter, drenched by distractions, struck by consequences that were avoidable. But when you obey, the opposite is also true. The universe becomes your shelter. Even in chaos, you are protected. The storms may come, but they do not consume you. Isaiah 43:2 declares, when you pass through the waters, I will be with you. When you walk through the fire, you will not be burned. That promise is not to those who wander, but to those who obey. Nelson Mandela, imprisoned for 27 years, could have chosen bitterness or silence. But even in confinement, he followed the call of justice. When released, he didn't delay his purpose. He stepped into it immediately. His obedience became a global turning point. Chosen one, who's waiting for your obedience to become their freedom? There are people assigned to your voice. They are waiting on your yes. When you hesitate, their breakthrough stalls. When you say no, their clarity remains locked. You are a spiritual bridge, not just a receiver of light, but a distributor of it. Your life is a message, and when you shut yourself off from divine flow, you don't just block your blessing, you block theirs too. So if your heart is stirring right now, don't ignore that. Let this moment be your realignment. Heaven is waiting for your yes. God does not force submission. He invites partnership, but he will not beg. He will move on if you refuse. That is not rejection, it is urgency. The harvest is too great to wait forever. Chosen one, fear the cost of inaction more than the fear of the unknown. Trust that if God calls you to it, he will sustain you through it. Divine assignment always comes with divine assistance. Psalm 32:8 says, I will instruct you and teach you in the way you should go. I will counsel you with my loving eye on you. If he's guiding you, he's also guarding you. And here is your reward. Yes, you who have obeyed through fear, through silence, through pain. You are not laboring in vain. God has seen your sacrifices. The universe has recorded your loyalty. And now your harvest approaches. Your first reward is peace. Not ordinary peace, the kind that collapses under pressure, but divine peace. A holy stillness that calms your soul even when chaos surrounds you. Philippians 4:7 promises, the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. That's the kind of peace reserved for the obedient, the chosen. This peace is not the absence of battle, it is the presence of assurance. It is the quiet confidence that you are where you need to be, doing what you were born to do. You walk into storms knowing they will not consume you. You move through valleys knowing you're not alone. And you rise, not because it's easy, but because peace carries you. With peace comes favor, divine favor. This isn't about luck or manipulation, it's about spiritual alignment. When you walk in obedience, the universe aligns resources, people, and timing around your steps. Doors open that you didn't even know existed. You are remembered in rooms you've never walked in. You are recommended by people you've never met. Why? Because heaven commands it. Ruth, the Moabite woman, followed Naomi to Bethlehem with no plan, no resources, no certainty, but she followed with faith. And in Ruth 2:12, Boaz said to her, "May you be richly rewarded by the Lord, under whose wings you have come to take refuge." Her favor was a result of her faith. The same principle applies to you. The divine will cause people of influence to be drawn to you, not because of who you know, but because of what you carry. You won't need to force connection. Your alignment will speak louder than your resume. Let me remind you of Malala Yousafzai, who stood for girls' education in the face of violence. Her obedience to her mission brought global recognition, but more importantly, it brought systemic change. Her favor wasn't accidental, it followed her courage. And so, chosen one, I end this with a final truth. You were never meant to live a life of hesitation or regret. You were designed for fulfillment, for clarity, for destiny, but that requires your full participation. So, will you answer now? Will you rise when the message calls again? Will you step boldly into what's next, knowing that divine peace and divine favor are already waiting on the other side? Because the next revelation, the one that shifts everything, is almost here. Chosen one, let this be sealed into your soul. Divine obedience never goes unrewarded. Every sacrifice, every quiet yes, every moment you resisted fear and walked in faith has not gone unnoticed. Heaven has been recording. The universe has been aligning. And now the rewards of the faithful are beginning to unfold, not as compensation, but as confirmation. One of the most sacred rewards awaiting you is divine protection. There are battles you never had to fight because heaven fought them for you. There are accidents that never reached you, betrayals that never touched you, and ambushes that were disarmed before they could even manifest. Psalm 91:11 reminds us, "For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways." Chosen one, you have walked through danger zones unaware, because your calling wrapped you in divine armor. Think back. How many times did something almost happen but didn't? That wasn't coincidence. That was covenant. What takes others out has passed over you, not because you are lucky, but because you are covered. You carry divine immunity, not to boast, but to boldly continue your assignment without fear. The path may be narrow, but it is guarded. The warfare may be fierce, but the victory has already been declared over your life. Look at the life of Corrie ten Boom, who survived the Holocaust and later became a voice of reconciliation and faith. She and her family hid Jews in their home, risking their lives in obedience to God. Though she was imprisoned, she survived where others perished. Her story, like yours, is one of divine protection for divine purpose. Corrie once said, "There is no pit so deep that God's love is not deeper still." That same shield surrounds you. And as you continue walking, another gift begins to emerge, supernatural wisdom. This is not wisdom taught by books or earned through age. This is divine insight. Suddenly, you know things you were never taught. You see solutions in places others only see problems. You discern motives before words are spoken. This is the gift given to chosen ones who remain faithful. James 1:5 says, "If any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, and it will be given to you." But you, chosen one, don't even need to ask aloud anymore. Your life of obedience is the request. Your spirit's alignment is the petition. This kind of wisdom is why your counsel carries weight. It's why people are drawn to you for direction, even when you feel uncertain yourself. It's why you've often felt like an old soul in a young body. This insight isn't given just for your survival. It's given for your leadership. You are a lighthouse in fog. Others find clarity because you chose to stay anchored. Albert Schweitzer, Nobel Peace Prize laureate and humanitarian, once described this form of wisdom as reverence for life. He made decisions not from intellect alone, but from divine sensitivity. His medical missions across Africa were born not just of knowledge, but of spiritual clarity. You carry that same current of wisdom, designed not just to inform, but to transform. And from that wisdom flows one of the most extraordinary rewards: impact. Not superficial influence, not fame, not empty recognition, but real, lasting, eternal impact. When you walk in obedience, you become a conduit through which the power of heaven touches earth. You speak, and people are healed. You show up, and atmospheres change. You write, sing, pray, or simply love, and lives are never the same. Acts 5:15 gives us a glimpse of this when it describes how people brought the sick into the streets just so Peter's shadow might fall on them. The Spirit was so alive in him, it overflowed. Chosen one, you are being prepared for that same overflow, not for your glory, but for the liberation of others. Do you remember how Nelson Mandela, after decades of injustice, emerged not with vengeance but with vision? His forgiveness changed nations. His light carried healing to generations still unborn. That's impact. And though your platform may look different, your influence is not less. The universe is using you as a vessel of freedom, healing, and clarity in a world desperate for all three. And then comes one of the most underestimated but most priceless rewards of all: fulfillment. So many spend their lives chasing things that never satisfy. They run after validation, relationships, status, or comfort, only to feel emptier with every achievement. But you, chosen one, are being led into the rarest treasure, waking each day with purpose and resting each night with peace. Proverbs 19:23 says, "The fear of the Lord leads to life. Then one rests content, untouched by trouble." This fulfillment isn't circumstantial, it's spiritual. It's the soul-deep satisfaction of knowing that you are where you're supposed to be, doing what you were born to do. This is a life that doesn't feel like performance. It feels like alignment. Florence Nightingale, who revolutionized modern nursing, described her calling as a voice calling me to do something beyond myself. She rejected societal pressure and comfort in exchange for purpose, and lived a life of unshakable fulfillment. Her sense of divine assignment infused her days with meaning. Yours will too. But perhaps the most beautiful of all divine rewards is legacy. Chosen one, what you build in this season will outlive you. What you speak will echo in generations to come. Your obedience today will water seeds that become forests for others. Isaiah 61:3 speaks of those who will be called oaks of righteousness, a planting of the Lord for the display of his splendor. That is what your life becomes: a sheltering tree, offering covering for those who walk after you. Legacy is not built through titles, it is built through obedience, through quiet moments of prayer, through decisions that no one else sees, through choosing truth when lies would be easier. Every time you say yes to God, a ripple forms in eternity. And those ripples become waves for those who are watching you, even if you don't realize they are. Think of Maya Lin, the designer of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. She was only 21 years old, but her work continues to touch hearts and tell stories decades later. She didn't know her impact would be this deep, but she honored the assignment. You may not see the fullness of your legacy in your lifetime, but rest assured, it is unfolding. You are building something eternal. You are carrying a name that heaven already honors. You are being entrusted with generational restoration, not just for your sake, but for every soul connected to your bloodline and your calling. So, chosen one, as these rewards begin to manifest, peace, protection, wisdom, impact, fulfillment, and legacy, walk with humility, not hesitation. Let every blessing remind you of the one who called you. Let every reward fuel your next act of obedience. You are not striving, you are receiving. You are not proving, you are walking. And as long as you remain faithful, the divine will remain generous. Stay in alignment, stay sensitive, stay aware of the sacred weight you carry, because the next door is already forming, and you're walking straight into divine increase. Chosen by God, do not grow weary. The journey is demanding, yes, but the rewards are certain. Every step you take in alignment with the divine brings you closer to these promises. Keep walking, keep trusting, keep responding to the call. For heaven is watching and the universe is preparing to pour out blessings in your life beyond measure. Stay with me, chosen one. As we continue in the next part, I will give you final prophetic words to empower you as you walk boldly into your fulfillment. Your destiny is unfolding even now. Chosen one, as we come to this final moment together, let me speak to you plainly and with the authority placed upon me. Hear these words, not just with your ears, but with your whole spirit. This is not the end of the message. This is your beginning. This is your awakening. What you feel rising in you right now is confirmation from the universe itself. You have been called, chosen by God, and set apart for a purpose that reaches far beyond anything you have yet seen. Now is the time to embrace it fully. No more hesitation, no more doubt, no more second-guessing the signs you have received or the whispers you have heard in quiet moments. The universe has spoken, and it continues to speak because you are crucial to the unfolding of a greater divine plan. You were created for this moment. Everything in your life has been leading you to this revelation. Every trial, every tear, every victory, and even every loss has been shaping you, molding you, preparing you for the day you would fully accept your true identity. Chosen one, lift your head. You have carried burdens that would have crushed ordinary souls. Yet here you are, still standing, still breathing, still moving forward. Do you not see? This is evidence of your divine resilience. It is proof that heaven's hand has been upon you, even when you felt alone in the wilderness. You are not weak. You are not forgotten. You are a warrior of light, a vessel of divine purpose. And the universe recognizes you. Declare it today. Embrace it, not with fear, but with fire in your spirit. If you feel this truth anchoring itself inside you, write it in the comments right now. Type boldly, I embrace my calling as a chosen one. Let this be your public declaration, not for show, but as a spiritual agreement between you and the higher realms. Let heaven see your courage. Let the universe witness your yes. Understand this clearly. Embracing your chosen identity is not about pride. It is about surrender. It is about saying yes to the flow of divine purpose, yes to the assignments you were born to fulfill, yes to the path that has been prepared for you since before time began. When you embrace who you are, you unlock the fullness of your destiny. You open the floodgates of divine assistance. Angels move at your side. Doors open that no man can shut. Your steps are ordered, and your impact becomes unstoppable. Chosen by God, the time for waiting has passed. The time for questioning has ended. Now is the time for action, for boldness, for walking in the full authority of your calling. The world needs what you carry. The lost need your light. The weary need your strength. Chosen one, if this message has stirred something deep in your soul, if it has helped you remember who you are, if it has confirmed what your spirit already sensed, I want to thank you for being here. Your time is sacred. Your presence is powerful. And your openness to receive this message is not taken for granted. If you feel led, I invite you to support this divine work through Super Thanks. Your donation, whether large or small, helps us continue spreading these prophetic truths to souls who are still searching, still waking up, still waiting to hear that they too have been chosen. But let me say this clearly from my heart. Whether you donate or not, I am deeply grateful for you. Just by being here, by receiving this message and allowing it to take root in your life, you are already a part of this divine unfolding. So thank you, chosen one. Thank you for walking this journey with me. Thank you for your obedience, for your courage, for your willingness to believe that there is something more and that it's already within you. And now I speak blessings over you. May divine protection continue to shield you. May peace that passes all understanding settle over your life like a holy cloud. May wisdom flood your thoughts and clarity rise in your decisions. May favor go before you and fulfillment follow after you. May your impact ripple far beyond what your eyes can see, and may your legacy outlive your lifetime. You are not walking alone. You are surrounded by light, uplifted by grace, and covered by a promise that cannot be broken. So go forth, chosen one, boldly, bravely, and beautifully. The universe has spoken, heaven has confirmed, and now it is your time. I'll see you in the next revelation. Until then, stay faithful, stay aligned, and above all, stay chosen.